It's important when streaming to remember to turn on the microphone before speaking into it. Ideally, before you even start streaming. Hello, welcome or welcome back. I'm your most illustrative host, Michael DiNicola. This is my art stream where I draw for your pleasure or displeasure, depending on the time of day and how well I'm doing or not. This is one of the drawings that I posted over the weekend that you may or may not have missed, depending on if you follow me on social media, which leads me to my next segment of the intro, which is where I thank my patrons, my YouTube subscribers, my YouTube members, my Twitch subscribers, Twitch followers, and everyone else in between who follows on the various platforms. Thank you. You guys are awesome and so supportive. Big shout out to my Discord community who keep it lively in there. Yeah, I like to show you guys a little bit of what I do, especially for those of you who might be coming here for the first time and not 100% sure. This is the fast version. This is the hello Alex, welcome. This is the fast, super fast, incredibly fast, lightning speed fast version of what I do on YouTube. What I do live is basically the very slow real life version of this. So you actually get to see me problem solving and, well, talking through my process or not, answering any questions you might have about Procreate, answering any questions you might have about, well, just illustration in general. I try to help as best I can with any questions you might have. You are awesome at drawing. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate that. Shrike Boy says, hello, handsome Michael, dearest. How are you on this fine Monday? I'm okay. I'm all right. You know, feeling pretty good. Can't complain. The weather's nice. I'm ready to get some drawing in. What are you guys drawing today? Ooh, look what I unlocked. Gifts. Allow gifts on this channel. Choose whether or not others can gift you a Michael DiNicola membership. Publicly announced. That's funny. Alright, I guess gifts are now allowed on this channel. I didn't even know YouTube was doing that. But I guess they are. Neato. What was interesting thing about this piece that I did was I was all ready to leave these very rough inks here. Here, look at her face, right? It's very gothic, it's very intense. She's kind of scowling at the camera. Even the inks are like really just chalky, like almost like I just scribbled them. And then as I was doing this, I thought, you know what? Nah, man, I want to soften that up. So I softened up her expression. I softened up her expression. I even softened up the line work around her. Right? I went from like, look how much gentler those lines are versus these, right? These are like really just gritty, intense, blocky, scratchy, and they really do fit her expression more so, right? It does seem like she's glaring at you, versus this where I softened her eyes. In adding more detail, I really did soften, but it was by intent. I wanted the image. I didn't want the image to be this this intense thing. I kind of wanted it to be, and I think it occurred to me in hindsight. I think it occurred to me when I started drawing the wings. I think when I started drawing these wings on her is when I realized, oh, you know what? I don't want the wings are so soft and flowy. I don't want that rough, like really energetic, for lack of a better term, lines. Those really scratchy scribbles. I wanted the feathers and her to be more gentle, which is how we ended up here. Yeah. So those are the last couple pieces that those are the last couple pieces I did. I also did this one, which I'll be posting tomorrow. So I've got a couple I need to finish up today. God, there's this which I need to finish doing. Maybe I'll put maybe that's on the docket for later. I think that might be a later Michael problem. Yeah, I think that's a problem for later me, not a for right now me. Yeah, this was the one I did the other night. I decided to do an impromptu like Saturday night stream. Alex, what kind of digital art are you doing? What's your program? What's your tool device? Also, how long have you been drawing? You know, the funny thing about digital art is, especially when I started doing it a handful of years back, I had this misconception of what it meant to do digital art. I thought the process would be way more one-to-one. You know, picking up a pencil versus picking up a digital pencil. I thought there would be more crossover, for lack of a better term. And there is to a certain extent. But I would liken drawing with a traditional pencil and pen and all that compared to drawing with a traditional pencil and pen compared to a digital pencil. I would say it's pretty different. In my head, it's more like learning how to watercolor versus learning how to use acrylic paint, or using acrylic paint and then learning how to use oil paint. You know, it seems like something that would, you know, there is some crossover, right? There is some overlap there, but there's also a lot of differences. Let me shuffle this up a little bit. All right. What are we getting? I'm just scrolling around looking for references. Scrolling around looking for references. What am I seeing? Oh, that's cool. Okay. All right. Do I want another? I have started trying digital art by King of that Procreate. I started 2 years ago. I started art 2 years ago and started digital art a couple of months ago. My equipment is iPad and iPencil. All right, well, Procreate is your best bet. Hey, Marrow, how are you? Marrow? How come I don't see Marrow in the chat? What the hell? Ooh. Am I not seeing my Twitch stream chat? Oh no, alright. You're not on Twitch, you're on YouTube. Alright, good. Hello. Hey, Marrow. So Alex says, I started art 2 years ago and I started digital art a couple months ago. My equipment is an iPad and iPencil. Alright, so my opinion, you pick the best possible medium to transfer from traditional to digital. I think Procreate is the best of all the digital apparatuses to use. Alex, what are you having trouble with in particular? I find it's easier to like, once you narrow down the problem, it's easier to problem solve. It's easier to digest and break down, see what the issue is. Marrow, are you drawing today? You're all, by the way, as always, you're all welcome to draw with me, yours truly. Sorry I can't be on for long. My device is at 10%. I hear you. Although I am odd when it comes to charging my devices. I'm like constantly like, I don't know if it's like I've watched too many movies where it's like, my phone's died. What are we gonna do? I'm getting into IBS right now. IBS? Irritable bowel syndrome? You're getting into that? I didn't know that was a thing you could get into. All right, so if you've watched me work before, you see what I'm doing right now is, no, it's IBS Paint. What's IBS Paint? What is that? I never heard of that. It's a drawing software. Oh, all right. I thought you were talking about, okay, for a second I thought you were telling me that you're having trouble, you know, making too much duty after you eat. Which I thought was, man, that's personal. That's super personal, but okay. IBS Paint. Is that like a free drawing program like a GIMP? Okay, so if anybody was watching, Marrow isn't having problems in the bathroom after eating. Marrow is very regular. They eat lots of fiber. Healthy diet. Nothing irritable about their bowels. Yeah, it's free. I'm broke. I've used GIMP. I just don't like it. Yeah, you know what? I always forget that. So like Clip Studio Paint is actually relatively inexpensive compared to the other ones. But like Photoshop is like, get ready to spend $50 a month to have a beautiful but incredibly bloated program. It's like, what if I don't want a bloated program? What if I just want an art program? Well, it's like, well, then you got Clip Studio Paint. Clip Studio Paint is nice. And then there's GIMP. GIMP I never use, but I've seen people make some really magnificent artwork on GIMP. Hey, Small Waving Bear, welcome back. Yeah, it's free. I'm broke. I've used GIMP. I just don't like it. And my sister took my drawing tablet, so I can't use it. What? Does your sister have irritable bowel syndrome and you feel guilty? That's why you let her have it. She's like, oh my God, I just finished my morning Cocoa Puffs and I'm about to shit my pants. Let me have your art tablet. And you're like, okay, sister. Fine, fine. And then she snatches the tablet and runs into the bathroom, and then you hear her just bust an ass. Krita is free and people seem to really like it. Oh, I've never used Krita. Hey Scoob, speaking of irritable bowels, nobody's bowels are more irritable than Scoob Club's. Just one look at his s'mores, and this guy's got to run to the Walmart bathroom. Not anymore. I used to have it. Wait, you can get rid of it? I thought it was a lifetime thing. I thought like it was like, you know, once you got it, baby. I knew a girl that had it, man. And it was weird to have a conversation with somebody about it. We used to work together. And she would just basically be like, yo, while we're working, I'm going to have to like tell you to pull over. And I'm like, what the like, why? I'm like, you got some kind of condition? She's like, I got IBS. I was like, what? I didn't know what that was. I was like, irritable bowel. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And then it was only afterwards I realized, oh, she's basically telling me she's got to shit. And she'll have to like shit at a moment's notice. It's like, okay, great. Great to know. This person's got a doo-doo problem. And I do not need to know that. Though, no, she just took it. Well, damn. So what are you going to use to draw if your sister took your art tablet? Hey, what's up, Keith? No, IBS can be temporary. Whoa, look at you. Look at you, Mr. Fancy Colon over here. This guy's showing off. This guy's showing off about how much he doesn't shit his pants anymore. La-dee-da. Nah. You know, but that lady I used to work with, she couldn't eat anything, man. She couldn't eat it. Like, if we were like going out and getting like chicken fingers or something like that, psh, not her. Not for her. Chicken fingers, chicken schmingers. She ain't having any of that. Can you, yeah, that's the other thing. She wasn't that old either. She was like 20, like in the grand scheme of things, right? She was like 22, 23. You might be thinking I'm talking about some old lady. Listen, honey, I can't have any of those chicken fingers. My IBS. No, dude, she was young and spry. What's up, Jamie? What's up, Jamie O? My iPad. It sucks, though. Only think I could use it to make videos for my YouTube. Oh, man. What kind of YouTube videos are you making? The only two kind of YouTube videos I make are these that you're watching right now. I make these videos, and then I also make my YouTube shorts. I don't know if you guys watch my YouTube shorts. I post them on my TikTok and Instagram account too. I even started posting them to Pinterest. Pinterest now lets you upload videos because they're trying to get in on that TikTok jam, as is everybody else, right? TikTok comes out and YouTube's like, yes, introducing shorts, and Instagram's like, oh, TikTok, oh, introducing YouTube, Instagram Reels. Trying to get 1,000 for my one live. Oh, so yeah, you got to break 1,000 viewers to get access to live, right? If you get 4,000 watch hours, if you get 4,000 watch hours, you can also get monetized too, which is pretty neat. I hate this pose. Oh, here's a Procreate trick if you're watching. Let's say you want to clear the layer. You take your 3 fingies, right? You know how like back 2 fingies, you can hold your 2 fingies down and it does undo, and then you 3 fingy it. And 3 fingy it doesn't do an undo, it does a redo and puts everything back. Well, guess what? You might not have known. You take your 3 fingies, you put them down on the pad, and you scratch it. And then, ooh, clear layer. Your layer's cleared. You can start fresh. You can start anew. It's a brand new day. Yeah, but I have Twitch, so it's not too bad. I have Twitch too. I'm on Twitch right now, as a matter of fact. Keith wants me to hydrate. You got it, Keith. You got it. Excellent. Okay, where was I? Okay. Let's try this again. Sometimes you don't like the poses that you're given. Okay, back turn that way. Ba, 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 ba. Let's try it. We're trying to camera angle like this for anybody who's watching. So the horizon is far below our eye line, so the horizon's like down here, right? So like the perspective, it's coming down this way. So we're looking up at this character for anybody who's curious, which is a little tough because it's going to involve foreshortening. So we're going to do a little foreshortening, and then this leg is going to be in the foreground, and our back leg is probably going to be in the midground. Let's flip it. We flip it so that we're making sure everything's looking a-okay. All right, that should go about there. This will go there. Let's angle her. You know, let's tilt her. In cinematography, they call this a Dutch angle, where you tilt the camera so that the you're not You're no longer perpendicular with your canvas. Ciao, 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 ciao. Hands are hard. Hands are cool. Twitch. My Twitch is my name. If you guys are ever looking for me on any other social media platform, and you're curious, just look my name. Oh, the only time that isn't the case, is on TikTok. Somebody took my TikTok account name. And then never did anything with it. They just took it, and now it just sits there rotting. And you know what? That's my fault. That's my fault because because I was so arrogant, man. I was so arrogant at the time. I thought TikTok is gonna disappear in a couple years the same way Vine did. I'm like, TikTok schmicktalk. It'll be popular for a couple years. Everyone's gonna get crazy about it, and then hello, Lacey. I'm like, yeah, people are gonna go crazy with it, and then it'll just vanish. And boy, was I wrong. Boy, was I wrong as fuck. All right, if you're just tuning in, I'm doing the part of the stream where I kind of build the character up. We're going for a more dynamic angle this time around. Lately I've been doing lots of like pretty standard poses. Like this one's pretty standard, pretty cutesy, anime manga inspired pose. This one's also another like just a little like kind of side portrait of a girl listening to music. Pretty simple stuff. Forward facing portrait, easy enough. This one's a little bit more dynamic, slightly more dynamic, right? There's more moving parts in here. This one's more dynamic because there's some foreshortening, right? You can definitely see where her body is kind of pushed back, right? You get a sense that, at least ideally, you get a sense that like part of her is in the foreground, then her torso kind of starts heading towards the midground, and then yada yada yada. So we're gonna go a little bit more dynamic. Here's another dynamic pose I've done not long ago. This is a Metroid Samus Zero Suit piece, and this was nice because what's great about working with a really intense perspective is that it helps you. Let me see if I can zoom in. What works with a really nice perspective is that you're able to use the perspective lines to help emphasize the foreshortening, right? So as you're viewing this background, you're following these background lines in this 1-point perspective. Well, it's really a 3-point perspective, but who's counting? Which kind of helps sell that she's kind of jumping down or at the camera. I always assume she's jumping down like in my head, you're looking up at her and she's jumping down like a shaft of some sort. But you know what? It's always good to practice. It's always good to practice dynamic poses. It's always good to change the camera angle up. I don't mean to jump on his crotch, but you know, yeah, change the camera angle up, switch to foreshortening. Procreate's advertising itself. I must have hit a button. Do I have any other ones? Do I have any other foreshortened ones? You know what? I practiced drawing a couple of characters that were tilted up and floating, which was a nice challenge. This is my friend Midream's character. This is Mob Psycho, similar vibes, you know. So yeah, that's what we're doing today. Instead of just a standard, oh, how could I forget? The My Hero Academia lady, whose name escapes me. Hado. I always forget her goddamn name. Yeah, so it's another one, and similar. I use the same trick. Let me get rid of that. Where's that reference layer at? Hang on, let me get rid of the grid. Oh, there's a grid in Procreate that will help you do your there is a drawing guide / grid in Procreate that helps you set up your set up all your perspective grids if need be. But yeah, similar vibe here. I use the perspective grid lines to do a couple of things. These lines that are pointing to the horizon line, that's off camera, that's like way down, like way at the bottom part, like way off grid. If you were to follow these two lines here, let's see, let me see if I can highlight this for you. So if you were to follow these two lines there and there, you'd follow them to a grid point that I can't even draw on. But I'd use that to frame her in the center, off center a little bit. And then I use the vanishing lines that are headed up to the sky, as well as her rings here, to really just try to draw your eye up. So if you look, boom, perspective grid, and then the cha-cha-cha-cha, right? The lines, her arm line, her leg line, her other leg line, right? It's all these lines. And the contrast here also, right? You have almost like the whitest white here behind her head. And then it's not as dark here, but it really helps her. It really helps draw your eye. That's what I'm trying to do. You're looking at this piece. I want you looking at this area of the piece. So I'm going to use all the lines at my disposal. Not just the ones in the building, but the ones on Hato herself to get you to focus on this. All right. I hope you were taking notes because class is over. Go to your lunch period now. So yes, today we're going to attempt to do another one. This lady's going to be holding some kind of weapon, I think. You've got a crush on Hato. Hands are hard. Hello, Casey Lickman. You know what I'm going crazy over? The smell of freshly baked homemade bread. Who's making bread? You're making bread? What kind of bread? Sourdough? Oh, I do 2 kinds of videos. Forgot to mention that. I have a second channel for song covers. Wow, look at you, being a musician. Well done. All right, yeah, let's see if we can... Let's see if we can't... Wow, did your mom doing the sourdough? Did she do it? Did she like make it herself? You know, like have the yeast. I don't know the fucking steps to make sourdough. I know it's yeast, flour, and then you got to let it set for a little while. You got to make it like bubble up. If I get quiet, it's because I'm trying to figure this part out. This stage of my drawing is generally kind of it's basically like the way I described it to someone recently was it's more or less me using the pencil to sculpt an image in 3 dimensions in my mind. So think of it like I am using clay, almost, right? The way a sculptor would use kind of clay to build up and build down and work until they find their way. This is basically what I'm doing. It's like, oh, does that go there? And it looks chaotic. It looks absolutely like sheer chaos, but it makes sense to my brain. Hey Matt, what's going on, buddy?
is all good, sir. How are you?
Oh, you know me. Just drawing, man. Working on my craft.
Reading art.
Yeah, being an art baby.
Art baby. I'm an art baby, baby.
That's right. How was your weekend, man? What'd you get into?
Not a fucking whole lot, to be honest with you. It was a low-key weekend. I mean, I think it was, my wife had to work Saturday. So we didn't really do much of anything. Hopefully this weekend we can do something.
What do you two usually do on the weekends when she has off?
So when she's off, like I had to do all the shopping Friday. So like it was all done for the week. So we'll probably go do that and then run around and do errands. I think we have to get lunch with my aunts Saturday.
Oh, shit.
So I got to get that figured out. Because we don't even have a place picked. But other than that, I think this weekend will be nice and chill. Friday we'll be doing the new style of show, so that'll be interesting.
Good, good, good. Who's involved in that?
Well, see, I did it this way. Alex is going to be on the episode with me because he's in town and available and whatnot. And it's going to be basically, we're not changing hosts or anything, but if you're in on that episode, you're in. If you're not, you're not. It's still going to go on.
Love it.
And I also, new formula. I have requirements. Instead of doing, 2 movie reviews and solely focusing on that, we're going to talk about 1 movie and then talk about everything else. I want them to bring topics to talk about, video clips, anything they can.
No, that's great. That sounds excellent.
How was your weekend? I caught you. I see you on the Discord active, but then you just kind of disappear.
Oh, you talking about what, posting?
Yeah, out of nowhere, it's like, hey, tits. Oh, Mike posted that.
Yeah. I post and ghost is generally.
Post and ghost, I love it.
That's generally how I roll on the Discord server. I usually look to see what everybody's posting, just out of curiosity. But yeah, no, man. I basically just stayed in. I didn't really do much. This weekend, went out, spent some time with my lady. We drove to some areas that we like.
Nice.
I think.
Sometimes just a nice weekend drive is enough to do it. Just going a simple errand or restaurant or something that's a half hour away.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. So yeah, I love doing that kind of shit, man.
Well, see, where I am, we're kind of lucky because we're technically not in Chicago. We're literally a minute from Chicago, as in our border is right down the block, the Chicago and our township border. So
Right.
we're lucky to where like my city sticker, which for Chicagoans is like $90. I get ours for 35 because we're in a different village, like shit like that. And we also have the luxury of like, I only have to go another half hour further south before I'm in like bougie suburbs. So like we like to go out there, we'll get lunch, we'll go to the mall, depending on what's going on. Jen loves Bath and Body Works. I swear to God, it's like heroin addiction for women.
Now, what does she get in the Bath and Body Work?
It depends. She loves when the soaps are on sale. And I do have to be honest with you, I have been fully converted to foam soap at this point. Like the soaps are the one thing that if she's like, yo, soaps are on sale, I can't count that as her expenditure. Like I love those soaps, so I'm cool with that. But candles, wallflowers, anything to be whiter than what she already is.
She's going for that Michael Jackson porcelain white.
Oh, bro, I got sconces next to my TV. Like, what the fuck?
What's a sconce? I thought that was like for the light.
It is. It's basically she's got one of those. Those like it's like a wood panel with a mason jar light with lights in it that she got at Target or somewhere.
Oh.
And I was in the room, and then I walked in. She's like, "Notice anything different?" And I was like, "You hung shit next to my TV." She's like, "They're sconces." All right.
You know what I want to get?
Literally, the light bulbs in the one is already dead.
You know what I want to get, man? I want to get the What's up, Panda? Mara says, I've been trying to...
Hey, you're the best.
Thank you for the follow, nothing fancy. Mara says, I've been trying to do the song of House of Asmodeus from Hell of a Boss, but my screen recorder isn't working. I don't know what that is. I don't know what anything you just said, Maro. What is that? Like candle scones?
Yeah, so they're like sconces with like little small like just white lights, but they're like Christmas lights, but tiny little ones that are with the candle. They're battery operated. I'm assuming at some point she's gonna put candles in it, and my house is gonna look like something out of fucking Nosferatu.
There's one thing I want for my TV. And have you seen the hue lights from the TV hue lights from I think?
Oh, the ones that go behind them and
Yes.
simulate with the audio. Yeah,
Simulate.
those are cool.
They sync with the audio and they sync with the cinematography in the thing. So
Yeah, that's
like,
neat. That's like a whole new level of HDR.
dude, I'm like, listen, I got this surround sound, I got the 75-inch 4K 120 hertz. I'm like, the only thing I'm missing, the only thing missing from this setup is having some cool lighting, man. I was watching a video where somebody installed those hue lights behind their TV, and they were watching the final scene of Rogue One, where Vader just plows through the Rebel Alliance.
Well, which, by the way, is getting re-released for some reason.
Weird. But yeah, though, that particular scene, and like, dude,
That scene's awesome.
the second Vader lights his saber and it goes red, or the second he enters the screen with the red saber, the hue lights turn red too. The whole room turns like dimly red.
I feel like that's
incredible.
the only way to go too. Like, don't go with like the Amazon cheaper Chinese knockoffs.
No, get the
Like,
real deal.
get the
like,
hue
yeah.
that syncs up with the audio. Other than, yeah, if I had something like that, I'm down. Other than that, I do prefer pitch black. As dark as I can get. And I live in the area with all the surround sound and everything we have is in the basement.
Yeah.
So at nighttime, I get it like serial killer black down there. It's wonderful.
Excellent. Yeah, no. Unfortunately, man, my apartment is so bright.
We got those giant double hung New York City windows.
We got some giant windows, man. I mean, each window is over 5 feet from top to bottom. It's about maybe like 3 feet or more. There's one window, I'm pretty sure it's near 4 feet across and like about 5 feet up and down.
So it's a giant picture window, basically.
So like, what's beautiful is that like, here, I'll show you right now. Alexa, lights off.
Okay.
So here, I'll shut off this is my room without any help of lights. like this is like what you're looking at behind me is basically what my entire
I really
apartment,
didn't notice any difference.
what my entire apartment looks like during the day, which is great because we don't need lights on until the sun starts to set. But what sucks is if you're trying to watch a movie, unless you were up against the wall, like I'm in like the corner where the lights are like to the left of me and to the right of me, and they're shining behind me, but there's still glare all over each one of these screens. And unfortunately,
There's
the
a
same thing
son of a
happens.
bitch.
Same thing happens to the TV.
We have that problem because like we have our laundry room down by the surround sound shit, and if the door is left open, there is a window that will do nothing but bleed light and create terrible glare.
Yeah. So I've been thinking about getting blackout curtains for that one window, just for when we're watching, because for like 90% of the time, I love it. Like I get, all that vitamin D is great for you. My plants love it. All my living room plants they're thriving from all the south-facing windows and south-facing light that they get. It's just the one thing. If you're trying to watch a movie during the day, you're screwed. There have been times where so many shows, so many modern TV shows take place at night, or like it's very dark.
Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones is pitch black. Daredevil is pitch black. The Obi-Wan show, it's like it might as well have been shot in the dark with only lit by a couple of lightsabers, and you're literally like the Mandalorian. You're like squinting. You're like, what the fuck is happening? Like what are they doing? So just because just for the couple hours when we're watching TV, because like I said, I love the light in the living room, man. I wouldn't change it for anything.
There is something wonderful about having a living room.
Yeah. Hell of a Boss is a YouTube animated show, and accurately, Asmodeus is my profile picture. and it's one of the songs from it. Yeah, cool. I've actually drawn him before too. What's he look like? What's up, Panda? Panda, how are things in the deep south?
The deep south, like Mexico?
Nah, Panda is he's a North Carolinian, if I remember correctly.
Oh.
Which is the deep south for me. Anything south of Virginia is the deep south as far as I'm concerned.
Even Florida?
Oh, dude, well, Florida, dude. If you're in the fucking Florida Panhandle, man, like if you're from
Florida's
Tallahassee,
its own, yeah.
you might as
Just
well
don't
be
breed,
fucking,
though.
Yeah, you're a hillbilly, man. Well, but the other thing is,
What's up, KJ?
Florida's so fucked that like, so if you're from the Panhandle, you're basically like you're next to like Alabama, Mississippi. You're that kind of fucking hillbilly. You might be
No,
more,
even worse, you're swamp hillbilly.
oh, that's right. You're next to New Orleans, right? So you're like you've got that swamp hillbilly action because you know what?
Yep.
That's the other thing, right? Because we're talking about Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana. We're talking about the part of the states that touch the Gulf, which is different from the northern parts of those states. So you're right. You're swamp hillbilly. However, if you head
One of them
east,
swamp critters.
if you head to the east coast of Florida, northeast coast, right, you're bordering Georgia. So then you get a different kind of redneck. You get a kind of
You're
Georgian
like our
redneck.
peaches here in Georgia.
You get a different kind of. So like you could be from the northeast part of Florida and sound like you're from Georgia. You could be from the west, the most western part of Florida, and sound like you're from the Bayou.
If
Meanwhile,
you're from Miami, you sound like Pitbull.
yeah, you sound like fucking your name is Esteban, and you might have dabbled in the yayo.
I go to Florida. It's very nice this
Meanwhile,
time of year.
if you're up in Boca, there's a chance that you're a former Jew moved from New York for your
What?
golden years.
Can we examine that? You said former Jew?
I'm sorry, a former
New Yorker.
New York Jew, former New York Jew, now a Floridian Jew.
It's kind of. Have you ever been to like the Boca area? It's got to be nice though. Boring
It's
but
beautiful.
nice.
I've actually been to this area retirement community right outside Tampa. They're very similar. It's where you'd want to retire. No joke. It's like they've made this area of the state for snowbirds who are just like, yeah, you know what? I don't want to fucking have to shovel fucking snow in my 80s.
Yeah, I have breakfast at 10 a.m. and dinner at 3 p.m. So what?
Yeah, it's
All the restaurants close at 5.
Yeah, I just want to hang out and feed some geese and enjoy the sun and relax. Put on my Tommy
you
Bahama shirt
imagine-
and chill the fuck out.
Doesn't
heard
it sound nice to have no responsibility? Just like, I'm going to go feed birds and stare at women in bikinis today.
Yeah, I'm just gonna chill the fuck out. Yeah, no, listen, man, it's the dream. Well, it's a dream, but I mean, listen, when you spend years and years up in the north, you've got it worse than me. But the Northeast sucks, and then, well, just the North at all. The Northeast sucks. The
Midwest isn't
Midwest
much
is
fun.
shit. You know.
Chicago's a shithole, bro. It goes from. It's been basically, in the movie, the original The Predator. That's what it's felt like. When you see Schwarzenegger sweating, when he's like, get to the chopper, it's because it's so hot and humid. That's been Chicago all summer. And then the winter is going to probably be negatives and snow and anger. Ugh.
Maro, that's a
Bipolar.
cool profile picture. I dig it. I like the colors. Yeah, no, it sucks living up in the north. It does. I would rather, if you told me I could move anywhere right now, it used to be I'd live in Austin. And it's not even because of the fucking like politics and all that shit. I like Austin because it's warm. The people are chiller.
Texas is huge, too.
Yeah, but it's still like the city boy in me likes a bit of the metropolis, right? So like I like being part of a city. It doesn't have to be a giant city, but I like New York or Los Angeles. It doesn't have to be this giant sprawling, full of man-made mountains. But I like a little bit of a
Here's the thing,
city
like,
vibe.
you're invited to move in on my compound when I get money and I move out. A little town, I'm not going to name it here. You're invited. I'm going to have plenty of land. We'll build you a house. The city will be an hour and a half away at most.
Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, no, like doing a little brief excursion.
You get out, you get supplies, you hit a bunch of shit on the way back. You got a nice, long, relaxing drive down I-80. It's a dream, believe me. I'm not going to Boca. I'm going to this little town.
Yoji says Chicago needs to get rid of Lightfoot. Oh my god,
Absolutely fucking right. They need to
she's still
hang
in
her.
office. That fucking ET looking woman.
Dude, she literally just, at this point, anytime she sees adversity, it's either racism or she straight up just is like, fuck you, I'm doing it this way because I believe this is the right way. Yeah, dude, it's she is a terrible mayor. Everything has, since the pandemic specifically, has just declined further and further. We talked about how I won't park in anything but a secured parking garage downtown anymore.
Yikes.
Because we went to Navy Pier and I had to spend $35 on parking at Navy Pier because I am not going to go spot hero at some no
fuck
secured
that.
fucking lot and get my car broken into. Yeah, no, Lightfoot's terrible. And whoever voted for her, I hope they lose sensation in their peen for like a week.
My little town is really chill compared to everywhere else. But like I do like the
I
amenities.
like little chill towns too.
So like I like the chill town when it's like, you know what, I'm gonna go to mom and pop shop for breakfast or go to like the local movie theater to catch some indie flick. But like I said, the New Yorker in me, like I want to go to like a fucking, you know, like maybe I want to see a like a few weeks back, me and the missus went to go see Into the Woods opening night Broadway show. Huge turnout. It was fucking amazing, right? A few months before that, we went with a couple of friends to watch Hello Dolly. Before that, we've gone trips to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, trips to the Museum of Natural History. I love that shit, man. Like experiencing the cultural aspects of New York is one of my fucking favorite things to do. So I like doing that stuff, man. Yeah, I mean that too. But like that plays into it. Getting a dollar slice. Seeing the locals act like fucking lunatics.
Okay, so something we don't have a ton of downtown at all that you guys have that I've always envied is hot dog vendors.
Everywhere. Fucking every fucking
Dude,
corner, man.
we don't have hot dog vendors anywhere.
But you're fucking known for your hot dogs.
I know, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, I watch New York cinema, and its hot dog vendor is always a part of an episode of Seinfeld and shit. And, like, in Chicago, that shit just doesn't happen.
Yeah, you got
we have
hot
paleta
dogs,
mans who walk around with ice creams.
hot dogs, coffee, bagels. There's a bunch of fucking kebab guys.
Well, that's the other thing is the way Chicago's structured is we don't have a shit ton of those, like, little magazine stands.
Yeah, there's little pockets of that. Lightfoot is running lights and not paying fines. What?
Yeah,
the
dude,
fuck?
there was actually, I think, a warrant or something out for one of her vehicles because they've racked up so many red light tickets.
Old
You know,
Beetlejuice.
here's the thing about, Beetlejuice, she does. She looks like Beetlejuice. Red light tickets are against, I think, our rights because they inhibit your speed.
What?
So there's two things. There's speed tickets and then there's red light tickets. Now, there's also red light tickets where they don't put signage up and you won't get a ticket for going through the red, but you have to stop at the white line. Then there's ones where if you go through the red at all, you get ticketed. Then we have speed ones, which if you're more than 2 miles over the speed limit, even if it's 20, on a Sunday with nobody on the road, you'll get a ticket.
Yeah, there's a couple of those around. There's actually a bunch of those. They fucking suck. But here's not 2 miles. It's you got to be doing, I think, around 10 over.
Oh, see, that would be lovely. You have to be doing, I think, anywhere between 2 to 4. If you hit 4, they can ticket you. They'll flash.
Yeah, luckily, I usually keep my Waze app on, so it alerts me whenever those fucking things are. You just get a lot of loud, like, you know, red light camera alert, and you're like, oh shit, and then you behave yourself, and then you fucking gun it after the fact.
Well, yeah, I mean, over here they usually put them by like schools and shit, but some of them are like, even on the south side, some of them are just like, why the fuck is there a red light camera here? The north side's terrible with it. I hate going to the north side nowadays. Like going downtown nowadays is just terrible. It's a fucking terrible experience.
Panda says you wouldn't really care. Most big stuff might be 45 minutes away unless it's something super specific. New Yorkers love a good wiener. I think it may be because the poor Italians made it, and now the Eastern Europeans took over the gig. What's he talking about?
You talking about hot dog
dogs?
vendors?
It's
You know, I'm
actually
just telling you, as a Chicagoan, I was downtown recently. You don't see hot dog vendors.
it's
I
mostly
remember when I worked down there, not hot dog
I
vendors.
think it's mostly Arabic dudes who are doing it these days. If I
Well, do
remember.
you guys have a lot of the like little Mexican carts with like elote and the chicharrones and all that shit?
I've seen tamale guys on the street, and there's tamale guys, and then there's the Subway churro ladies that are there.
Okay, so the ones you see out here are usually will have most of everything. Like ones out here, they like to go by schools and by trains and shit. And you don't see a whole lot of churros on the street, but they all have tamales. They all do elote. They all have the chicharrones. Like a lot of them also do the flavored. Like they don't have flavors. It's just I'll take purple. I'll take blue, with the ice, the shaved ice. You
Right.
see a
Yeah,
lot
yeah,
of that
yeah.
out here too.
Oh, the shaved ice guys. Oh my God. There's what the fuck is the name? They call them the piragua. The piragua guys, if I remember
Dude,
correctly.
something just dawned on me. I
Yeah.
fully understand why third world countries hate America because we're literally talking about hot dog vendors on the streets and shaved flavor ice and fucking corn delicacies. I see why people hate us.
They hate our freedom.
Yeah, they hate our awesomeness. You just wish you had pork encased meat. Or Vienna if you're in Chicago. It's got to be Vienna if you're Chicago. Dude, we went to a ball game, a White Sox game the other day, and they had condiments next to like where you could put on your hot dog. And they had the balls to have ketchup. And like I just had this idea that like if somebody were to put ketchup on the hot dog, they may get their ass beat by some drunk assholes. That's how real the ketchup on a hot dog hate is in Chicago.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, they are piragua. Piragua is what they're called here.
Dude,
I'll show.
we just call them the
Well, we're talking about specifically the guy with the shaved ice cart. It's a Puerto Rican shaved ice dessert. Yeah, I don't know if those guys
I
still.
remember those as a kid.
I don't know if
I don't
those,
see a lot of them anymore.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know if they still, keep on trucking around the.
You'll see those guys. They've now also moved into the Paleta Mart where they have the ice creams inside the type of ice cream. But you don't see a whole lot of that anymore. You see that at like when there's like the air and water show downtown. Those guys will come out of the waterwork.
Welcome back, Shrike Boy. You know what's a town I'd move to? Charleston. What was that? Charleston, South Carolina.
I've heard good things about South Carolina.
Yeah, no, that place is dope. And what's nice is you're walking down the street, people say hello to you. Or they say good morning. Which is, fucking weird up here. But down there it makes sense. Down there you're like,
You know
okay,
what?
hello.
People will say hello to each other down here. And that is nice. After the awkward stare.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't. No, if somebody said hello to you in New York City, you'd probably just fucking side eye them. Just keep on about your day. Maybe ignore them.
Push him. I'm walking a.
Yeah, no, man, I'd be very weary of someone, just fucking saying hello to me, just on the streets of the city. It'd be weird.
All right, what if it was somebody who looked like me though? I look friendly, right?
Nah, anybody, man. You know what? And like, I feel like the friendlier it would look on paper, the more unsettled I'd be.
Hey, buddy, you having a good day? That you won't get stabbed.
Marrow, I just finished my sketch. If you want, Marrow, you could post it in the Discord. People post their art in the Discord all the time. My Monday's going good, Strike Boy. Yeah. man. What was I saying? Yeah, Charleston, South Carolina. That's a place where I think I spent a couple weeks there on vacation. I mean, a couple times now, matter of fact. And I just enjoy the atmosphere for the most part. I would say, and I've talked about this before, there's one thing that irks me there. And I think it's because, in the north it isn't like this really. It's that the black white stuff is definitely prevalent there. And I'm not even talking about like, you see like somebody like spitting on black people or something like that. It's that in Charleston, and I can't say in like Savannah or anywhere else, but I just took note of this specifically in Charleston. The people who were at the establishments dining were the Caucasians, and the people who were doing the serving were all black folk. And like I saw this repeated over and over and over and over again throughout the entire trip. Didn't matter if you were at Krispy Kreme or a restaurant or a coffee shop. It was the classism was divided by race. It was pretty wild, man. It was pretty, because in New York and in other major metropolitan cities I've been in, it's kind of like the race stuff is pretty null in that everybody does everything.
It's mixed. Yeah, it's mixed well.
Yeah, you go into the Dunkin' Donuts, you're gonna get an Arab guy, you're gonna get an Asian guy or girl.
Yeah, down
white
here, Arab dude, black dude, and more than likely Hispanic.
Right.
Yeah, no, I'd agree. I think in major cities, I think that's one thing we don't think about too, and that's why probably it was such a culture shock, because it's like, where I come from, I don't even pay attention to the color of people because it's always mixed.
It's always just a giant mixed bag. Everybody's kind of doing everything. When you get on the train, everybody's going to wherever their place, but like there's this kind of like weird, like, oh shit, we're in New York, we're all in it together kind of vibe, which is nice, versus like Los Angeles, where everybody's in their cars and kind of like closed off from other human beings here, and the way
you can't
travel,
breathe in the smog.
right. But in New York City, it's just, no, we're all fucking walking the same fucking streets together, we're all going to this, we're going to different places, but we're all part of the city. It doesn't feel nearly as rough. Although, I will say this, in Washington, D.C., the areas of the haves versus the have-nots are really stark, man. Like, this happens in any city. But there's always a spot where it's like, oh, it's nice over there, and then there's the wrong side of the tracks. They're not even necessarily train tracks, but it might just be like an avenue over. And then you're like, oh shit, dude, where am I? I have never seen anything like that more severe than in Washington, D.C. You will legit have a crackhead street where it's like these broads are like, their titties are falling out of their tattered wife beater. They've got like track marks up their arm, no shoes. They're screaming. There's like needles on the floor. And then you walk like one block over. And it is the whitest thing you've ever, like, it's so crazy, man. It's one of the craziest things I've ever seen. Washington D.C., that line of like poor black people versus very affluent white folk with like walking.
I heard
the
a lot
street.
of DC's pretty not great.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's there. Lots of it where it's like dangerous and horrible and drug-addled and poor and full with really rough scenarios, and then but then there are these pockets of these very wealthy people, well-off white people mostly, and you see them walking, and like you'll see them like walking a block away from like a decrepit sewer crackhead. It's like they're strolling through a private garden, with their nanny, or just arm in arm wearing their pastel fucking polo shirts and fucking boat shoes, with their fucking $3,000 stroller and white babies, just like within spitting distance of all this like poverty, and it's fucking crazy. It's like really wild, and then some of the violence makes sense, Because you know what? If you were one of those decrepit crackheads, you might think, you know what? I'm gonna walk up the block and fuck some shit up. Let me wear my shoes.
It's really fucked up that the central nervous system of a government in this country, like, wouldn't you figure that area would be nice, all of it? Like, that would be the best run, cleanest area you can get.
Oh, thanks for sending a tweet, Shrek boy. Yeah, no, you'd imagine to be a little bit nicer. Yeah, no, the Center for Democracy here in the States would have a little bit more of a little bit nicer city. But no,
And
man.
I'm not even saying like sweeping it under a rug. Like, if any place in this country should have their shit together, it should be where the goddamn president lives.
Nope. No, those people are fucked down there, and it doesn't seem like anyone has any interest in helping them, which doesn't bode well for the rest of the nation.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you've seen Tent Cities.
Tent City, Los Angeles, California.
We've got them here too.
You know, tent cities are. No, what am I talking about, man? Dude, they're fucking all of like the fucking what used to be Penn Station, fucking tent city. You know, there have definitely been train stations I've been at where I'm like, holy shit, I better get a move on. I better fucking hustle through this fucking station because those fuckers don't have anything to
Starring
lose.
in your own zombie movie caused by poverty, not a virus.
Yeah, no, man. Yeah, because you hear like people like stabbing people with like AIDS needles and stuff, and you're like, I don't fucking need that. I don't need this.
Was it New York where the woman got a bucket of shit poured on her?
Might have been. But like if I told you that happened in like Chicago, or if I told you that happened in Los Angeles, or fucking Seattle, or even fucking San Francisco. Yeah, it's like
San Francisco, I hear, is one of the worst.
Yeah, I mean a lot of that is the media, right? It's like,
I mean, from what I've heard, just sheer volume, but I could be wrong.
it's like- I wish I knew the actual numbers, but listen. A lot of cities are dealing with some real fallout.
Hey, when you got Beetlejuice as your fucking mayor, what can we do?
Beetlejuice.
Dude, she looks like Beetlejuice got fucked by gremlins.
Well, that's what she is. Yeah, no, man. I I don't have an answer. I was gonna be like, well, you know what? I got nothing.
You gotta burn them all.
We gotta eat them. We gotta recycle them. There
In
was
some
that guy.
carbon net neutral way.
There was a guy who was stabbing homeless people in New York City. He was literally just running up on homeless people and just fucking, when they were crashing in the street, just stabbing the shit out of them. And it was pretty fucking dark. It's pretty sick. Very Christian Bale.
I was gonna say that's like anti-superhero behavior.
Yeah, it's like it was a black dude too. They caught
Patrick
him.
Bateman.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Banzy's favorite person. Imagine you're a homeless person, right? You're just down and out. You're either crazy or drug addled, and you're just looking for a break. Fucking like, you're not even doing anything crazy. You're just living on the streets because the homeless shelters are so goddamn dangerous. And sure enough, some fucking dude rolls up and just starts stabbing you in your sleep.
All you did was fall asleep on the subway.
Right. In New York. Stab, stab, stab.
I don't remember that episode on Seinfeld. My guts are falling out.
Well, mental homeless people, do you want to take a chance? Me? I'm not taking a chance on anybody.
Dude, they're all dangerous for different reasons. Even the grifters are dangerous because they don't have anything to lose.
None of them have anything to lose. They're literally living on the streets. They've got nothing.
No, but the ones that mental health or have mental health issues are different for different reasons. They're dangerous.
Well, they don't know where the if they've got like paranoid schizophrenia or something like that. You fucking good luck.
Like
Good-
they don't even you don't even know they're looking at you and you can get attacked.
Yeah. Yeah. Good luck convincing them you're not a demon that's reading their mind.
Yeah, you were trying to put a chip in my brain. What? I have a bagel. Do you want a bagel? Fuck your bagel.
Double know if you're Asian.
Hey man,
Wasn't
there a problem with Asian people getting attacked in New York? I think there was it. Was it New
Yeah,
York or
well, being
Chicago?
attacked, honestly,
One
being
of them.
attacked everywhere. It was the worst
Yeah,
in Vancouver. We talked about this before. Vancouver, Canada was the worst place in all of North America for attacks on Asian people.
Why are Canadians so racist?
I don't know. Apparently, there are a lot of areas of Canada that, apparently if you're not in a major city in Canada, it's basically a hillbilly central, which is something I didn't know.
Oh. I mean, Letterkenny should have pointed us in that direction, I suppose.
Yeah, we should have seen Kiso beat the shit out of an Asian person in that show, just to highlight.
On tonight's episode. When is that coming back?
I don't know. I mean, he's filming, he's writing and doing Shoresy too, so that probably slowed things down.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like maybe that's the whole thing is Letterkenny is telling you what these people are. It's just these characters are much funnier, and every time you see like one of the assholes, that's just how the ordinary people from that town would be.
Right. I see what you're saying.
You ever watch his cop drama he was in?
No. Was that any
Dude,
good?
there's a scene on YouTube and it tackles school shooters.
In Canada?
Yeah, dude, and it's actually a pretty violent show, like according to that scene. I've seen it pop up on YouTube. Made me kind of want to watch it, but I'm not going to go ahead at 33 start getting into Canadian cop drama.
Evie Bus is Edmonton racist? Are they? Somebody said Alberta's rough for that kind of stuff.
I mean, have you seen the YouTube videos where it's just like, there's a lot of ones that come out of Canada where they use specific terms that I had never heard of until I saw these videos.
No, I didn't know that. That's fucking. That's fucked.
You know, Canadians are oddly racist. I mean, I wouldn't assume all of them.
Like, get out of
You
here.
think French Canadians are even more racist?
Get out of here, rice
less?
face. You're like, what the fuck is that? What's that one? Haven't heard that one.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense now, does it? Whatever, Patty.
Keep walking, you crab rangoon. Like, oh.
Oh, look, we got a couple egg rolls.
Now that makes
Wow.
more sense.
Yeah, but it's stretching.
It's
You know what I
stretching.
mean? Like, nobody's going to be insulted by that. They're just going to be insulted by the fact that you have no comedic, like, talent of any kind. I
Every
think
week
if I
there's a
was-
new
I-
article about black people beating up Asian people.
Yeah, I don't
I mean, that
know
was
why
happening.
is.
That was definitely
It's true.
happening.
And then they also got Rick Moranis, too, for no reason. Maybe they
Yeah.
thought he was Asian.
Imagine in the videotape you see that black dude just run up to him and just fucking punch him in the head, and he starts calling him like Asian racial slurs. Rick Moranis.
They interview him later. Damn, he wasn't Asian? I had to do from Spaceballs? Yes, you did, sir.
Yes, you did. We're fucking burying you under the prison. I wonder how much time that guy got.
He got like 30 days, and then it got bounced down to 2 weeks, probably.
I mean, knowing New York, yeah, probably. He was probably back on the streets that day, punching another guy. Who
You
looked
know
like Rick
what?
Moranis.
Yeah, he was looking for Rick Moranis / Asian, man.
I hate Asian people, and I also hate Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
I didn't believe in it.
Nobody would do that.
You're my least favorite part of Ghostbusters.
Arkansas is racist. The entire state?
Everybody.
The whole fucking
Everybody.
state? Little kids.
Yeah, babies come out racist.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
When the baby comes out, they start fitting them for their fucking clan gear.
Yep, one day you'll be a grand wizard.
I thought it was Grand Dragon. Or are they both?
Fuck if I know. I've never been in the organization.
I don't know the fucking tiers. Let's see, hang on.
It's one of those things, I guess it's probably pretty telling that I don't know the ranks.
Oh, yeah. Triple K titles and vocabulary. Higher levels. Oh my god, dude. The Grand Sentinel. The Grand Magi?
What?
The Grand Cyclops? This sounds like I'm reading a
No.
D&D novel.
What the fuck?
Grand Giant who is assigned 4 goblins? What am I reading, dude? I don't
Is this real?
I don't want to pull this. I'm at the Wikipedia, dude. Realms. Imperial Wizard. What
Okay,
is
Imperial
this, dude?
Wizard.
Imperial Wizard.
I knew there was a wizard in there.
Grand Scribe. Yoji, you reading this, dude?
The power of Cyclops, bring down upon thine white power.
The Imperial
fuck?
The Imperial Wizard and his staff of 10 genii, as well as a Grand Exquier. Exquier? I don't know. I literally don't know how to pronounce this word.
Excuse me, good sir. I am a grand exquisinier, okay?
Oh my
Dude,
god.
why would they
dude.
have such complicated fucking titles when their members can't pronounce them?
Yeah, Dominion was headed by the Grand Titan, who was assisted by 6 Furies.
Here's the thing. You
What
don't
is
want to be
this?
one of them Furies. You want to be one of them goblins, you see.
This is
Because the
crazy.
name sounds bad, but the benefits are wonderful. You get all you can drink Coca-Cola if you're a goblin.
The Grand Council of Centaurs.
What the fuck? I can't... What?
Dude, seriously, go to fucking. I want to post this in the Discord because I don't want to get in trouble. Posting this anywhere else. But seriously, Knights of the Triple K. And then yeah, you see all the.
Okay, I'm there. Yeah, dens, initiation rites, tribunals, jurisdictions, invisible empire.
Okay.
I run this invisible empire.
Oh my god, man.
Choose your race, elf. Do you want to be a Clarago, inner guard? A Klexter, outer guard?
Oh
What the
my
fuck?
God. You want to be a Nighthawk? That's cool.
Nighthawk is a cool
I'd rather
name.
be a Nighthawk than a Clobby.
The Imperial Wizard's general constituted his Imperial clan. Dude, the Supreme
This is
Advisory
insane.
Board? Why does a racist faction have an advisory board?
This is insane, dude.
Now, let me tell you, the Imperial Wizard Genji's not going to be happy with your behavior.
I
Okay.
can't believe what I'm reading, dude. If you scroll up to the top, man, it's wild.
I don't see a bunch of hillbillies using any of these titles. Like, how do
No.
they... Like, I'm a scribe.
They were elected by the
What
body of
the
the
fuck?
politic of the dens, identified as ghouls. I'm
The
a ghoul.
KKK D&D group.
Okay, enough. It's fucking nonsense.
Yeah, this is crazy. Like, legitimate, like, insanity. They had code words for months. Why do you need to hide months? There is a Grand Wizard. Grand or Imperial. Haha!
Okay, okay. So there's both.
Yes,
so,
I know my KKK.
so there's a Grand Dragon and a Grand Wizard. Both.
Dude, what if they have to battle for the ultimate
But there's also a
supremacy of the
Centaur
whites?
and a Grand Ghoul and the Grand Cyclops.
He was a centaur.
Fucking wacky. It's really wacky.
Dude, that's crazy. That's like, you know how they have those Freemasons? They got all those crazy titles? We should do that. I want to be a Grand Wizard.
Why not us?
I guess. Goofy. It's goofy.
Ridiculous. Y'all missing out for not being part. Do they? Is there any groups like that in Brazil, Banzi?
I'd imagine they're in Argentina. Milton Bradley Games presents Grand Wizard Terminology. It's a fucking board game. It's like Life, but KKK.
Clan.
People would buy it. Yeah, the clan. Life, the clan. They should have a Life Prison Edition as well.
Saw a clip of that dude Andrew Tate talking about how he only likes banging 18 and 19-year-olds.
You know, I kind of like him, but I fully recognize like he's just
That guy's
like
a
you
piece
would
of shit, dude.
you recognize him as a Chad.
Yeah, ironically,
I reckon
he's a Chad like
I
Ezra
think
Miller's
he's
a Chad.
Yeah, I think he's a supremo douche. But the problem is every now and then he says something that you don't
Disagree
with, and it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
fuck, man, why do I go to agree with you on that?
You know, I hate that too.
Because it's
Yeah.
like you were like on the outset, you really want to just be like, well, fuck this guy, and then he says something, you're like, well, he's not wrong there. God damn it.
He made a point, which is awful. Yeah, what's that? There's a meme. The worst, the worst person on the internet just made a point you agree with.
Yeah. Idiot right-wing version of D&D. What would be right-wing about it? Because I don't know, like, how much... I feel like the KKK at this point has got to be so disillusioned. Do they even know what they believe in? Or is it just, you're not white?
No, I always thought the Klan was full of Republicans because they're the closest thing to him. They're not going to vote Democrat.
No, I mean, well, I'm sure you also understand the origins of the Klan.
Bang, bang.
No, I haven't the
Nice.
foggiest.
I mean, base level, it started with the Democratic Party, and then they claimed there was a great switch where a bunch of Dems went over the Republican Party and
Oh
carried out.
yeah.
But
Oh yeah. This. Oh no. You're talking about the Democratic Party of the Lincoln era, where they were the ones pushing for enslavement.
yeah, and they loved
Until-
they loved the power.
Yeah, until
I mean,
they switched
is
up.
it any different with social media nowadays?
Until the Progressive Party became somehow the Democratic Party. Weird how that switched up though.
But the problem is like it's also not necessarily fair to like you could. I think it's 100% fair to say most KKK sure will probably vote right, but it's not necessarily fair to say that the right-wing party intrinsically is pushing that sort of value system. I think it's the
No.
idea of like it's just. I think at this point, right and left have been so muddied. It's just everybody's fucking corrupt at this point. Like if you
Sure. But like when it
if you
comes to
could put
bigotry,
your flag up for either side,
you're,
it's like
you're most
ugh.
likely going to find your bigots on the right. I feel like that's
You know,
not,
you
I feel
say
like that's
you
not up
you
for a
say
debate.
that, you say that, but it was the one people on Twitter, the Democrats that were calling Supreme Justice every racist word you could think of because Roe v. Wade got overturned.
Right, but that wasn't all.
So like,
this wasn't like the entire.
well,
Democratic,
there's
it's like
thousands of people. So like, but that's what I'm saying
but
is
also,
like,
it's Twitter, dude. it's you come on,
but
man.
it's
Twitter's
still.
like,
I mean,
Twitter's like
well,
fucking
minus
10%
the
of the
bot
country,
counts, but.
if that.
I mean, how many active? I mean, if I Googled, which I'll do right now, how many active users in the United States? If I get an answer, we'll see.
No, man, dude, that dude Tate's a fucking douchebag, man. Who occasionally says.
I agree. Yeah,
He occasionally says something fucking not.
I am kind
ass
of waiting
backwards.
for the like everything to fall apart, and then you read the stories of how he's actually broke and like the Dan Blizzard type thing.
Right. Is Dan Blizzard broke?
I thought his company and shit was bankrupt.
I mean, I would believe that.
Like I thought the whole thing with him was he was like basically like funneling money from the company to portray this like rich guy lifestyle.
I think.
I find Andrew Tate funny as well.
I mean, I think he's
also
hilarious.
It also depends on what videos of his you watch, because they have those like behind the scenes ones that you see, where he's less of the character he portrays and more just like fucking around with his brother. Those are also, I like those because it's just some dudes chilling. Like it's not the message agenda. But like I saw him on, I think Fresh and Fit was the first time I saw him.
I don't know what that is. What's Fresh and Fit?
Fresh and Fit is a podcast hosted by a couple black dudes who have a certain opinion on what it is to be a man and masculinity, and they basically talk about dating roles. They invite a bunch of women in, and they have discussions on that. They got popular because they have no problem like just being straight up. Doesn't matter who you are, man, woman, whatever. They're going to tell you like with fact and all that their opinion. It's a good podcast.
Is Tate one of those dudes who is one of those masculinity is there's a war against masculinity type deal?
No, he hasn't used that terminology. He has said that the West is the only country to diminish its masculinity, and because of that, that is why we're facing issues. But he's also, when he's been on podcasts and he's talked about it, from what I've seen, his whole thing is, there's nothing wrong with masculinity. Men should be masculine. Men should be the best of their ability so they can protect the ones around them they love. He is one of those people that does believe that men, their purpose is to provide for family and protect and all that. That old school sort of
old
thought.
school fucking
Yeah.
Norman Rockwell nuclear family kind of thing.
Yeah. I think he's very much one of those dudes. I don't think he has any sort of hate or anything for women. I mean, he made his first millions being like an e-girl guy, where he he provided the facility and the rooms and the equipment and everything, and then he split whatever they made 50-50, and him and the girls both ended up being millionaires.
He was a pimp.
E-pimp.
He was an e-pimp. Got it. All right.
Which
so
we know some e-pimps. Nothing against them.
No, listen. Somebody's got to do it. So, fucking Yoji and I, it's like, so we're basically listening to a former pimp.
E-pimp.
E-pimp. His pimp hand is strong. A former pimp MMA fighter? Is that what he was too? Kickboxer.
Well, I don't know. It's not. If it's 50-50, that's a partner. That's not a pimp.
What are the,
I mean, in fact, it was he was getting less than 50-50 if you factor in he did the upfront cost of the equipment.
Yeah, no, but he's like, it was selling ladies, right?
Well, I mean,
ladies.
Well,
Yeah.
the ladies are selling themselves. He just profits from it.
Yeah, well, I mean, but yeah, no, he's profiting off women selling themselves. That's a pimp.
But 50-50 is the only problem I have with
so
the
he's a
pimp.
nicer
Pimp.
he's a nicer pimp than the pimp on the streets.
Can we say partner / pimp? Because I mean, 50-50 is a big deal.
50-50 is, I mean, listen, man, he's not the one selling his body though. He's the one collecting the check. So that's a pimp.
But he's providing everything else. Like, I mean, but when you look at that,
Sure.
she provides the body, he provides, and then he also does talk about. He did say that he learned that the girls that were on camera, he started muting their camera because they didn't know how to talk to the guys, and then him and other dudes were in the chat talking to the guys. And basically, they were manipulating the dudes via chat, and the girl was just like, she would like lean forward to the keyboard and act like she was typing it in.
You can only call them pimp if you're willing to call them whores. I mean, kinda, yeah. I mean, yes, both.
Yeah,
both
I mean,
can-
yeah,
both,
one
both
is
are
what
true.
yeah.
I mean, yeah, both. Yes, I'm willing to do both.
Just to e-horse, please. E-horse.
E-horse. He was an e-pimp. 50-50. He got a great deal. Yeah, no, listen. I mean, if for a pimp on the street, he got a shitty deal. But for just a business owner, it's a solid deal.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why the pimp terminology.
I'm willing to call him a pimp.
I'm not e-pimp.
E-pimp. An e-pimp. 50-50. He got a great
New
deal.
age.
New age pimp.
You can also interchange them easier too.
Yeah, listen, man. He had a stable of broads that he was pimping. And
E-broads.
E-broads. And listen. He's a pimp. Nothing wrong with legal pimping. But, I mean, but like, we should keep everything in perspective when we're like this is the guy I'm going to listen to about masculinity. It's like, well, listen, I'm not saying you can't listen to an e-pimp
I
for
mean,
your
to
life
be fair,
advice.
he did have a stable of e-horrors. He's got
Yeah.
to be pretty masculine.
Yeah. Which I would take what he says with a grain of salt, though. I mean, listen, it's so fun. It's an interesting worldview, right? We're like masculinity. He might have said masculinity is under attack from the West in so many words, but it does sound like that is his prerogative. Where do you fall on this line?
I mean, I do agree with him to a certain extent that masculinity. I don't know about under attack, but our society has been doing things to try to diminish masculinity as much as possible.
I think what is classically defined as masculine, there are definitely elements in our society that are trying to curb that, and I think it's because it stems from some of the listen, it's called toxic masculinity, which is a shitty, overused, and unfortunately ubiquitous terminology.
All masculinity became toxic masculinity.
Right. But there are aspects of masculinity, classic TM, that are shit. Suck it the fuck up.
Bullying
Right?
/ hazing.
Right? Bullying, hazing, manning up, right? Fucking taking your emotions and putting them all down because you don't want to be a quote unquote bitch, right? There's for as helpful as it can be to have a man kind of teach you what it means to be a man in regards to protecting those you care for, providing for those you care for. There are equally negative parts in it that are incredibly detrimental to men as a whole. So I think, unfortunately, it's kind of throwing the baby out with the bathwater, right? So it went from being, oh, we should rightfully try to curb some of these awful aspects of what is masculinity, quote unquote, the detrimental
Yeah,
stuff.
but that means you got to teach about what it is, not suppress it.
Right. I think at this point, man, even the term for quote unquote masculinity at this point, it's so overused, man. It's like, what does that mean? Like,
I mean, here's the thing, and the problem is, it's all laid on men when you talk about that. You hear women all the time say, you need to teach your sons and you need to teach your boys. And I don't believe we're teaching our girls to have the emotional equipment to handle a man and their emotions. Because I still think on the ground level, if you're a weak man, you're not going to be treated the same as a man who isn't weak. Like,
how do you mean weak? Define.
I mean, not a weak. I mean, as in, if you're dating a girl, I would not recommend letting your emotions really out much.
Oh, I see.
Because it will be perceived as weakness.
Emotional
It's human
vulnerability.
nature's. Yes, human nature is still emotional vulnerability in men. As much as we talk about how it's accepted, it's not. We don't teach our girls to accept and process it. TV doesn't. I mean, all media doesn't accept and process it. When you see, I mean, think about your average sitcom.
Oh God, well that's fucking. Those are nightmares, man.
But
Those are nightmare
that's what's being
caricatures of
piped
us.
out into the main. But that's being pumped out in the mainstream as the image of a dude. So it's like, I don't think the world teaches any of our kids how to, like, we don't teach our boys how to handle mental.
No.
We talk about, we talk about toughness and getting hit. We don't talk about mental toughness. We don't talk. Girls are told to love themselves no matter what they look like. Boys aren't told to love themselves.
Well, yes and no. Well, because girls are taught verbally to love themselves no matter what, but however are then imposed immensely by the societal norms of the beauty standard of the ideal for them, which
The
causes
beauty
them,
standards are the ideal placed upon them by other women.
Yes. Yeah, no, 100%. They follow other women on Instagram who airbrush and filter out their fucking faces and do everything within their power to, quote unquote, possess this ideal beauty, which is bullshit, which then kind of trickles down. It permeates. So, no, you're right. It sucks. It sucks for young women, but in that regard, in other regards, they aren't treated the same emotionally as us, right? Which, it is unfortunate that for men, having a man just break down and cry in front of you, I'm sure is not quite sexy. But then I think society has come a long way from,
but here's
from
the thing.
where it was.
It's beyond physical attraction. Women just don't know how to deal with it. Like, I'm not saying all women, but I don't
Sure.
think we're teaching our women or our girls to know how to handle that. Like, being not sexy and then is different from looking at your man less because he did that.
I wonder though. I would imagine that it's getting better. Then let's say you're a guy living in the fucking 50s. You know, you listen to doo-wop and you're trying to bang a broad in a poodle skirt. Then you just start crying.
You don't cry in the 50s. You never do that.
Right. So like, yeah, no. You instead you find your hatred at the end of a bottle of whiskey, and then you take it out on your wife.
Yeah, 2 packs of smokes and a good forearm.
Yeah, and then you put your wife beater on and get to work. So I would say,
Or your children once you had them.
sure. On the arc of history, it seems like we're getting better, right? Slowly but surely. It's a long process, but I think we are getting to a place where eventually men will be able to lay out their emotions and be able to express themselves and open up and not have to be so walled off and fucking emotionally.
See, this is where I agree with Andrew Tate in some ways, where I don't think that society is going to sustain very well.
I think it will, man.
I think society is always going to need that violent factor, that I don't really like labeling it this way, but that masculinity factor. And I think we're looking at a bounce back. Like, there's only so long, and I think you're looking at not on just on men's side, but women's side. There's only so much of that shit women are willing to take care of. Like, you can't be a fucking man-child with which a lot of this generation that's coming out is. Like,
I don't think
that's
you could
beyond unsexy. That's you can't take care of yourself.
But I don't think you could stop that. I think like what we're looking at is whether you like it or hate it or trying to harken back to the good old days of, you know, proper masculinity. I don't think Andrew Tate or anybody else can get in the way of that train. I think that progress
there is one
is
thing.
unstoppable. What's up?
Civil War.
That's not going to happen.
No. Well, you're over here talking about World War III. I argue Civil War is more likely than World War III right now.
Really?
Especially in 2 years, if that goddamn guy Trump runs. Because if he does, especially after they just martyred him for no reason, he's going to win.
The issues with Civil War is that the lines are no longer clear. North versus South, that's bullshit. Those days are 100 years behind.
You will have factions of different groups.
No.
Some united, some not.
What it
against,
is
government.
Nearly every major metropolitan city, including the ones in the southern states, are blue. Hard blue. I was looking at a map recently, just out of sheer curiosity. Like, why are these states purple and why are these states blue and how are these states red? It's because, for some reason, if you're in a major metropolitan city, even in a red state, you vote Democrat. It's just how it works. It's just...
The United States would be dumb enough to nuke itself. In a civil war.
So that's why I don't think there's going to be a civil war, because you're literally going to be fighting. The cities are going to be fighting the rest of the states. You know, it's going to be
but those cities though are nothing but soy boys.
It's going to be town versus town, which is but
here's the thing that you fail to understand. Town versus town means Chicago will all be one big militarized zone. Everywhere outside of Chicago will be taken over by people who think alike factions, which is not democratic.
You just like this Mad Max dystopia it's not going to happen, man. No way.
No, I mean, if anything, it'd be more like Walking Dead minus the zombies.
Well, I
just
think
all fucked up and nobody knows how to do anything.
You know, listen, we all know what happened. The second city started acting up. Not cities.
Yeah,
weird sounds. Weird towns. The red
drone strikes.
You think the Empire would fucking stand by and let this happen with all our fucking no?
The guy that got running it may think it's just Tuesday and those are fireworks.
Nah, it would be the ones pulling the strings. No. So, dude, there's no way, man. Dude, the military would be any kind of any kind of like shenanigans to that extent, I think
It really all
gonna-
does depend on at what point our country's in. If it depends on how destitute the country is, right? Like right now, you can't see it happening.
well, because we're all living
But-
pretty good.
But if we went through another Great Depression that was 10, 15 years long, But once again, what can you do when you don't have the power or strength because you don't eat to fight? There's always that dilemma. But I mean, it really depends on how bad our government got, and it would have to be really fucking bad.
Yeah, we're not,
But not
there
impossible. Not, I'd say
nothing is
depending on
impossible.
what direction we go, next 60, 70 years, that's the crucial point.
Yet. Here, let's see. He's a pimp. Men learn mental toughness by getting beat up. Yeah, no, man. Listen. It sucks.
It's a fun group to be in.
Emotional men will get excluded from the gene pool. I think you're thinking of it like, oh my god, look at these pussies. It's a slow, steady change. If you look at it over the course of, because we're looking at it like year to year, decade to decade, look at it like over the centuries. Slowly but surely, man, men, quote unquote, and what it means to be a man. Think about what it meant to be a man 100 years ago, in the 1920s. Hell, think of what it meant to be 150 years ago, right? In the era of the fucking cowboy, right? Now look at those men compared to even the more masculine of men now.
Dude, look at yearbook photos of senior year in high school from the 70s compared to now. It's insane. They were full-grown adults.
Yeah, no. They were adults. They were treated as adults. It is completely different. It's like you were looking at two different species.
Why Western women are heading to South Korea in search of love. Aww. The appeal of Korean men. The women Lee interviewed were fascinated with Korean men who were portrayed on TV as being in touch with their emotions and willing to embrace their effeminate sides, Lee said. Why do they have photos of fucking Squid Game there, though? Because, like, there wasn't much emotion on the masks that I saw.
Women are going to Western women are seeking international love. Wait, is this because of all the K-pop? Ladies are trying to go to Korea. Women are going to be shocked
Ladies
because
want, yeah.
Here we go. I got an article from Forbes. Studies show that men's testosterone levels, this is from 2018, studies show that men's testosterone levels have been declining for decades. The most prominent 2007 study of the Journal of Clinical Endocrinology and Metabolism revealed that a substantial drop in the United States men's testosterone levels since the 1980s, with average levels declining about 1% per year. That means, for example, that a 60-year-old man in 2004 had testosterone levels 17% lower than a 60-year-old man in 1987. Our testosterone is dropping about 1% per year for whatever reason.
That's not by nature. And I'd argue that's, I don't
Right.
put it without
So-
sounding like an asshole.
Well, listen. What I'm saying is, regardless of what's causing it and what's happening, maybe it's plastics, maybe it's foods, maybe it's lifestyle, who the fuck knows?
Like, I think a lot of it's lifestyle. I think a lot
Nothing-
of all of our problems is
None
lifestyle.
of that, unless something horrifying happens that makes people completely change their way of life, which I would argue that, if anything, the pandemic did the exact opposite and only exacerbated what was happening to our life.
Made it more sedimentary.
Made it more sedimentary, made it more, what's the word I'm looking for? Made a disconnect between people to people. That's just a hormone. Well, I mean, Blaze, that's the hormone. It's not just a hormone. It's one of the most important for us to procreate and, listen.
So what you're saying is the government wanted us weak, so they did the pandemic. They created it so we'd all get weaker.
I mean, listen. When you talk to these masculinity types, it's all very physical and very, it's full of. I mean, look at the pimp himself, Tate the pimp. He's Mr.
E-pimp.
He's Mr. E-pimp. Sorry, the E-pimp himself, Mr. Tate. That dude's all about the physical aspects of quote unquote masculinity. And well, what spurs that? Well, it's fucking testosterone. What literally is responsible for the gains that you receive in the gym? It's testosterone. Like I said, 1% drop in testosterone on average per year for the country as a whole, and probably other countries as well. That's fucking huge, dog. That means that you probably have a 50% less testosterone in your body than a dude that was born 50 years ago.
Yeah.
Which
And
is
dropping.
and dropping and plummeting. And that's by the way, that's gonna have a huge effect on men, society. It's gonna change. And when you
There are a
tie that
lot of
point-
guys doing the testosterone therapies too.
Sure, I mean, as you
That
should. By the way,
TCT
if you're in your 40s, you might want to consider it because it's
Yeah.
the testosterone could be quite helpful in many ways, not just in regards to those sweet gains, but just
hair
having a
growth?
healthy functioning body. Anyway, testosterone aside, when you pair that with our culture changing as well, I feel like as much as guys like Tate and others want to, hey, masculinity, come on. I don't think, like I said, I think you're trying to stop a runaway train. I don't think there's anything. You'd have to
Well, I
change
think he
society as a
understands
whole.
he knows he's not gonna stop anything, and he found a niche he could jump into and make money.
Yeah. He
I
decided
mean, basically, it's all a business for him.
Yeah, he went from, listen, if you're one of those hardcore Andrew Tate followers, you're basically his new bitch. You're his new bottom bitch, except,
Well, don't forget, he's got his Hustlers Academy or whatever the fuck it's called.
Sure. Yeah, no, sure.
Some school that he runs.
I'm sure he has all kinds of grifts. I'm sure he has all kinds of grifts to separate you from your money.
They took over the domain for the former Trump University.
He's the new DeVry.
Ooh,
that's just
fuck DeVry.
that hormone is being disrupted by plastic being everywhere, even in the rainwater. Hormones just control the transport of substance between the cells and bloodstream. Come on, Blaze, you know better than that. We are eating a credit card's worth of plastic per month.
I do want to back up. So wait, South Korean men are misogynistic and women are treated as second-class citizens? Really?
In Japan too. Did you know in Japan, women have to wear skirts at work? To this
Really?
day, it's part of the fucking dress code. Yeah, no, man, dude. People assume, people. All you get
Asians are mean.
in so many areas. In so many areas of American media, you get America's shit. America's shit. Oh, we're so backwards. Oh, how could we be doing this? And you're like, dude, listen, look elsewhere, man. You like to think that it's all peaches and cream and somehow better across the globe. It's not.
No, dude, America's the worst country in this world. Don't you know
Yeah.
that? My overlords told me that.
Go watch the movie Children of Men. Yoshi, is that what you think's gonna happen? Well, that's the other
It's a
thing.
good fucking movie.
The population is declining in many large Western cities. The birthing rates are in the trash. If anything, if you said what's the most likely downfall of societal collapse, I'd say it's that, man. Less people getting married, less people making babies, less people with the testosterone decline, less people probably capable of making children, to boot.
Well, I mean, but that's as simple as you take a pill and you're better. Like, realistically, it's not hard to correct that issue.
What if you can't, man? Like, because what if, like...
Well, I mean, there's people that, I mean, I'm sure there's guys just have, but low T is a known medical thing. Like, getting testosterone back into the body is not hard.
Right, but like, what if that body has developed from birth with so much less capabilities for production? You're fucking...
Sounds like you're
burdened.
advocating the same thing Tate is advocating, where we need to get our men back to being men and change that cultural change with the low
No,
T.
man. I'm talking about fucking actual biology, man. I'm talking about like, hey, maybe we figure out what the fuck is causing all these.
But here's the
dips.
thing, though, like plastics. But we also, it's lifestyle. Look at the difference between our lifestyle compared to people in the 70s, the 60s, the 50s. Like, a big part of it, I would wager, is lifestyle. I don't think it's 100% biology. I think it's a nature and nurture situation.
I mean, but you know what? But then, devil's advocate.
Those crackheads on the streets are usually ripped.
There's too many fucking people around here anyway. So perhaps a little fucking population nerf is intended is a good thing, a boon for humanity.
Yeah, but but what ends up happening is you're not looking at the world's game, right? Because one nation, a powerful nation like the U.S., loses population and strength. All we do is get taken over by another nation that doesn't have the low T problem, like fucking Russia.
Japan is just an imperialist, navy
that's the
xenophobic
problem.
island society.
Men don't have enough guns to be men. That must be it. Joke, parentheses. Aha.
Therefore, they end up not becoming men fully.
Wait, men can't act like
men?
men?
What the fuck are you
Are
talking
you talking
about?
about in Japan
In
or
Japan
the
or
US?
in real life? And what does that mean? Men can't act like men. That's retarded,
Well,
dude.
I understand what he's saying to a certain degree, where the idea of like
What's something that you can't
men
do
do
as a
have
man?
to be, you have to be much gentler in today's society as a man than in previous history. Oh, boys fighting.
Well, I mean,
I
like,
don't know, man. At this
come on,
age, I
that's-
wouldn't want to fight anyways.
First off, dude, that's not true. Guys are in sports. Kids are hunting. Kids are. I mean,
Hunting,
fucking
surviving.
Nikki's fucking stepson or whatever the fuck. That dude's killing it in football, man. Are you shitting me?
Killing.
Dude, he's fucking yeah. He's ripping kids' heads off right in the fucking field.
Banzi misses the days with the Wild West, and men can just shoot each other
Yeah,
and ride off
it
on
sounds
their
like
horse.
Banzi's spent
He
too
just
much
wants
time
the
at Tate
purge.
University, dude.
He's got that hustler university money now.
Yeah, he's
been signed up for 6 weeks.
He's trying to harken back to the days of the caveman. He wants to just walk into
Were
a
those
place.
days so bad?
He just wants to walk into a place and just fucking bop a woman over the head and just drag her back to his cave.
I mean, oddly enough, women are allowed to be murderers. Abortion, am I right, guys?
Oh, hey now. Didn't see that coming.
Boom!
Got him.
Only legal murder you can do, unless you're in a southern state.
My nephew can't kill a chicken. Why would you want to? But like, that's what I'm talking
Wait,
about, right?
wait, do you make your nephew go through tests of kill this chicken, boy? The fuck is going on in your house?
I mean, like, listen, if you had to, but like, that's the thing, right? Where our society is making us soft. We don't have to do that anymore. Somebody else does that.
But that is part that all goes into and it's not just men, it's everybody. It's all that does go into the society softening. More
Yeah.
and more luxuries and that's why there is that group of people that isn't soft is the thing. And that's what you're seeing the pushback is everybody who gets to sit there and go, well, we're getting softer because we don't have to do that, ignores the fact that there are people doing that. Now machinery and technology has helped a lot with that though too.
Sure, big time. I think that's going to continue, by the way. I think you're going to see automation replace more, as it has been over decades and decades. Automation is going to replace jobs and all the shit that people don't want to do. It will.
Then
do
we get
for cheap.
Skynet.
And I think you'll see more and more of a disconnect that you just can't stop.
Well, I mean, it depends. Once again, the problem with that is if there isn't something to correct to at least make us to be able to survive, then you are looking at a collapse of a nation, and another nation will take over that nation.
Nah, I think. Well, normally I would say, sure, but the thing is, it's
You're
not just
ignoring the
us.
rest of the world.
It's the entire
Russia,
it's,
China.
It's the entire globe, man. Globalization is affecting. It might
Nah,
be
man.
affecting
I mean,
Russia and
those
then to a lesser
Those
extent.
Russians aren't getting soft. Not like we are.
Come on, dude. They're getting their fucking ass handed to them by the Ukrainians. Easy peasy. Russia's soft as shit now, man.
I don't want to go into that, but I do urge you to look deeper into it. Because it's not so black and white. It's not the hero story that's being fed. It's
You're saying
basically
propaganda?
Yes, Russia is butchering people and committing war crimes by the thousands. The Ukrainian government is so fucking corrupt. They're basically letting it happen. It's all propaganda. It's a really fucked up situation that is not that black and white.
Okay.
Not
All
to
right.
mention we keep pumping billions into them. The U.S. does so.
Underpaid. Some of those undocumented.
Yeah, what
foreigners
Banzi
do
was
it.
saying is he's just saying his nephew is soft mentally, that even in a survival situation couldn't kill a chicken.
Dude, everyone
Not
in my
that
family
he forces
could
him to.
kill animals to cook. My nephew, psychology, can't kill a chicken. Right. So, Banzi, I would argue that, dude, there's plenty of Americans in the same boat, man. If you had a you grab a kid from the suburbs, and you're like, hey, kill this chicken. We got to eat. Are you shitting me, man? They're gonna be crying. You're fucking calling for mommy. They're not gonna fucking do it. Here, take this fucking butcher knife and fucking cut this damn thing's head off. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Like the ducks.
But that's what I'm saying, man. That's culture, society. These things change. We're not the things that we had to do 100 years ago. They're not required of us now.
I don't know what Yoji's talking about.
Some parts of the automation can't do butchering, no matter how good the machinery. Stop being a right-wing conspiracy theorist for a second. You think stealing top secret documents is nothing? What are you talking about, Yoji? What are you talking top secret documents?
Damn, Banzi lived up in fucking Lord of the Flies apparently.
What else? Vicious as shit. They would throw rocks at each other and animals. Dude, that's fucked. You know that's fucked, right? You know that's like not a normal cool
that's
thing.
it's not good behavior.
Dude, that's like dude, that's fucking ridiculous, man. Like, is that what you're trying to get back to? The good old days where we're fucking murdering animals for fun.
You know those days where we would stone each other for being different. You know, I here's the thing is we didn't throw like rocks at each other, but like we did shoot like airsoft little BBs at each other and shit. So I can't really.
Sure, and kids still fucking
I mean,
do
it's
that.
not
Dude.
rocks,
Kids
but-
still play, but like, you know, instead of playing paintball or airsoft, fucking it's Call of Duty.
Yeah, cell phone shit too. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like in regards to that.
So it
you
is
can't
very
s-
much the lifestyle then.
You can't stop that, man. Well, the lifestyle I think the two go hand in hand, man. Lifestyle paired with the clear biological stuff that's happening too. It all goes hand in hand. And yeah, you can't stop it, man. So you just have to embrace it and find a way to live with it. It's
I
boyish
don't have
behavior.
to live with it. I'm already grown.
Right. Well, not you. I'm talking about people who are trying to, conjure
Yeah,
up.
I mean, I think fights in schools still happens. Fights in
Sure.
schools are weird nowadays, though, because like, I'd argue that, and maybe it is something of like you could maybe make the argument that because boys and masculinity is more repressed than it used to be or less prevalent, but some of those fights I see coming out of high schools are vicious, bro. Like the kids today, when they fight, they go hard. There's no such thing as like a gentleman's fight anymore.
Well, I mean, yeah. No, I watched the video of a kid getting stabbed in the neck and bleeding out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's weapons, it's we're gonna stomp your fucking head in. Like the fights in
Yeah.
schools now, like we used to get in fights, and even the bad ones, like nobody walked away going to the hospital like with a fucking broken like forehead. Like I don't know, man, they're rough nowadays with these fights.
I mean, well, at least that's a good thing, right, Banzi? Finally, something masculine is happening in the high
fucking
school.
weak will get the fuck out of these high schools. Yeah, that's right. Go spend the rest of your life in a hospital. You know, that is one of the crazy things. Like, I watch street fights, and the way they like go straight to stomping on someone's head nowadays, it's like, wow, fuck.
Yeah, no street fights.
Why?
Yeah, don't get into street fights, gang.
No, do not get knocked out in a street fight. Like, if you get into a fight, you either run or better know how to fucking fight.
They become more deadly. It's a repressed masculinity. Come on, man. Again, I think, repressed masculinity. Oh, again, there's this talk that men aren't allowed to be men. That's stupid, dude. That's redundant. It doesn't mean anything. It's like, what man thing are you trying to do where they stop you? Stop. You can't
Catcalling.
do that. That's not that's a retard thing. Catcalling. That's not
What you talking
masculine.
about? That's how I prove I'm a man. I can't call every woman I see. Hey, you baby!
Hey, toots.
You know
nice
how many
titties.
how many Barnes and Nobles I was kicked out of for catcalling?
We can't catcall anymore. What kind of society is this? The society's
I-
gone
I
to
mean-
the birds.
There is sort of this. One of the issues I see within it, besides the media shit, is there is very much. If you are a dude, he is right to a certain degree. Of if you're a dude, your opinion is like, well, you're a guy. You what do you mean? There is very much a you're a guy, therefore ... sort of thing.
I
where
mean, with some
the opinion,
yes.
the voice, it's used to silence some voices. I mean, I've seen that.
Sure, there are definitely areas of the internet where they're man-hating lunatics, but I wouldn't say that's the fucking norm. That's that's areas of fucking TikTok and Twitter.
Well, I mean, people went crazy over dudes like Chris Pratt because he liked to go hunting, and he also
Well, again, we're
was
talking
starving
about
himself at
we're
45
talking about,
years old to
like,
maintain abs.
10% of the Twitter audience is hating on Chris Pratt. The average.
See, those aren't real
the-
statistics, though.
the normies, normal everyday people are watching the terminal list and not paying attention to,
I'd like
progressive
to
headlines.
think that the actual normal everyday people aren't on Twitter.
Right. Because they're not. They don't care about this kind of stuff, man. They don't care about culture war or any of that crap. They just watch what's on TV. They're watching QVC. They
Oh, I hope not that boring. I don't watch QVC.
repressed masculinity. How is it repressed, dude? You can't even have an opinion in public anymore. You can't have an opinion on Twitter.
You know, I do run into trouble when I point at a woman and say, "Look at those tits." I
mean,
feel
guess
very
what?
repressed when
Dude,
people tell me not to say that.
There are dudes. Guess what? There's still dudes doing that right now.
I know. Isn't it crazy that there are guys out there
Yeah.
with just no shame of like, "Hey, you got nice tits, lady." It's like,
Yeah,
what?
they're literally doing that right now. Go to
morrow,
go to any
ma'am.
construction site in New York City. Yeah, you're gonna fucking. They're there. They're hanging out. They haven't changed. It's still nobody's getting arrested for it.
Well, we also, where is Banzi at? He's overseas, right?
Yeah, he's not even in America, so I don't know what he's.
Well,
talking about.
there's also a fundamental difference between overseas and America too. Societally, how we look at everything, it's just different.
I'm a sensitive Korean male, like the shows though.
They
What
are
shows?
making wolf whistling a crime in the UK. Really?
Well,
See,
that's
that's a little
the fucking
crazy.
UK, dude. The UK, you could be
Yeah,
arrested
the
for
UK
saying a
is
joke.
fucked.
They don't
Yeah.
have any fucking freedom of speech. Same goes for fucking Canada. Those two fucking
Australia.
Yeah. No, those countries can eat my balls. No freedom of speech. My ass. I have been in Portugal, UK, and the Netherlands in the last 2 years, and people are shutting your opinions down, Banzi. Wait, people are arresting you for your opinions, Banzi? Because that's what the implication is. You say, I can't have an opinion. I can't have a masculine opinion. Which, by the way, what the fuck is a masculine opinion? I have Scooby. Are they really? Lock him up. Lock that motherfucker up. Put him in jail. You can't have an opinion that goes against the current narrative. Dude, I feel like you have been brainwashed by the weird parts of the internet, man. Banzi, you sound like the reverse version of the progressive lunatics. Banzi, you sound like an NPC, man. They're taking away my rights to speak publicly. It's like, who? They. You can't have an opinion that goes against the current narrative. You definitely can and do. People do it on my Discord every day. People do it in this chat every day. People do it on mic. I do it right
here's
now.
Here's the thing. I think your problem is you're associating your experience with the whole experience as well. Like there is, and I'm not going to 100% agree with them, but if the bulk majority of the mindless people on the internet, whether you want to, I know you kind of like to marginalize it, but it's what people deal with every day. It's people's lives, especially when
What are you talking about?
you're doing marketing and shit online. But if, let's say you come out and like personally, if I come out and I say, I'm tired of there being so many movies where a 5'6" woman butchers 8 men. That, believe it or not, is an opinion that will get you attacked for.
On Twitter.
On the internet. See, once again, you keep subjugating it to just Twitter on the internet.
Because-
There's a lot of different facets and it's not just Twitter.
Dude, say it right
You're
now.
ignoring
Who's
Reddit,
cool?
which is
Come
bigger
on,
than
Reddit.
Twitter by far.
Dude, again.
I don't care. And here's the thing is, I
you
understand
make
you
it
don't think
sound
those
like-
are real people's
yeah,
voices, but they
because
are.
they're not. They're such a small part of people at large. They're not. It's not real life, man.
No, but we're not talking about out of 300 million people in the country. We're talking out of what people are in their communication and in their zones where you actually have discussion. It's not out of 300, because if it was, none of it makes sense because there's only 36 million U.S. Twitter users
36
So,
million
like-
users, but like that's
for Twitter. Yeah.
But again,
In
even
the
those
US.
numbers are fucking skewed too. It's even less than that because those are the numbers that Twitter reports, which have been shown to be complete bullshit.
With bots. Yeah.
Right. So again, it's probably even less than that. And of that 36 million, how many of them are making all the tweets? I was reading an article where it's like fucking like 5% of the active Twitter audience is the ones that are fucking constantly tweeting. We're talking about hundreds of tweets a day. Let's see.
And look at how much damage they like to cause. I mean, people's lives have been ruined because of those bots.
I don't even go to the weird parts of the internet. Not on Twitter. You could get fired from your job.
I don't go on Twitter really at all.
I'm IT and I've seen shit
the
happen.
workplace is weird, yeah.
Blaze says, you won't get attacked though unless you have tons of followers. No one will care what you say on Twitter. Maybe a bot might ban you at worst. Twitter is just Twitter. Twitter is not real people. Fucking Dave Chappelle has gone on fucking record saying that the Twitterati has canceled him, but as far as he's concerned, his day-to-day life completely unfucking affected because Twitter doesn't matter.
Well, he can say that with millions in the bank account, but your average person... Now, I won't agree where it's like if you say something, your life's ruined. I won't agree to that degree, but like... How do I put it? The problem is you just talked about how much we've changed in a short span of time as far as biologically and everything, but there is that thing of you're also having society change in that short period of time too. So there's probably things that, like, I don't, I haven't been in an office even when I was working from home for the 2 years before COVID. So I don't know what that environment is. From what I've seen, if you're a dude, like, no inappropriate joking, don't act like you would off the clock. Like, you kind of on your, your P's and Q's if you're a guy thinking the workforce at this point, which I think is fair to say.
But, like, listen, what part of that is unreasonable? Being at work and acting professional at work, that sounds...
No, it's not that. If you make an innocent joke and somebody is offended for whatever reason they're offended and they say something, your job can be on the line even though the joke wasn't harmful in any way.
But again...
That's where the problem comes
First off, we're dealing...
Or if you say anything for that matter, not just humor.
First off, you're dealing with these hypothetical situations of...
Well,
oh my God, I made an off-color joke.
We're also dealing with fake statistics by Michael.
Come on, man. Dude, you're basically saying that Twitter is real life, which is not. And you're basically saying that Twitter...
It's not the fucking Matrix. Like, I've already agreed with you there's bots and everything, but to say it's not real life makes no sense. It's real people.
Twitter is the small fraction of nobody.
Which everybody is infatuated. You keep dismissing it from the numbers. Look how many people are infatuated, though. It runs these fucking people's lives for some reason.
It runs the lunatic part of the internet, and that's it. Normal people don't care about this stuff, man. They don't.
I would disagree with you. In your average day, there are far too many of what you would call normal people infatuated with their social media image and what's being said about them.
People are infatuated
and I would even say if somebody wasn't on social media and they were garnered attention on social media, they would therefore then be infatuated with social media because their name would be put out there. It is a disease, in my opinion.
Twitter is just a farce. It is a farce. It's make-believe. It's not real.
Something that's make-believe has gotten a lot of people for real canceled, so, okay.
It's make-believe that people write dickhead progressive websites, write an article or two about nonsense headlines because they need clicks. That's all that is. And by the way, this shit disappears.
Impacts real life,
this shit disappears. It disappears after a week or two, and on to the next. People meme on Twitter and mess around. Plenty of people meme on Twitter. Plenty of people meme on YouTube, meme on TikTok, make all kinds of jokes. The way Bandsy would have it, or I guess, I don't know, the E-Pimp himself would have you believe.
Hey, it's
that you're being silenced. You're being silenced as a man. Which is...
I honestly don't think E-Pimp has ever said that.
What are you guys doing?
Not that I've seen, at least.
We're arguing about Twitter cancellation.
Oh, nice. My favorite subject.
Go ahead and make a transphobic statement on Twitter and see what happens. Again, dude, with the Twitter. Bandsy, Twitter is not real life. Go out in the streets and say whatever fucking transphobic shit you want and then see what happens. Until you're like, oh my God, I made a transphobic joke at the hot dog stand and I was carted off by the fucking feds. The federales fucking took me in handcuffs. Until that happens, your whole, oh my God, I can't speak like a man in public is horseshit, dude.
Then you're sitting there in jail thinking, man, that tranny made a good hot dog.
Yeah. Come on, man.
You're pro Twitter then, Mike. It sounds like you're like, yeah.
Yes, that's exactly right. I'm 100% pro Twitter. Yeah. No, Bansy's fucking. He's subscribed to the Andrew Tate version of DeVry University online in regards to what it means to be a man.
I think it's Hustler U.
Yeah, Bansy's a member of Hustler U, and he's telling me that it's illegal to be a man now, which is fucking ridiculous.
Is that true?
Yes, unfortunately, we've uncovered it's true. You're if they
penis
find
has
out
been outlawed.
if they find out you're a man on Twitter, they arrest you. They put you in Twitter jail, and then I don't know, die, I guess, because it's illegal to be a
Is
man.
it because he's?
I told
Is
you
it
to stop.
because you're discouraged from saying like sexist, misogynistic shit on Twitter?
Yeah, there's a
rocking
lot
titties
of
today,
assholes on
Cheryl.
Twitter who do most of the tweeting, and yeah, you get in Twitter trouble for making
Yeah.
an off-color joke.
Sure.
Let's see, drama.
What's the point there?
LinkedIn is where I have to worry.
Holy shit.
Let's see. Hang on.
It's out of control.
Twitter, user. LinkedIn. Yes, go. You're right. Go to LinkedIn.
Where
and
are
write
you
some-
on this, Matt? Where'd Matt go?
I don't know where Matt ran off to.
I'm
Be
sorry.
right back.
I was
he-
eating a Cheeto.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, yeah. What were you saying? Where are you at on this, Matt?
I mean, I'm not all in with Banzi as far as the idea that you can't be masculine or can't have an opinion. But I do
Yeah.
agree with him that in the workplace, and it's not just being professional, I would argue men do have to watch themselves in the workplace. You never know what you say can be taken. I know Mike likes to...
Which to me sounds like you're
Wait,
talking
hold
about
on.
being professional at work.
No, but that's what sounds like to you, but that's not what I'm talking about.
What are you saying?
I'm saying you do have to be cautious to where you don't want to be familiar with your coworkers. You don't want to have a friend relationship because you never know if you let any guard down and you say something, they could report it to management because that has happened. And
So
I'm
are you
not saying
saying
that's
then-
all the time and every day in every company, but it has
Yeah.
happened. And my advice would be, frankly, if you're a dude, maybe just don't become friends with your coworkers.
Are you saying that conduct should transfer over to Twitter?
No. That's the real world scenario I'm talking about. As far as Twitter,
I got you.
you know, the idea of it, we're talking about hyperbole in the numbers game, but the idea being there are a lot of people that they live on Twitter. They are obsessed with it. And Twitter, from what people have said, Twitter has gone at them and they have essentially ruined some people's lives, whether you agree with it or not. But that's all I'm saying is, like, I'm not going to completely say Banzi's incorrect. I just don't think it is to the same impact as maybe Banzi is seeing it. Now, once again, he sees it overseas. We're in the U.S.
Where are
It's a
they?
completely different
Where's
outlook,
Banzi?
too. He's in the chat.
No, I'm saying when you say overseas, where are they overseas?
I don't know. Where is Banzi? I'm not exactly sure where he's at. But, like...
Now, what are you saying? What are you saying?
you
Like,
know.
it's not real, right? You're saying it's not a real place. Where'd Mike go?
Sorry, I was
I
looking
hear him
up something.
clickety-clacking.
They will stab you in the back. People at work are not your friends. They will stab you in the back and sell you out the
They are
first
not.
chance they get. Very few, if any, will become your real friends and want to hang out with you outside of work. And even then, they will have no problem fucking you over.
Yes.
Exactly.
But where are you at, Mike? You're saying Twitter's not a real place? Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
no, I'm just saying.
Is that
dude,
what I walked in on?
Yeah, I'm like, dude, you got a problem with Twitter? Delete the app.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't go on it. I've never understood the allure to it.
Yeah, but also, I think Banzi is pointing to something that's like, I can't say transphobic remarks on Twitter without getting canceled. You know how fucking crazy that sounds? You know, I can't fucking shit on an entire group of people publicly and not worry about my job.
Is it? Oh,
Well, I think the concern
is
is
it not? Is it not true? I mean,
Yeah,
like,
it's like-
can they?
Well, no,
say-
it's true, but I think the problem that he poorly voiced is it's the idea that if something you say can be taken that way and people take it that way, they can attack you for it. I mean, look at J.K. Rowling, right?
Yeah.
Her stance isn't anti-trans; it's pro-woman, and people attacked her, calling her anti-transgender. So, like,
Yeah.
it's just the idea that it's not even necessarily what you say; it's more or less how the people in that area take it and how they want to manipulate it and be offended by it. I think is his concern.
Is that what where Mike is coming from as well? Where it's just like, hey, as long as you know that's not your intent, right? And who cares about like these dummies trying to cancel you? You know?
Right.
Is that what you're getting at?
My point is
Is
that
it?
saying that this group of Twitter lunatics has all this power, it's bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
If you're,
you're
if
coming
you're
at it from.
connected into that universe, you know, if like you're
Yeah,
deep
I
into
was gonna
Twitter, they
say,
have more power than you
yeah.
think. For normal people,
Yeah,
they, you know, it is what it is.
I agree with it in part, only because like what I'm trying to figure out is, does it have as much quote unquote power as it does because we keep having these conversations that it does? You know what I mean? Like at some point it didn't, and then somehow we get to a point now where it's like people are getting fired over it. I'm like, that shouldn't be happening because the people who are tweeting represent less than a percentage of the people who are actually signed up with Twitter. At least the what do
the
you call it
bots.
ones, the one that are the vindictive ones. You know, the one that's like looking to get offended, and yet we've given up so much of like common sense and reason to these dum-dums. You know, that now they can do that, right? They can effectively say, "Hey, that's not right." Oh, I saw one recently. Okay, where they said there's this one cosplayer, and I think it was in our chat, Mike. There was this one cosplayer who I don't know if they were Native American, you know, but they went and dressed up as the most recent protagonist in this Prey movie, right?
Yes. 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 Yes.
And somebody
Good movie.
called her out right away and say, "Hey, my, you know, my culture is not a costume. Stop appropriating." And I go like, "Whoa, that person's looking for something to get offended by."
Yes.
You know, and yet, I would pay good money that person is not unique in that perspective.
Yeah,
Right?
they're 126 Native American.
But my attitude is that what Twitter has done is taken a lot, not all, a lot of people who have a lot of personal issues, mental instabilities, whatever have you, and have given them a platform to voice those things. And the people who are paying attention want to leverage that voice some way, somehow. And that's why we give them quote unquote more power than we need to. Because in no other situation does that thing that person said about like, you know, my thing is don't, you know, my culture is not a costume, when clearly that was the costume based on the show. They're not saying they are also that. They are not parading around in the street going like, look at this awesome thing that I took from this other culture. They're literally dressing up as that person. So Twitter has given this crazy person a voice. And the moment somebody says, hey, I can leverage that for whatever advantage that I have, smarter, obviously more conniving people, that's when these guys Twitter started getting more power. That's my theory.
I mean,
At one point, you can say whatever the hell you want on Twitter.
I think Mike is right to a certain degree that like in the real world, Twitter really doesn't have power. But if you are one of these people that are like all in on Twitter, you know what I mean? Like one of the psychos, I guess.
Oh yeah,
then
sure.
Twitter holds the ultimate power for you. If you're one of those people that like if you get banned and you lose your shit, like one of those weirdos. Like China deleted my TikTok because I deleted the app. I just said fuck it, no more TikTok.
Sure. And I think that's, I don't know. I put that down as a healthy mentality.
Like, and the only thing I used it for was like clips and shit from the stream and everything. But like, I'm not like they deleted it. I emailed them. They give me the runaround. I was like, all right, no more TikTok. We're good.
Easy peasy. But some people love that, man. I mean, some people that's what they have. It is how they define themselves as human beings.
Well, it's another
actually,
way.
No,
it's
sorry,
another identity.
That's wrong.
Politics.
Let me step back from that. It's not as human beings. It's the way they define their relevance. I think it's very somehow it's so human to want to be relevant
and liked more than anything.
Yeah, maybe liked, but definitely relevant. Liked is a component of it. Is Twitter the real world? Maybe. Only in as much as how much you define your real world. It's different for everybody. I don't care about Twitter.
I just hope my real world consists of gummy bears because I like gummy bears.
I'll say this. I wish Twitter didn't have as much sort of sway as it did.
Scottish comedian just had his show canceled for getting his dick out and calling an Asian person a P word. World's gone mad. P word? Is it the one I think? I don't know what that one is. I guess I gotta bone up on those things, huh?
What is a P word for an Asian?
I don't know.
Well,
Oh, okay. So it is the one. It's the same one the Canadians love to use.
Mike is engaged in a completely other different conversation.
No,
Dude,
no,
he's literally right now arguing on Twitter.
no.
You arguing
I
on
would
Twitter?
never. I'm
You
trying to
piece
find-
of garbage.
He's over here like Twitter doesn't mean anything, and he's like, "Fuck you, easy late 2947."
I do not. Man, I don't get. Dude, that's the thing. I don't get on Twitter.
It's the best way to never. I will advise everybody to stay off of Twitter. Like, if you're on TikTok because you watch videos while you take a shit, whatever. But stay out of the discussions in Twitter. It is nothing but just. Bleh.
Actually, let me add to that. You can be on Twitter. Just don't engage. You know, like
Yeah, watch
let
it like
it
a
be.
sideshow carnival that comes through your town.
don't
Okay,
do
here.
the thing unless it's like it's positive. Unless you're like,
Numbers
hey, that's a
time.
nice drawing.
May 5th,
Also nice.
John!
May 5th, 2022. 10 facts about Americans on Twitter. This is from the Pew Research Center. Around 1 in 5 U.S. adults, around 23%, say they use Twitter. Share of Americans. So we got 23.
That's more than I thought it would be.
Just 23% of Americans. 23% of Americans use Twitter. Which, first off, it's, all right.
I thought that was like 10%.
So
I
which
was
is
wrong.
So it's 1 in 5. 1 in 5 they're taking them say they use Twitter. But when they look at the numbers, a minority of Twitter users produce the vast majority of tweets. Among
There's
U.S.
only 7
adults,
accounts.
among U.S. adults
go.
who use Twitter, the top 25% of users' tweet volume produced 97% of all tweets. So of that
Gross.
23% of Americans, only a quarter of them are the ones that are actually tweeting. The bottom 75% of users just produce 3% of the tweets.
So what you're saying is 5% of actual Twitter users on record produce 90% of the content.
when you look at the numbers, I did the breakdown of like the average American percentage of the average American population, and what the population breaks down of the amount of populace that says they tweet, and then of the amount of that populace that actually do tweet, which is, you know, the 25% that actually do 97% of the tweets. It ends up being about 6% of the country. That's the math I was trying to figure out.
Of the ones that are using it, 6%
Yes.
of the country.
So yes, if you take the
15
American
million.
population, yeah.
If there's 100 Twitter users, right?
Yeah. So
Only
like
6 of them are actually
so
tweeting.
when I'm saying that Twitter isn't real and it's all fucking nonsense, the people that you were talking to on Twitter make up 6% of the entire fucking country. That means fucking 94%.
6% of the entire the entire country, or the entire user base?
The
Which
entire
one?
country, out of the whole country. Because of the country, about 23% use that. Of that 23% of users, only 25% of that 23% are active. So when we're looking at the United States
Yes.
population, we're looking at only like, I think it's like 19 million, something like that. It's fucking pennies, which means over 90% of the people that you see on the street, you walk down the street, you see 100 people, maybe 10 of those or less are actually engaged in Twitter. So like those are the hard numbers that we're talking about here. That's when I say
go the countrywide method. So it's like 15 million people out of 300 that are actually tweeting.
right. So when you're looking at that, when I say Twitter isn't real life, I truly mean Twitter is not real life. We're 6% of the nation. It's, if that, give or take. So it's bullshit. Twitter is bullshit. Now I know what you're saying. Online, these people writing all these articles, it gets swept up, but then it vanishes. So I think it's the illusion of Twitter power is what is.
Not if you're Epstein, am
That's
I
what,
right?
that's what I'm getting at. Yeah.
Yeah.
You give it too much power and it just ends up becoming what it is. But the moment you say, hey, no, I'm not going to believe you anymore. And the more it fucks up, the more it reveals itself to be like not real, right?
Yeah, as soon as
Yeah.
you take the red pill, you find out. That's how it works. We've all seen it.
Let's see. I only tweet
So what? I mean,
companies.
can you imagine what it's like to have a social media addiction, though? To like live and
can't.
breathe
Well, I
on
mean,
like,
that's- well,
Twitter and
It's too
Facebook
much.
and all that shit.
The
It's
second part of that is holy shit for that 6% of the fucking country.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
that's
right?
the second part of that is, oh my god, what are these people?
Yeah.
What are their lives?
Yes.
It's their business, their lives.
It's their business. It's their
those are
business.
the people that the only thing that matters is that social media.
Yes. And that makes sense because it's built for them specifically.
Those 15 million people.
Nightmarish.
Yeah, I mean, think about what it does. You know, like what social media does to you, right? Like,
Well, yeah, I
it's
would
built,
argue
it's
also.
catered for them.
Sorry, go ahead. The Twitter also has sway, like in the entertainment industry. You're also seeing politicians have moved into loving Twitter, so it does
Mm.
have its weird caveats of
It,
where
it
it could be dangerous.
it only does because somehow those people have come to realize, like, they didn't establish that rule set, right? I don't think so, Matt. Like, I think they saw it and they were like, oh, I can use that, and so it garnered more and
Oh yeah,
more sort of weight behind it. But,
but
the
the
moment the
problem.
politicians and the entertainers step away from it, it just becomes what it originally was, which is like a really bad communication tool.
Yeah, but the problem is you have bullshit politicians using bullshit Twitter, which we have established isn't real. It's all bullshit as real life. So you have policymakers making their decisions based upon Twitter shit, which is,
Oh yeah, sure, sure.
Right.
you know what I mean? That to me is like,
That's the
no.
worst part of this, is that people have bought into this 6% of the nation. And again, we're not even talking about.
Yeah.
Yes.
And of that, by the way, it's even less because if you think of it, 6% of the nation is divvied up because that's right and left and middle. So God knows what the actual numbers, the demographics are for of that 6% of people who are active users who are making 97% of the tweets for America.
The
What is that-
stats you
what
had
is that
did say it was
progressive?
mostly Democratic people, mostly progressive.
Right.
There
Here,
where it said that progressive people tend to go on
Here.
Twitter more than Republicans.
I will drop this Pew research for you guys in the chat so you guys can take a look at it yourselves.
Pew.
So check it out and see. But yeah, it did say at least Democrats are more likely than Republicans to use Twitter. Around a third of Democrats and Democratic-leaning independents, 32% report using Twitter. And as we all know, fucking Twitter is run by fucking lefties, despite what the kind of bullshit they might tell you. We know.
Well, it's also
we've seen
the
firsthand.
It's
Yeah.
also the cheapest marketing tool any wannabe business can use because it's free.
Right. But I also think that, like, I think I don't know, man. I would love to know what the Twitter numbers are in regards to return on investment. Right? What's the click-through rate? What's the
Yeah, I mean, you would imagine if you're already like a high-profile person, you use Twitter just to expand the reach. I don't know how many people have jumped, started ground level on Twitter and built a base with, from Twitter. to be
I think
honest.
Musk is onto something, man. When he's like, these numbers seem real fucking dodgy.
Well, isn't that the whole thing? Because if they sue him, they have to officially release how many bots they have
Right.
on Twitter, which is kind of a genius move if you're him
It is.
and your entire goal was to out them.
Because
Yeah,
I think it is
yeah.
bullshit. Because I mean, listen, just use your own eyes, man. Look at whatever celebrity's got 100 million followers, and then they make a tweet and it gets 10 likes. It's just the numbers don't add up, even just anecdotally add up.
Yeah, well, that's the whole thing is where he might be able to actually get away with the whole thing of going, well, you guys, when you sued me, you said that this many people were as bots, which means you've inflated your value by this percentage. Because if there's only, let's say, we're under the assumption that there's 30 million Twitter users and there comes out to only be 10 million, well, you've just made 2/3 of your market share that much smaller, which would be fraudulent and
Right.
inflating the value,
Yeah,
essentially.
You've also, you've
And
defrauded.
basically embarrassing as fuck, like
Yeah, it's embarrassing as fuck.
Yeah,
But
you get-
yeah, it's also illegal as fuck because then that would mean that they knowingly or not were charging
Okay.
for services not provided.
Okay, Banzi, you hit something a little bit on the head, but you're a little off in the thinking. So Mike is saying only, 3% isn't a large population. I believe there's only less than 2% of the population are trans.
Oh, right. Yeah.
what's going on?
And homosexuals are, I think, around 5%.
Yeah. Now that's what he was saying too. He's saying a while ago they were at 3%. Now they're at like 5 or 6, I think. But so there is
also
something to be
that-
said about
that
that
also
because we are putting a
changes
lot of
via the
energy into the
demographic.
trans movement. Well, I think the country itself, also how I would like to know how we do any sort of proper statistics in this country. Like, does that accommodate illegal immigrants as well? Like what's involved in these numbers? Because I got
Right.
no fucking clue.
Well, I don't think they're in the business of telling you.
That's a good point.
Let's see. I'm looking to see. Well, I'm looking at this article, February 5th, February. This is a Gallup. But again, that's that's another thing about these polls, right? Even the Pew one, the Gallup. These numbers are. They try to get them as best they can. Survey people, question people. It's not exact, man. A lot of these questionnaires, they're self-identifying. Like, so you have to. It's not like these researchers are watching individual. Generally speaking, they're not watching every single individual.
Do you know if the U.S. Census has shit for like transgender and homosexual and shit on it?
Dude, I did the U.S. Census in 2010. I actively witnessed my coworkers fibbing the numbers and making shit up because they didn't want to have to bother walking around door to door. So they just fucking was filling things out. Also, I myself had to guess. I had to guess because I walked around some areas that were mostly inhabited by most likely illegal immigrants who did not want to open the door for anybody working for anything having to even remotely do with the government. So, knocking at, the Rodriguez house and fucking you hear like shuffling when I'm like, Census Bureau. It's fucking, you could hear people leaving from the window in the back,
Yeah, the problem was Mike came running to the house screaming, "La migra!" You were sending mixed signals, Mike.
They call me the Iceman. He was clacking his teeth together
for some fucking reason.
I heard this guy biting his teeth outside the door.
Mike the Iceman's getting a nest of illegals.
You could make these jokes on Twitter. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Most of the U.S. statistics are.
That's why I don't go on Twitter.
Here, let's go. So, this Gallup poll, LGBT identification in the U.S. ticks up to 7.1%.
Cool. There's more of them.
They're
growing.
Yeah. LGBT identification has been stable in older generations, rising in younger generations. That's what it was.
Yeah. Well, is it because it's a bit more acceptable now?
Sure. It's. I mean, I don't want to say it's a fad, but it's culturally fun now.
I'll say this, and people are gonna hate me for it. I would say, coming out as being gay,
it's lame now.
Is far less as a fad as coming out as being trans.
Trans is the new hotness.
Yeah. We've very much popularized young children coming up saying they're trans.
Listen, being gay now, old hat, dude. Who cares about
Boomer.
that? Yeah. No, the hotness is being trans or non-binary.
Yeah, or if you just straight up make up a gender.
Can you make up genders?
Sure.
You make up pronouns.
Yeah, who's stopping you, baby?
We're now just getting custom tags on Twitch, but I can make up my own pronouns.
Oh, you can make up your own pronouns on Twitch?
I always knew Maddie was a Zay.
You can make up your own. I'm a Zayzem Zers. I represent no one.
Twitch. Sorry, Mike, but fuck that platform.
Yeah.
My favorite platform in the whole world. Oh, here we go.
We're now just getting custom tags.
Here, someone was breaking down the poll, the Gallup poll, and generationally. So when we're talking about it's 7% of the nation, it's 3% of the nation. American adults who identify as LGBT in 2021. The Gen Z is 20% of Gen Z is what we're talking about.
I'm technically a millennial. That makes me vomit.
Millennial, yes, millennial, 1981 through 1996, being born. That is 10%. So if you see somebody around my age or younger who isn't a Gen Z, let's see, 1997, that would make you what? 27 years old? Is that what that is? Hang on. No, what
25.
the fuck? 25. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, so if you see anybody who's from my age to around 25, give or take, there's 20% likely you're talking to somebody who likes the taste of all kinds of genitals, baby.
It's probably.
Is that going to keep going? It's doubled from millennial to Gen Z. So does that mean the generation Alpha, which are children right now, anybody born from, I think it's anybody born from 2004 to now. It's going to be, what's that, going to be 40%?
Hope so.
This is gonna be fun, man. Yeah. So like, listen. So you know, to circle back to the e-pimp himself, Tate, Andrew Taint. I don't know if you could stop this, man. I don't think you could stop this whatsoever. I think society's just going where it's going, man. Oh, Eric, we also talked about how studies are showing that testosterone for men is dipping, at least in America, 1% per year, and it has been for the last like 60 years or so.
Good. And it had it coming.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like.
Hold on, America.
I don't necessarily disagree that there's nothing that you can do to stop it, but like I said, the rest of the world isn't acting the same way. So at some point,
Empire's
something's
fall,
going to happen to, you know, yeah, exactly.
Matt thinks we're going to get conquered.
Yeah.
I think
It's
at
our
some
turn.
point, if we don't, yeah, I think it's in the cards. Not now, but,
I hope soon.
well, you come to my door, motherfucker.
I hope very soon.
Empire's fall.
I'll treat you with some cookies.
Sure. I mean, what was the last empire that fell?
You consider the Nazis?
No. Come on.
I don't know.
World
I mean,
control.
was it Rome is the biggest?
Rome. Okay.
It's a little far.
That's some time
British?
ago. I mean, but England is still going
Soviet
strong.
Union, yeah.
I mean, the British lost some of its
Wouldn't-
territory for sure, but it's not. But like, I mean, that's modernization, right? I mean, you know, Jamaica was
Yeah,
like,
but
yeah, no
then-
thanks.
You have to go define what fall means, right? Was it as strong as it once was at its height? The answer is inarguably.
I mean,
no,
but like,
right?
if
Well, no,
if
I mean,
that's
I
what
think an empire
America's
falling
if-
means the empire
right.
doesn't exist anymore.
Right, but like if America, the empire falls, quote unquote, the same way the British Empire did, then honestly, who gives a shit? I mean, there's fucking England is still fucking, the pound still kicks the ass of the dollar.
You will give a shit, my friend.
With what? We lose Hawaii? I mean, and, you know, we
Well, I
lose
don't really care
Guam.
about that.
I don't.
Well, so we
and also
lose a
you
bunch
have
of
to-
meth head.
I think
I've
right now
seen
we're
Dog the
using
Bounty Hunter.
examples of like people seceding, right? Like it might not be that. It might not be. You know, we might not be a world power anymore, in which the dollar is not the, what do you call it? Is not the point of reference for the entire world, right? In which, you know, everything that we have, everything that we own becomes devalued as it moves into like the Chinese currency, right? There's different ways, right? So it's not just the one definition of like losing kingdoms and losing territory. It could be that when we set the gold standard, we do, the value of the world is surrounded by the dollar, we might not be that anymore.
Yeah, listen, that could very well happen, but that could have always happened.
Yeah, but
Yeah, that's what we're
That-
talking
what-
about.
Yeah.
yeah, what is that? What does that
Yeah.
even mean, Mike? I say we need to wage war in every country bordering us.
That's it.
Canada and Mexico.
That's how we do it.
Take them over.
In 20 years, South
Uh,
Americans will just walk on over and take North America.
No, we'll be
What
far too
happens?
powerful again by then. We'll have already taken them over.
And
See, what we
20
need to do is just start taking over anywhere that's close to us. For instance, I don't like the fact that Canada's in between us and Alaska. Take them over. America beat V2.
Well, it's about time.
I think they had it coming.
Maybe if America brings some freedom to Canada, we'll get
Thanks
rid
for
of all
the-
those racists.
Thanks for the subscription, Mom. All foreign territories, military bases, rampant inflation.
Well, your mom is so supportive.
Bill, what are you posting? Bill, what's that meme that you post about the black people and having sex with white people? What's that?
What the fuck?
I don't know. I just saw it. I thought it was ridiculous. I was like, I cannot not share this.
I have to look now. I didn't see that.
I didn't get it. I'm like, is it a joke or like what's the joke?
I don't know now. The joke is that
I saw
people
the
are
priest one.
angry because they're race mixing.
People are not angry because of race mixing.
Yeah,
According to the meme.
yeah.
Well, it
if you
depends on the
say that,
people.
you're not really in tune with the cultures.
Well, in tune with 6% of fucking Looney
No,
Tunes
no.
on-
There's an issue amongst black ladies with black men dating white women.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Listen, I've
Yeah,
heard of
there's
that.
a big problem there in that culture with that. I mean, I don't get it, but whatever. Sure, they have their arguments.
South America, have you looked at Argentina, Brazil, and Chile? They ain't taking over anything. Don't forget Venezuela, Yoji.
We'll take them. They've already been hurt by communism enough. We'll just take them under our wing and make them America, Venezuela.
How much oil do
Who's
they
on a
have there?
moped right? Who's on a moped in the background?
It sounds like
right
somebody's blowing their grass or cutting their lawn or something.
Just my chainsaw.
It's
Doing
chainsaw
some
man.
trimming.
We're more likely to be taken over by Canada. Get the hell
Yeah,
out
not
of
with
here.
Trudeau at power. The little fucking bitch.
now? I like that
Oh, I
guy.
see what you're
He's the
saying.
right kind of crazy for me.
You only like him because he does blackface.
Not
Yeah.
just that, but yes, that's near the
He
top.
loved his rendition of Aladdin.
Yes. Totally found it hilarious.
Better than the Will Smith movie.
I've never seen that because I don't like Will Smith as Genie.
I saw it. Well, it was okay, but it's the same as the rest of
Replace
them.
Robin Williams,
Cinderella and fucking Lion King. You're basically
Shut
watching
your filthy mouth. Lion King was a fucking.
you're watching a
The
shitty
movie was
of
good?
course.
you're watching a shitty cover band really of a better movie.
You
A real life
garbage.
cover band.
Yeah.
So you love the Lion King real life version, huh?
No.
It's Eric's favorite. He loved how stiff
favorite?
those animals were.
He watches that in Paddington too.
They were too fluid.
Paddington
In the
2 is
animation.
good.
I liked Paddington too. I did. I liked them
It's
both.
it's a joke in that Nicolas Cage movie about Paddington too.
We're more likely to be taken over Canada. I mean, Korea was taken by Japan pretty much without a fight, even part of China. How dare you, Banty?
Yeah, part of all the crazy gun nuts having weapons is why Canada won't overtake them. You know how many people in the UP of Michigan have military level arsenals? And that's right on the border.
You know, any foreign nation try to take us over, it's going to be like Vietnam all over again, except in
It would
America.
not be easy for them. Yeah.
It would not be easy. Yeah.
Would be interesting. There's that game. I can't remember what it's called now. Where Korea takes over or invades America.
League of Legends.
Korea.
Not League of Legends.
That's the
Homefront. Homefront.
The
Koreans
Japanese
died
finally
3 years
took
ago.
over. The Japanese finally took over, but it took them a couple hundred years.
Nikki, get out of here while you can. These people are talking crazy.
I
Oh,
came here to
boy.
say hi to you, Eric. I miss you.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Well, then stick around because I'm here.
No, I'm only gonna stay for like 10 minutes. I don't have I gotta do other things, but I just saw everybody on here and I wanted to be like, hey.
Hello.
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 We're talking about the potential downfall of America, the empire that is America. I think it's not going to be that
Oh.
bad. I think it's be a-okay.
Hey, Banzi.
I think because we're on top, it's going to be the greatest fall ever.
Maybe.
Listen, I think
Nikki
we'll all
has
be
opinions.
long
Clearly
dead
she's got
if it
opinions.
happens.
It's going to be a twin tower level fall.
Uh-oh.
Nobody thought those buildings would come down.
It's the Titanic all over again.
So what you're saying
Yep,
is that default is
Titanic
going
too.
to be an inside job?
Jet fuel can't melt steel beams. Yeah, who knows, man? Just you're probably right. We'll all be dead anyway, so fuck it. Good luck, future generations.
Yeah, tell him. I blame Korea for taking over by those inbred royals. He's talking about Japanese royalty. He's talking about the emperor.
Yeah.
Hey, does
Are they
Japan
inbred?
does Japan still have an emperor?
Yes.
Oh, gross. That's stupid.
Why? Why is that stupid?
'Cause
You
come
just shit on an entire like people's culture.
Yeah, no, that's dumb. It's
Mike's not in love. Does not like my monarchy.
no. I've shit on every monarchy.
Yet you were crying at Prince Harry's wedding.
I don't even know who that is.
You-
Was he?
you-
Which one is
He
he?
was crying at
Is he
Isn't
the
he the
bald
one that
death.
married Markle?
Is he the bald one or is he the other one?
The one that married Markle, I think, right? That's Harry?
She's pretty sexy, that Markle.
Oh, she's an actress. She was on, she's Deal or No Deal, wasn't she?
I don't know.
Oh, she made.
Yeah, she was.
Did she make a deal?
And she became royalty. Perfect.
Oh, she
How
didn't get to
long
make those
before-
decisions. She just had to
Oh.
hold the briefcase.
Oh, how heavy was the briefcase? I'm asking the questions that matter.
Yeah, right?
I'm talking about Korean royalty. Does Korea have an emperor? No. Right? I don't fucking know.
Oh, why did you say it so dramatically just now? No.
No, they can't. No, they mustn't. No, I'm serious though. Yoji, does Korea have an emperor? Like, do they have a god emperor like North Korea? Best Korea?
Maybe America needs an emperor.
Ooh, boy.
Swing things up a little bit. No, switch it up.
See what you
You
walked
had
into,
one.
Nikki.
I know.
You just call her
I'll be
Wookie?
gone soon, it's fine. Nikki? Oh,
I heard Wookie.
Nope.
You see what you walked into, Wookie?
Wookie?
Ah. Nikki, make the noise.
What?
See what you walked into, Wookie. See what you walked into, you
That's
fucking
not
Wookie.
Wookiee.
Oh, no.
Oh, you're so stupid.
Korea had royalty, but they were either killed or chased out. Oh god. Yes, they claim divine right to rule. Oh boy. Fuck them and the horse they rode on. At least Yoji's also
I like
anti-royalty.
No, listen, I liked it. I like the idea. Come in there, God King.
You know, the
Should set
Hawaiians
up
had
shop.
royalty, and all it did to save them from our imperialism. The Hawaiians were like, yes, we have a queen. And the Americans were like, yes, okay, we have your island now. Welcome to America. Some of the Hawaiians are still pissed about it to this day. They're like, we were a sovereign nation and a sovereign people.
Mike's done intensive
Tell that to
interviews
Puerto
with us.
Rico.
Yeah. Isn't it weird that we kind of own them, but like not quite?
Yeah, it is weird, and they're
Puerto
like,
Rico?
I know several Puerto Ricans who like, you know, family, friends, mothers, and shit live there. And I guess it's just a weird situation. Like, there's half the society wants to be their own state, and half wants to be a state of the U.S.
That's a great commonwealth right now.
It's a weird situation.
Yeah, we also own
That's what it is, man.
there's
They
also
dismissed our
another,
people's
there's another
powers.
little bit of land that we own out in the
Guam.
Pacific. Is it Guam? It is Guam.
Yeah.
But also one of the islands that the Rocks people are from. One of those Polynesian islands. We also, that is in Hawaii. We also fucking own.
Really?
Yoji, you know what I'm talking about?
Well,
Samoans?
Samoa,
Don't know
American
the
Samoa.
Samoans.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. I love the fucking
Wait,
Bale
we
nose.
own parts of Samoa?
Guam.
I
Bail.
said
Okay.
it first, motherfucker. Jesus Christ, give me some. God damn it.
Marshall Islands, Midway Islands. Oh my god. Yeah, how come we don't conquer things anymore? I think
Because
that's
of our
right.
lack of masculinity.
I can't say offensive jokes at work anymore. Twitter's gonna cancel me. Masculinity
All I
is
did
over.
was say, look at those yams.
No, you gotta say it the right way.
Good, Nikki.
How did you know I was getting ready to do it? Now you fucked me up.
Okay.
I'll do it randomly. I was getting.
Do it now. No pressure. Do it. Do it.
Banzi said Russia just tried. Look what happened.
I mean, tried, they're still trying.
Are they
You
still
can't
there?
count 'em out
Have they
yet.
not gotten the hint yet?
Matt says.
Russia's really trying to go for gold.
Matt says you can't believe mainstream media because they're lying to us about the Russian invasion.
I think
What should
mainstream
we-
media lies to us about everything,
Yeah.
that included.
Matt, what'd you say about Russia? They're winning the war, and we're being lied.
No, I said
winning?
I said the corrupt Ukrainian government is allowing the Americans to funnel billions in while Russia commits war crimes by the hundreds.
That sounds kind of
Well,
conspiracy
that's a
theorist.
mouthful.
I mean, they are. Russia's doing really nasty shit, bombing shopping centers and women and children. Doesn't really matter to them right now.
Yoji says Russia isn't much of an empire. They're too corrupt and falling apart to be effective.
Bold statement.
No, speaking of Russia, they're looking to amend their constitution and remove the right to free speech from it.
Russia?
I like where this
They
rush
had
is
that?
going.
Yeah, I thought state
I
media
know,
ran
right?
everything.
Surprising. Yeah, one of the arguments is that, well, we've only had 2 periods where there wasn't state-controlled information, so we might as well get rid of it.
Yeah, I mean, but who actually thought they still had that to begin with?
I know,
Russians.
right?
Yeah,
Probably were like, what? We're taking that off?
we had that. Wait, you guys were getting
Yeah.
paid?
We
Yeah, I didn't think
entertained
there
the
was
idea of it?
necessarily freedom of speech.
They either had it on paper.
It's listed somewhere.
USSR is
Not
in there.
anymore.
Printed.
Eraser. That'd be funny if they don't even like enact a new bill. They just white it out.
I mean, they could, and by they, we mean Putin.
Yes, with his special whiteout pen.
All right, now Nikki, do it.
No.
It's your cue.
What is she doing? She's gonna start barking.
Something about yams, right?
Yeah, well, you were
Look at
gonna
those yams.
teach us how to hit on women properly.
Oh, I could. Let me just crack my knuckles on that. Apparently, I still have it.
Do it.
No, I was trying to say, look at those bags, but say, look at those yams, just like Maddie said, and I can't get it back. And like, you know, I was ready
Look
for
at
it, and then
those
Eric
fun
was like, say
bags.
it.
Look at those bags. Well, the moment's passed. It's okay.
Yeah.
Nikki, how do you
Yeah.
feel? Nikki, how do you feel about
Mhm.
masculinity?
Nikki, do you like your men masculine?
Masculine, like in attitude or like body?
What?
As in like toxicity.
Oh. What?
Like
I don't have.
Nothing. Sorry.
he's like, well, I like muscles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Do you like your men looking like dudes?
Oh.
Dude bros.
I am a huge fan of. We all know this. Elder,
Oh,
like older. My guys have to be older than me. And I just like them
Right.
with like tighter black shirts and apparently either like longish
So-
hair or bald. So
Simon Cowell
Big
is
Mackey
what she
style.
described.
Simon
but-
Cowell.
Simon Cowell,
Simon Cowell, Gordon Ramsay.
he's got Gordon
Professor
Ramsay.
Mackey.
You know, if
Yeah.
he yells at me a certain way, maybe. I'm just kidding.
Ricky Gervais.
You know you're not kidding. That's the part where you just kind of you tried to laugh that off, but you're not kidding.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Is there a yelling component to your love language, Nikki?
Yelling?
Yelling and choking.
Like, you know, when somebody yells at you, somebody's
Yeah.
dominant.
Just gonna turn my camera off.
But you had it on.
I
It
had
was
it
on.
on. Yeah. Hello.
Guys, Nikki's taking her top off. You guys can't see in the chat.
Yeah. I'm getting Venmo'd just to do it.
Only if you subscribe to Nikki/OnlyFans.
Maddie, I hit my 300 follower.
Only
today.
if you subscribe to
Sweet.
Hustlers University.
Hustlers.
We'll show you how to make more
H2.
money.
Hew, hew, hew. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
What are you doing, Nikki? Why do you have so much free time? What are you avoiding right now?
So much. I just had a really bad day at work, so I'm just decompressing right now before I start dinner and laundry and hanging
Bad
out
day at work,
alone.
right. Hang out with us for a little bit longer than when you had planned. I bet you it won't be as bad.
Why?
Oh.
Oh. I tried to sign on to Twitter yesterday to
Oh
send
boy.
you like a. No, I don't ever go on. Remember, I was gonna delete it, and Kennedy was like, "Hey, on there," and he would send like fun pictures, and I was like, I haven't been on Twitter in so long because I got a new phone, so I never logged in. But I
think
was
that's
gonna
for the
log in
best.
just to do like a funny, like a cute little gift to be like, "Hey, hope you're well."
Kennedy, how often do you post on Twitter?
Daily. I have a sickness.
Every day?
No, not ever. Hold on, let me see. So I'm not lying. Stand by.
Maddie, how was
Mm-hmm.
Spider-Man?
Spider-Man's fucking awesome, dude.
Cool.
It is. You know how good it is? I have already beaten half of the game.
Yo, you
Including-
were like for
Do that.
3-4 hours.
Wait, it's been out for 3
came out
days and
to
you're
beat-
only halfway?
Ha!
So I haven't had, and here's the thing, I haven't had a lot of time. I don't get a ton of time to game, but I had some time this weekend, and all the time I had was put into Spider-Man.
Priorities.
I love that game.
Oh, dude, the PC version's so good.
Yeah, parts of that game made me tear up, man. Like a baby.
Yeah. Well,
You're
it's
such a child.
Yeah,
the last
that's me.
time I played it, I've only ever played it on PS4. 'Cause I don't have a PS5, so
Same.
like,
I haven't. I never.
Like I beat it twice on the PS4,
I just stopped.
and then I'm on my third playthrough now. It
You have
does
a
not
PS5, Nikki?
include the Miles Morales shit though, which is a little disappointing.
Oh, you got to buy that separately, I guess.
I guess it's coming out later this year on PC,
You know,
which is cool.
You know, comic book nerds on Twitter get into fights about Miles Morales and Peter Parker.
What about him?
Well, some
Who's got the
say,
bigger peen?
Spider-Man.
some say,
I'm saying.
Miles Morales
Some say.
isn't Spider-Man.
I
And
don't know if
then-
that's the voice that they use,
But
but I
she's
get what you're
black.
saying.
yeah.
Wait, what is his like actual comic
Hi,
backstory
Eric.
for how he gets his powers?
Skull Bash.
Kennedy.
Kennedy, I'm just gonna keep calling you Kennedy. Is that okay?
Fuck me if I know, dude. I think it's same. I think it's the same thing, right?
Kennedy.
Yeah, he's bit by a spider.
No Skull Bash.
So now, are they just looking at it from the loyalist of the character, where Peter Parker's the only Spider-Man for them type thing?
Yes.
Well, I guess I can understand that if it's just like I don't give a fuck who you're saying is Spider-Man. The only Spider-Man for me is Peter Parker. type
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. When you
Yes.
talk to a normie who Spider-Man is, what is the answer you're gonna get?
Miles Morales,
Parker.
Miles
motherfucker.
Morales, baby.
Miles Morales, Academy Award-winning Miles Morales.
Well, isn't it
Miles-
generational too, though? Like
can't-
Miles
I had a-
Morales
had a
is like
stroke.
this generation
I
Spider-Man.
had a... You okay?
Nah, I don't think so. I think
Come on.
Miles is a good character, but his issue is that he's lumped as a Spider-Man and not as his own character. Like, think of some name for him, goddamn. You're the
think-
house of ideas.
I think his name is Spider-Man, you fucking racist piece of shit.
You know, I think what it
Mr.
is
Spider-Man to you.
it's Peter Parker is the Spider-Man. Miles Morales is a Spider-Man, and there are a bunch of different
Yeah.
Spider-Men and women.
Yeah, because he wasn't he also from like the Ultimate Universe or some
Yes.
other universe too. So it's all that mixed up as well. You know,
He's from the non-racist universe.
There it is. Okay, that's heads up.
a universe where Eastern Europe doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, because like, yeah, no,
Basically.
Again,
to
So long, Captain America storyline.
to Yoji's point, there's a bunch of different Spider-Man. Scarlet Spider, Kane, Spider-Man 2099.
none of them count.
I like Spider-Man 2099.
Sure,
That costume
There's
is
only
cool.
Miles.
and they're all
Or as I said
Spider.
earlier, Marlers.
They're all Spider-Man in their own way, but the Spider-Man is Peter Parker.
So wait, are you one of those deniers? Are you a Miles denier?
Me? No, I'm not, dude, I don't care, man.
The Korean Spider-Man called the Spider Venom. I mean, how many Spider-Men are there? Because I own Into the
Fucking
Spider-Verse and have never even watched it.
What?
You have to watch it, dude.
I know,
You
I've-
owe it to yourself. If you enjoy good movies,
Dude,
you
I've-
owe it.
I've
to
got it on
yourself.
4K and everything, and it's just,
Bruh.
I know.
Dale.
I got it a little bit ago on sale, and I just haven't had time.
Bill's alright. Bill's alright.
Unbelievable.
He'll come back.
Hey, man.
Unbelievable.
No time. Wish I had time.
Spend
fuck you,
16
buddy.
hours a day playing a Spider-Man game.
Well,
No.
What?
More like
I like
6.
that, Nikki. Well,
It's also one of those movies that I want to watch with my wife. So schedules and such.
Boo.
Yeah.
Buddha marriage. Boo.
Marriage, boo.
Boo is marriage.
Does she like movies
so,
like that?
Yeah, that's why that's one of those ones I gotta wait for. Like if it's a fucking
yeah.
horror movie, I could watch, without feeling guilt of any kind. But like those type movies, I know she's gonna dig.
I still haven't found a good recent one. I'm.
Nicole Gonzalez, do
the
you watch
Black
movies
Phone
with
is
Joe?
on Peacock.
Is that
Yeah.
Nicole's last name?
Yeah, Gonzo.
Hmm.
Like the Muppet.
Nicole Anna Maria Gonzo.
How dare you?
It's not
I
Anna
know-
Maria.
It's not Anna Maria. It's after my my grandma's name.
It's Nicole Esteban Gonzalez.
Nope. Nope. Still not that. What is it, Nikki?
Idalise.
Nope, that's not true
nope.
either. Tell
Is
us
that
what-
the real
no.
one.
Is that with a at the end?
It is. No, my grandmother's name is Idali. My mom added an S at the end. Idalise.
Okay.
That
Needless to
Spanish
say-
king. That Spanish
Should
king
have added a
really
Z.
jacked you guys up, man. Senor
Needless to
Lispy
say,
really
me-
jacked you guys up.
I have never been allowed to write my initials on anything I own.
Why?
What?
Oh, because it's
This is the
it's
Spanish
NIG.
king.
It's NIG,
Oh.
Yep.
which
My parents
is
did not think that one through, and I was like,
yeah, not
cool.
not
I
great.
Maybe they did. They just didn't care.
Imagine Nikki's
Yeah.
imagine Nikki's playing like she's at the arcade. It's the '90s. She's
Oh,
playing
that's
this Ninja Turtles
you get like
game.
the highest score.
Yeah,
on
she's
eSWAT.
putting
That
putting
would
her
suck
initials in,
so
and then sure
much.
enough, dude, NIG, and then somebody behind, a couple black guys behind her, they start cracking their knuckles. It's
Yeah.
beatdown time.
Depends on the beatdown, I guess.
Well, see, you really gotta feel bad
Nikki.
for George Ginger Adamas below her. Think about it.
Guadalupe,
Oh god.
Nikki Consuela Gonzalez,
Mike wishes I had like a very standard hard Mexican name.
the most Mexican name.
The most.
The most
What do you mean? You
Mexican.
have Speedy Gonzalez's last name. What's more Mexican than
No,
that?
Yeah,
that's not
Gonzalez
allowed.
is enough for me.
The Gons, dude.
Yep.
Yeah. When Joe's going down on her, she's like, "How you like that Gons?"
Nope, nope, nope.
No.
Well, now you
Is
have
that-
the
okay,
opportunity
just
You
to
like
explain.
that?
Just between us and who's ever listening, Nikki, do you call it the guns?
I don't call anything the Gons.
The
I think
Get
you
ready
Okay.
for the guns.
She does now.
the guns.
I do now.
Are you gonna try
When
it
she's
out
going
later,
to
though?
those appointments, she's getting the guns taken care of.
Nikki's gonna walk up to Joe in like 10 minutes. She's gonna be like, "Hey, you want some of this homegrown guns?"
Oh my-
He just got home. I'll let you know what he says.
He'll know what it is too. You watch.
Let's see.
I was listening.
No, I'm gonna mute. I'll be right back.
Oh boy. She's not coming
you know
back
how
for
he
at
is.
least 6 minutes.
At
No.
least.
Anyways.
Eric, did you know Nikki's lover looks just like the Thing from the
Yeah, dude, he's Vic
2003
Mackey.
2003 Fantastic Four movie?
Mackey stuff.
Oh, thank goodness it's not the 2012 like the remake of the Thing, because I was like, oh, that's a bad look.
Tall and
That's a
bald.
creature.
He's got nice arms.
Vic
I like
Mackey?
bald men. I love bald men.
And a black T-shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Ricky Gervais.
You're listening. Ready? Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Ricky
Whatever.
Gervais,
Bill Burr. Bald, but
Bill Burr,
Well,
Gordon
I
Ramsay,
don't know.
Simon Cowell.
I don't know if I
Oh.
can get down with Bill Burr.
you just think about people wearing
Uh,
black
Joe
shirts.
Rogan.
Yeah,
Joe
everybody.
Rogan,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Uncle Joe Rogan. Hey, what's Skullbash? What was he doing? He just swung by.
he's listening to the conversation. He's like, I got nothing
Oh.
for this thing.
Capri Sun recalls thousands of pouches may contain cleaning solution.
Oh, dude, you'd be clean inside. Why would you recall that?
Also,
Hey, Alicia.
it might not be
Alicia?
the first time. You know what I mean?
Drink up, kids.
That's the anti-COVID Capri Sun.
Chug a
This
lug.
one's
A la
called
Trump.
stomach lining punch.
You know, it's just a test. It's like the Tide Pod thing.
Ah.
Yeah.
What's your favorite flavor of cleaning solution Capri Sun?
You could really taste the bleach.
I got ammonia.
Hey, don't you, if you mix a bleach and ammonia, don't you get a mustard gas?
Yeah, you get gas, but don't do it in your bathtub.
Yeah, somebody said.
Just don't do it.
Somebody said their dad was in their basement once cleaning out the kitty litter box and was cleaning it with bleach, and they found him passed out on the floor. On the floor, and apparently he blacked out
Yeah,
when he
that's
was
gonna
cleaning
do
it.
Nikki's gone off and tested that Fonz theory, you guys.
Yeah.
She better have.
That'll happen.
I love art. Well, me too, Drew. Me too.
No, not that much though.
I appreciate it enough.
You have an appreciation, but I don't know if it's love.
Damn.
Unbridled
He's
love.
questioning your passion.
My passion.
Passion.
Hey, Bill, you dating a Spanish woman yet or no?
No.
Are you allowed to date a Spanish woman? You're people.
I am allowed.
Only a big
You're
booty
allowed.
Latina like AOC.
Is she? I know she has a great hit, but I don't know if she has the ass.
Yeah, I don't know if she's got
I
a
don't
great
know.
ass.
That's a great question.
She's definitely got a bartender's rack.
Hmm.
That is
Hmm.
true. But yes, I am allowed. I was in a situation with one a few years
Situation?
back.
He
But
kidnapped
it
her.
wasn't.
You guys sound like you're in prison.
we were both taken hostage
It sounds like
together
you
at a
guys were on a
bank.
mission.
No, we
Yeah.
weren't.
It sounds like you guys were sent off on a secret
what was
mission
it, this-
together.
Yeah, on that Discovery show, Alone and Afraid in the
Naked
Jungle, or
and
whatever its
Afraid.
name is.
Naked.
Naked, alone, and afraid.
No, we were just genital smashing. There wasn't anything beyond that. So
Just that.
She called him Putin in the bedroom
yeah, and
just for the
and
spice.
I'm looking.
for
And
the
since I'm looking to move back to Bulgaria anyway, there's no point.
Bill's blowing this popsicle stand.
Oh yeah, dude, they keep implementing laws that would get my big mouth in trouble one day or another.
What are they implementing?
Are they repressive masculinity?
Yeah, they're repressing masculinity over
Well,
there.
first their
First.
income taxes are like super high, which is one issue. The other is that this year they implemented a yes means yes law,
What was that?
which means that it does what it says on the tin, that if a woman decides to falsely accuse you of rape, you just might get canned.
Damn.
What? Well, how does
Celibacy
what?
is the
That's-
only smart move.
I don't get it. What is it? I'm lost. Walk me back.
Okay, I put it up.
If
Yeah,
you're a
was there a-
womanizer and a woman doesn't like the fact
It's
that you're a
a-
womanizer and says something, you
It's
get
an
in trouble.
it's a consent bill named only yes means yes. So unless you get a specific recordable yes I consent, then there is no implicit consent. Like
Or are you
throw a
having to
social
walk
cue-
around with like a contract or something?
They
Like-
give you
You
a.
should get
the,
your own contract, bro.
the government issues you a talk boy, so you got the evidence.
You should
Yeah,
get your
just get
own
a puppet.
contract and
Is that
make
true?
them
Wait,
sign
wait,
it
Bill,
before
you're
every
not
time.
kidding. They're actually trying to implement that, or they have
No,
implemented that.
It's in. They've implemented it. I can't find where's the
Sexual
date of this
consent?
page?
No problem. It's just like that.
Yes,
Credit
talking to my Macaulay
card.
Culkin signed walk boy I've had for 30 years.
Credit card, sexual consent. Hello,
Doesn't
my
take-
name is Bale, the father.
No problem.
Fuck, I have to pee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, they just keep implementing dumb shit like this. I'm like, you know what? You're just giving me more reasons to leave, and I'm already on my way.
So it's not really that big of a deal since you're on your way out already. So
Yeah, I'm just dodging stupid.
well done.
Because a lot of the
Good job,
Western
Spain.
bullshit is also penetrating here in Spain. So you can bet your ass that in a couple of years' time, there's going to be some bitter bitch that's going to be like, you know what? I didn't explicitly say yes, so he raped me.
Well, I
and
wonder
there's
why
also-
they made that and like have people who have been raping been able to skirt around because hey, it was implied. Is that what it is?
The specific law was implemented because of a incident in, was it 2016? There was this mass, I don't know if it's a rape or a gangbang, of some Romanian broad on a beach. Actually, the beach is nearby where I live.
Were tickets sold
What?
out?
So yeah, the person's, it has, you have to have explicit consent. Otherwise, you know, silence does not equal consent anymore in Spain.
Has it ever?
Yeah, I think that was
I
the
don't know.
golden rule at all times.
I don't think that was a thing that you could sidestep just because they were quiet. It means it's
Yeah.
consent.
If she doesn't say anything, you're good.
I don't think that was ever a thing. I don't know why they needed to make it more explicit. That's why I'm asking. Like, did people get around that by?
I've
It
brought
was
my
because
recording
of-
device. Do you
It's
want to
because of
fornicate?
this. It's because of this old rape / gangbang on a beach, and they put it in.
If you
Yeah,
want me
no,
to
I
stick it in, I'm
people-
gonna need to say yes, baby, on record.
Yeah, because how you gonna prove it? And you know, one of the biggest problems for me is beside the high taxes is that they don't have like actual freedom of speech here. Like you cannot make fun of religion or their royalty, or you get thrown in jail.
Nobody really does have freedom of speech. That's fucking.
Damn, you
that's
can't even make fun of
overrated as
religion.
sh-
No, there's
That's
a rapper here
overrated
who
as
has like
fuck. Freedom of speech.
That's
a
crazy.
local rapper here in Spain has been in jail 8 times for making fun of like either royalty or religion in one of his rap songs.
I mean, is he like intact? Is he just over here like, Christ's a real dick? Am I right? This fucking guy.
I haven't checked out his song because it's Spanish music, but
They
it's either
were
you can just
righteous what
throw
they
out
did to him.
You can throw out like a random joke about royalty and then get thrown in jail. It's like, no, come on, bro.
Yeah, dude, about royalties, the craziest thing of like, you made fun of us. Uh-huh.
Is that a real thing?
Here, yeah.
And the bill.
Yikes.
He had to explain to me what the what is it? No means what? What is it, the bill?
Yes,
Yes means yes.
There's in like the reason why they implemented it, apparently, Michael, because you missed it because you were emptying your wee-wee,
Yeah.
We
was that because there was some weird Romanian, there's something that happened over there in the beach, on the beaches.
Bang,
Right?
bang.
And I'm like, was it ever like, so before when people were just quiet, they considered that consent? Your country is gonna
Yeah,
have.
I think the Spaniards got some problems,
She's not making any noise.
right?
She's not
it's
making any noise, you guys. She's
Uh-huh.
passed out from. We
Just what I
tranked her with-
thought. Silence means love.
We trained her with enough shit to knock her out for the next 17
Yeah.
hours, Bill.
And when you look at me getting into tech and the income taxes start at 19% here, by the time I'm like a mid-tier developer, I'll be paying like a third of my income in taxes, and
You
I ain't
guys,
about that.
Do you guys have free healthcare?
Yeah, do you get to go to a hospital anytime
kind
you want?
of. I mean,
Can you
yeah,
have
yeah, but
birth anytime
there's
you
those-
want?
I don't know about that. I've never had birth, especially anytime
You've
I
never, not with that attitude.
want. Yeah, there is free healthcare, but there's a huge waiting list. I've been waiting for an appointment at the optometrist for 2 months now. And
He's
my
like, "I'm
dad has
going
been
blind."
waiting. My dad's been waiting for an appointment with the, I don't know what's it called in English, like some close equivalent to a physical therapist for like a year and a half now. So, well, it's free. It comes with its caveats, which I am not a fan of.
It's free but unaccessible.
Okay. No, not that it's inaccessible, it's slow to get to when you actually want.
It's
to do
free, but by the
something,
time you get there, your injury will surely have killed you.
Oh yeah, if
Or
you have
healed,
like I
or
had-
healed. Don't be so negative.
Yes, or healed incorrectly, and now you have a limp.
Speaking of injuries, my dad has sleep apnea and he had to wait a year for like an appointment for a sleep study so they
Ooh,
can give him a
guys,
CPAP.
Nikki's
By the way,
back.
sleep apnea
Nikki-
is stopping breathing in your sleep.
Nikki's back and she is
Yeah.
glowing right
Yeah,
now.
her hair looks like it was freshly pulled.
Somebody, oh my god.
Somebody
Shame
was
on her face, she's
sparkling.
glowing.
Somebody got the Fawns work. I mean, the Gons worked on.
It's the Fonz. It's Arthur
Fonz.
The Fawns is the
Gonzarelli.
backward hole.
Oh, this is
No,
no.
no. Somebody sent
You
me
look great.
Yeah.
Holy
You are-
mackerel.
Yeah.
Good for
Somebody-
you.
somebody sent me
Yeah.
something off my wish list, and it's an outfit, and it looks pretty
Oh,
cute.
boy.
So I tried it on. I was
Oh,
like,
boy.
oh, okay.
It was lingerie.
You were
Yeah.
perfect when you were muted, dude.
I know. The whole time I was muted.
It was
when I
Bill
saying,
Nash.
No, no.
And Bill Nash sent her lingerie.
Yeah, yeah.
And she
Yeah,
put it on for
when a
Joe.
woman tries
And
to
Joe
talk-
said, it's clobbering time.
It's Gonzo in time.
Stupid. Joe doesn't know how to take photos, though. Let me tell you that much. I was like, here, want to take a photo of me real quick?
He's a dude.
He's taking it
Yeah,
from
I
the
know.
fucking bottom up. You're getting all you're getting all under chin and shit. He's doing
like,
that
I'm used to
intention.
taking
He's doing
photos
that.
on the escalator.
He's doing that on purpose. He doesn't want anybody thirsting after you, Gonzo.
That makes sense. Ooh. Cool.
Shit,
Dawson
you ever
liked
been
the
to a
way you
U.S.
called me
emergency
Gonzo.
room? Unless you're dying, you're waiting for several hours, even if you're heavily bleeding. That's true.
Yep.
Who's this? Who's this?
The ER. ER is a
US.
nightmare.
Yeah, but it's not months. You'll be in the.
That's true. It's
you
not
know,
months.
You'll be taken in within that day.
Yeah.
You'll just be waiting 8 hours.
Unless
Yeah,
you
my
go to
rather wait 8
bad
hours
practice-
A year.
unless you
my
go to a
dad
bougie,
fell.
hospital.
Yeah, or if you got money. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a private healthcare, and then you don't have to wait. You just walk in.
Yeah, well, that's because you're
Yeah,
paying those
my dad-
motherfuckers.
Yeah, my
Ye-
dad fell at work and he
Ouch.
cracked a bone in his arm like a few years ago. We waited for 4 hours at the ER.
Yep, I had to do that once. I fractured my ankle. I had to wait for about 4 or 5 hours as a kid in the ER. That fucking hurt, man. They didn't give me pain pills or shit. I'm just like, yeah, fucking.
Yes,
Suck it
my
up.
dad. He just sat there. I mean, you were a kid, you'd heal faster, but my dad is in his 50s.
Yeah.
That old fuck.
Hey, I'm in my 50s, motherfucker.
Yeah, well, you better not break any bones, old man.
Not in Spain.
You're in your 50s? Hold on, what?
I'm like 52, 53, Nikki.
Wait, you're giving a range? You won't even give your exact age? 52,
Yeah.
53.
Yeah, she's got to guess
Oh,
it.
is my...
Woof.
You stop counting after.
Eddie.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, well, you gotta remember, she really digs older dudes, so now it's...
I got a
You're
black
looking
shirt
at
and bald
old
right now.
one.
Well, they
You're
do.
looking at-
They do call-
DEFCON 5.
They do call Eric
She's dehydrated.
Filipino Michael Chiklis.
Oh,
That's not true at all.
Filipino Vic Mackey.
I'm okay
It's
with
the
it.
theme song.
Filipino Michael Chiklis. I'm out of here.
Running around doing Filipino Mackey shit.
Don't leave.
It was a Nickelodeon
Kennedy
show.
looks 28 years old, says Banzi.
Hey, there's a photo that Bell County Comic Con used of me with my coach proportions and my arms crossed, and I'd never realized they used like the extra veiny filters on my forearms.
Nice.
Somebody else
that.
put that on. That did not
There's
exist.
veiny filters?
Give him more veins.
Yeah, give me those veins. Because I'm vain, get it?
This photo isn't masculine enough. More veins. I want you to taste the testosterone looking at this photo.
No, you can't. It's being repressed.
And not on Banzi's watch, it ain't.
Fuck no. He'll kick in your door and give you masculinity. Or you will take it.
Banzi and the notorious E-Pimp himself, they're saving our society one masculinity at a time.
Mash.
You guys
Listen,
post
teach a
some
man to
really
fish.
spicy pics.
He'll
on
fish
this,
for a lifetime. Give him a fish,
memes
and then
on
I
Adults channel.
Aikido kicked him. I do love his Aikido kick talk.
No,
Always a
Master
keto.
Cola. Well, he doesn't do it anymore, but Cola Skovash and I just send random women to each other on DMs on Instagram like they're Pokemon.
Gotta catch it.
You were
on my-
part of
Actually
the
sent
problem, sir.
Skobash. I sent Skobash one like 2 hours ago. It's like, hey, look at this broad.
Woo! Gotta go. Gotta work on my cons.
Hey!
I gotta gon this up.
Gons this up?
This Gons ain't gonna Gons itself.
I want someone to tell me that when they're about to take me. I'm gonna gons this up.
I'm gonna
Big
gons up
Mackey's
this
gonna
gons.
guns himself.
Thick Maggie. Keep it veiny, says Banzi. Eric, what are you working on right now?
His gons.
Starscream.
Oh,
Which version? G1?
Sort of ish.
Combo.
Or is that a redundant question?
Kennedy mixes it up.
Yeah.
He does hybrids.
Yeah, like
What about Beast
hey, that
Wars
looks
stuff?
kind of like G1. Definitely not none of that Beast Wars shit. Hey, more power to you if you like that garbage. But excuse me, more power if you like that version.
Aren't they making
It's
a
how
Beast
it was
Wars movie?
introduced to Transformers. Oh,
Yeah, it's a
they
sequel to
tried
Bumblebee.
I
They
hope so.
tried to make... Wait, an actual movie? I know they made a
Yeah.
animated series that doesn't look very good. The comic looks
Leave
even
down,
worse.
Get out of
No, they got a movie coming out that's
Okay,
a
okay,
straight up
okay.
Transformers
Robots.
movie. It's a sequel to Bumblebee.
Bye.
Dude,
Bye.
bye, Gonza.
Bye, Gons.
Dude, the Beast Wars Megatron voice is like the perfect rendition of it for me. But yeah, that was my introduction to the Beast Wars franchise. It was not the Beast Wars, the Transformers franchise. It was Beast Wars.
You're stupid. Your introduction is stupid too, Beast Wars.
Yeah, no,
That's
there's
what
gotta
we
be
had
a,
on TV.
there's got to be a whole group of, I guess, millennials, right? That's what Bale is, who grew up on
Yeah,
Beast Wars.
so are you.
Yeah, I know. I know. So is Matt.
Yeah.
Hey, listen. Your introduction to Transformers was not Beast Wars, right, Mike? Right, Matt?
I mean,
no,
if
no,
you
no.
had local television.
I was old enough to I don't know if I was old enough to
You
see it
watched
in
G1,
theaters.
right? Your introduction was Optimus Prime getting blasted.
I didn't see it in theaters, but I saw it as a
Yeah,
kid.
I saw it on V. I think I read, Blockbuster
Yeah.
VHS style. I think I saw,
into it.
Optimus Prime first.
See, Bale, you fucking loser.
Let's see.
So we
You know
had
what's funny?
dude, we have
I
3
saw
channels.
Optimus
Come
Prime
on.
and Predator first.
What?
We'll say that again, Matt. You got lost.
I saw Optimus Prime, or at least the guy who does the voice for him in Predator first, because he does the voice for Predator.
Oh, that's cool to know. That's interesting.
Which
Guy's got
Predator?
range.
Like Arnold Schwarzenegger Predator?
Hey,
Yeah,
thank
the
you. Hey,
Predator's
Travis.
voice is done by the dude who does Optimus Prime's voice.
Predator just clicks and clacks. That was Peter Cullen?
Yep.
Peter Smashing?
Hey, Mira.
Yeah, whatever the fuck his name is.
Yo, man, nice style.
Yeah, that was him.
Thank you, Stray Dog.
Yo, man. Nice style.
Yo,
It's a
man.
nice style, man.
Man, Nikki's leaving here to go talk to Liz. Liz has
Yeah,
been
and my
streaming for a
next-
while, dude.
The next Transformers series I watched on TV was the Energon one with the kid
Oh,
that
what did I-
whose
Hey,
character
it's
Oh,
more
she's back.
gone,
Was-
dude.
Gotcha.
Was there a-
She-
Was there a different show, or was the Beast Wars always part of Transformers? I feel like there was another knockoff.
There
Beast
is
Wars
a
is-
there's a continued season. No, the Japanese made their own like spiritual successor.
GoBots?
That was like the design was
It was
more...
something,
no,
yeah.
That one never-
What,
It-
GoBots?
They made like a... I don't know if it's
Stop
like a
trying to say
second
GoBots,
generation or
Mike.
something.
Stop. Power.
Go bots, go bots, go!
Is
But yeah,
that the
they
fucking
did
chant?
they did make one.
I don't think so.
I never watched it.
They did make one, yeah.
Yoji says, yes, it was Peter Cullen.
He's the man you want. He
As the
makes
Predator?
the clicks. Yeah,
He made the clicking?
yeah.
No, that's Cosby.
Fuck, I never knew.
Bill Cosby.
Bill Cosby as the Predator.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna
That's
try
something else. That's something else.
it.
I mean,
Soldier
the man
Boy
is
says
free
he makes
now.
a strong drink.
The Transformers continued in Japan. The U.S. version fizzled out after season 3. The comics went a little bit longer. Yoji,
That's
do
cool.
the Japanese still like Transformers, or are they over it? You think?
Isn't it
Over
a
it,
Japanese
man.
Listen,
brand
I know
to begin
Yoji's
with?
going to come up with an answer, but why is the Yoji the check-in point for
As soon as
Chinese
Michael Bay
Japanese
touched it,
Transformers?
they were over it.
Yoji is he's the mouth of Asia.
North of Asia.
He's got his ear to the ground. He's a man of the people.
In Asia.
All people,
Right,
specifically-
in Asia.
specifically fancy Asians.
Hmm.
What about the jungle?
As
agents?
opposed
Is
to
that
what, Michael?
John Morris sector?
Yes, the John Moore sector of Asia.
Do you guys see the rated R Ninja Turtles coming?
What? Is it
Yeah.
top?
What now?
It's topless.
I don't know if it's animated or real time, but they have a rated R Ninja Turtles movie coming out.
You see full frontal April
Awesome.
O'Neil.
I
Yeah,
appreciate
full
the fact
Ninja
that there
Turtle
is a
wham.
rated R Ninja Turtles movie coming, but I also appreciate the fact that Matt called it rated, like animated or real time. Real time to me
Yeah.
is the new thing that we're going to start using.
Real time. Yeah, I
You're
heard there was a
welcome.
scene where April O'Neil is spread eagle and Michelangelo pulls a
Nope.
tampon out of her to use as a weapon, like his nunchuck.
Yummy.
Nope. That's
Splinter was there.
Michelangelo because he's got the nunchucks. Get it right.
His new weapon is now a big black dude.
How dare you,
That would be Leonardo or Don.
Leo? Yeah. Transformers come and go in popularity, like the Turtles, and any other entertainment, like the Power Rangers.
Go Brave.
Speaking of watching stuff, Cola, how are you on your anime watching? Where
Dude,
do
I
we
haven't-
leave off?
Man, I haven't watched anime in
I
ages.
have no. Also, you're prime for one of those loosely organized recommendations and then streams.
Yeah, it's been ages, man. I watched one episode of Fooly Cooly the other day, but I didn't finish the rest.
Wait, the second
Hmm.
second season?
No, the first episode, first season, Fooly Cooly.
Wait, didn't we watch that?
No, you might have watched it. I didn't watch it though.
Oh, I watched it, but you didn't get on. You didn't get to it. Okay, I think
Yeah.
now I remember. We were talking about it, but we were about to get into it, but we just couldn't.
said F your recommendations.
It's actually an Austin recommendation.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never fooled or cooled, but oh, you know what I watched for the first time? Totoro.
Yeah. No, Totoro. I haven't watched it. At least I don't remember watching it. Maybe I watched it as a kid, but I have no recollection of it.
It's weird as shit, man.
Cat bus, dude. It's cat bus.
Cat bus. Yeah.
Like imaginary creatures and visiting. I was about to say invading, but
Invading.
visiting these little girls.
Yeah, the
I can
spirits
tell
of the
you're a
forest.
full-blooded American now.
Spirits
And
of
the
the
girls
forest.
fell asleep on its belly.
I will sub like next week. Like next week. Why? Because you're too poor to afford $4.99 today.
Who did that? Hey,
hey,
Kabong!
everybody.
36 months, dude. Thanks, baby. That's 3 years, man. 3 years of Kabong. Kabong support. Thank you. Thought Miyazaki's best is Nausicaa in the Valley of the Wind. I haven't seen that one. I've only seen Totoro, Spirited Away, and Howl's Moving Castle.
Oh, that's the only ones you've seen.
Yeah.
My favorite is Pocoroso, the one with the pig pilot.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen. How many of these goddamn movies are there?
Quite a bit. The guy
That's
has
too
been
many.
at it for years.
The only thing I know
For
about
a
that
while,
dude.
Michael.
The only thing I
You
know about that
haven't
dude is
even
when he
mentioned
shits on his
Princess
son for being
Mononoke.
incompetent.
You know
Oh,
what?
God.
That kid had it coming.
Well, he sucks. Apparently, that most recent movie they made was garbage. Is what I was told by
I mean, after your
fans.
dad repeatedly says your movies are garbage, then it might
Oh,
get
you're
to you at one.
Oh, you think it's a self-fulfilling prophecy?
Especially when your dad is fucking Miyazaki of all people.
Spirited Away is second. Ponyo is terrible, but visually amazing. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary to you, K-Bong. Thanks again, bud. Yeah, the last one was shit. It was like CGI, right?
Yeah. Miyazaki also said he's making a new one.
I heard he's
Yeah,
dusting
that
off the
dude
old
keeps
samurai
coming
sword.
out of retirement. Yeah. Nope,
Hmm?
that's not what he said. But I mean,
He said like one
Close.
last go or something.
One last ride. He's like he's
Bad boys for life.
Is he gonna? Is the story of this new film gonna be about family?
Yeah, I was gonna say he's Vin Diesel. He's the Vin Diesel of Japanese animation. Family.
I don't know how many times that dude's come out of retirement, man. Like the animation Hulk Hogan.
He's animation Ric Flair. Woo in Japanese. I don't know what woo is in Japanese. Yoji, do you know?
You speak for all fancy Asians.
Yeah.
Rich.
I could see Yoji spitting at a Japanese person.
Why?
For what they did. For what they did to his people.
Oh.
The royal Japanese.
How much trouble would Yoji get into for spitting on a Japanese royal?
Probably a lot. I mean, depends on where he does it. I think if he does it on American style, he would get in trouble.
What if he does
on
it?
Korean style? He's probably.
What if he's
gonna
at the
be praised.
What if he's at the Korean embassy and he's practicing, dude? Like, he's fucking Korean
He's
John Wilkes Booth.
practicing.
Like he's got a
practicing to spit
spittoon
on
and he
people.
just gets better and better. It's like an anime. He just practices,
My
practices,
spit will
practices,
travel for miles.
and then he fucking pegs him with a loogie like across the street and runs into the Korean embassy.
Might get away with it.
Oh, look who's back.
I'd end up in jail.
It's fucking Gonzo. It's Gonzo o'clock, baby.
No, guys.
Weird pegging. What happened? No, I was kidding.
It's old Gonzo O'Rourke here.
I'm like delayed with my chores tonight, y'all.
Because you're hanging out with dum-dums like us, Nikki.
Yoji says, I'd end up in jail. And Asian jails are not cushy like U.S. jails. There was a Korean patriot
Cushy?
there was a Korean patriot.
Tell them about jails, Nikki.
There was a
They're
Korean
cold.
patriot who killed the U.S. governor of South Korea and China. They put up a statue of him
I'm
at the
sure
train
you've been in
station.
jail, Nikki.
Look.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I haven't messaged Kennedy in so long. There he is.
Don't do it. I'm big on Twitter now.
Oh,
I can't be caught.
it was gonna be on Discord.
are you messaging?
Hey Nikki, is it true you can't fit your sex jeans anymore?
Dude, I have to
Hey,
get.
do you have sex jeans?
Yeah, her sex
Yeah.
down.
Fuck, tell me. Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Tell me about sex jeans.
Mike!
Don't look at me.
No, what do you mean?
Well, tell them all about it. Eric, the year was 2002.
Yeah.
No.
All right. All right, go.
All right, yoga pants. Ooh, I hate you.
Yoga pants.
Come on, Yoji.
Okay, go.
Yoga pants, easy
Yeah.
access in the back because yoga pants are like tight, so you know.
Okay. All right. I get
That's
that.
it. That's it.
That's not sex jeans.
Yeah, it is because I wear them to have sex.
Yeah.
Sex jeans. All right.
But they're not. They're not jeans though. They're pants. Oh wait, I thought Mikey said pants.
No, I
sex
said jeans.
That'd be uncomfortable.
No, you just gotta get that flexi denim.
The fake.
All right, so you wore it primarily for function, right? You were like,
Yeah,
I
but
can't
not
be bothered
anymore,
taking
'cause-
these all the way out.
Too big.
Yeah, now they're baggy. Defeats the purpose.
Yup.
Her vagina?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
dare
What
you.
are we talking about?
Her coochie is
sorry.
tight as a drum.
Okay. Well. It's been
Cooch
fun.
tight.
Really, Bansy?
Mm.
That sounds painful.
There are the jean strippers that go all the way back. What? I don't know what he's talking about.
How do you Google that? Jeans long zipper? That sounds weird.
You're gonna get it though. See? It's there. It exists. Found it.
Whoa. No, this looks uncomfortable.
Oh, cheddar cheese puffs, cricket flour. Oh man, oh they're already putting bugs in our food? I guess so. Well, they're already putting bugs in our food. Banzi, how
The fact that
masculine is
there
it
are
to eat
more
bugs?
ingredients in this than Nicole has surnames is ridiculous to me.
What happened?
Try to bail.
She understood me.
Yeah, quick, call him a racial slur.
Don't do that. He gets off to it.
It's his cake.
What is the last racial slur that you used, Michael?
Ha.
Hmm.
I'm really surprised he has to think about it.
I'm really trying to
He's
think.
pretending like he didn't just hurl one in traffic this morning.
Nah, I'm not a road rager.
I am.
Oh, that attitude.
Yoji, what was the last racial epithet I used? Yoji knows.
What is he, like the fucking cloud on the Super Mario game? He's just following you around with a fishing line wherever you go?
Yeah, he knows what's up. Jeff Bezos wants Amazon's lord. Don't know. Damn.
Is that gonna suck? Is that gonna suck?
Oh, well, according to YouTube and Twitter, it's gonna suck. Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power.
I have heard nothing from the dwarven lady. I mean, obviously these are like collected snippets from her interview. She just leans into the diversity thing really hard.
I mean, that's the default,
And there's-
though. Like, every
Mm,
movie or
mm.
TV show that comes out, they just, I don't think it's sincere at all, you know? I think maybe at some
Yeah,
point it was
yeah.
sincere. Like, they truly, like, were
Yeah.
actually trying. At this point, I think it's just marketing.
You think it's just a thing that they say?
I think the
Yeah,
marketing...
no, Lord of the Rings really did parade them out, though. It wasn't just like, here's some of our stars. It's literally, here's our diverse stars, and that's all they talked about.
But they did the same. The
Oh.
Obi-Wan show, they did the exact same thing. They had Ewan McGregor making the rounds, talking about, same thing.
Does
So, like-
anybody find his interviews boring? Because I do.
I've never watched one, so
Yeah, because they're so fucking boring.
yeah, haven't even thought to watch them. Yoji says it's gonna suck.
Gonna suck.
I'm not. You know what? I've only ever watched the movies, so like I can't call myself
All right,
like
what
a.
did Nikki send me?
I read the original books
What I got?
way long ago.
Oh, I gotta go work on my guns.
The Gons.
Look at
Wax
you,
and Buffer Night.
hubba.
Yeah, no,
Turn the microphone off real quick.
no, I think maybe like 2016 or
excited.
so when the diversity stuff
That looks great
started.
on you, lady.
Thank you.
I think there were actual people who gave a crap about this kind of thing. But these days, man, I think it's all
What,
insincere.
Nikki's photo? Oh,
Yeah, Nikki's toe pics.
How do you guys feel about Daredevil being a lighter tone in the Marvel universe?
I mean, yeah, we saw that coming.
then skin-wise, or
No, how can you get lighter? Dude's British or Irish. No, like it's not going to be as dark and brooding as the original series was.
oh, listen, Matt, you and I have gotten heated arguments about this thing.
You think
Are
the
you
Marvel
for-
version's going to be terrible?
Are you for a lighter tone Daredevil?
Me,
Or
not
is that-
necessarily, but it's not
Yeah.
going to necessarily kill it for me. I really enjoyed the original series, so
Yeah.
obviously, like, I would love to keep that tone. But
Yeah.
it depends on what they do with it. If they Marvel it up, and if it's going to be lighter by default because it's getting the Marvel treatment,
Yeah.
that's one thing. Because more often than not, it's backed up with decent dialogue.
Yeah.
But if it's just goofy, that's going to be a problem.
It's gonna be goofy. You know that, right? It's gonna be goofy.
Hey man,
Yeah,
we've gotten into arguments. I can't be pessimistic on this channel. I've already gotten into arguments about Blade. I don't want that shit happening again.
That's right, the Blade argument.
It was-
I think they're
I don't
gonna.
know, man. I hope for the best. I mean, you've got. I would
Who's
hope
this
they
Nikki
bring back
window?
some
It's
of the
really
original people.
distracting with this dress.
Jesus.
Switch away.
Scooch
It's a-
away.
Where do I go?
Uh,
there.
Yoji says, "Fuck Hollywood, fuck corporate America. Diversity for everyone but Asians and Asian men." Well, I feel like Asian dudes have got their share. Maybe not as
Yeah,
much.
too
right?
much.
I mean, they got what'd you get?
Oh, sorry.
You got
Where are we?
You get that one movie,
you got Simu Liu doing his thing.
Shang-Chi.
Yeah. You got
Hey, what's
the
up
same
with that
person.
actor, the guy from Shang-Chi, always like
that dude's a
saying shit
weirdo.
on Twitter? Yeah, he's losing his mind.
He gets nuts.
I
He's
love
part
it.
of the 6%. He's part of the 6%.
does that
I
mean?
love to
Nuts.
watch those people degrade, though.
Yeah, he's wacky, man. He really.
I have to say, Yoji, a lot of the movies I watch are Asian men because I watch a lot of martial arts movies.
Hey, listen. You left me
turns out-
behind. What is part of the 8% mean?
Oh no, the 6%.
How many people are on Twitter
Yeah,
from
the
the
Twitter
real world?
the
is-
Twitter lunatics that we were talking about earlier.
Oh, the Asians.
Which-
There's way too many.
If we just say 5%, it's like 15 million people.
Yeah.
Who post 90% of the content of the supposed 30-something or 40-something million on there.
You guys are nuts.
Bring back Affleck. I missed the 6% reference. Oh yeah, too. It's what Matt just said. We did the rough estimate of the people that are terminally on Twitter, and it's pretty. It has to be ruining your mental health. Tweeting like that.
You know
all the
what?
time.
I like the unrated version of the Ben Affleck Daredevil, but only the unrated version.
You know what? So like, I think with Blade and with Daredevil, I think they're gonna make it so that
Oh, just getting upset.
no. I think
I'm not in on this one.
I think how they could make it work with Blade is that you could get pretty violent as long as it's non-human violence. Like that's what the difference.
Yeah,
between PG.
if you're smart, every time you can behead them, you can cut off limbs, but they have to turn into like fiery death particles or some shit.
Right. Yeah. As long as it's not full of blood and gore, you could actually skirt past the ratings.
Which I mean, for me, it's like the first Blade opens up with a blood rave, so I will miss
Right.
that.
They were vampires in the Blood Ray both, right? So, are we saying that's the line? They can't be human-esque.
I think
Humanish.
it's.
Well,
I
yeah, I
think, it's
think
just
you
blood.
can be as violent as you want
Humans.
if it's if it's CG and it's not blood CG, so it's automatically more cartoony than that.
Right.
So you can get away with more. Like if you look at your average PG-13 movie, like they can go pretty hard, and then if they're going against creatures and shit, I mean, look at Lord of the Rings. Those movies
Right.
were pretty hard considering.
Yeah. There lots of stabbing but there wasn't any gore.
Yeah, and the gore that was there was like orc black blood.
Yeah, it was orc goo. So it
Yeah.
really, yeah, they were able to kind of skirt the line. So I'm
Which
guessing
you know
that's
what?
they
If
would
you
do
make the
with Blade.
vampire blood black, and you can get away with maybe having some. I mean, but we're also in the era of like the Hannibal TV show was on NBC, and that shit was
right.
gory. Like, why are like there shouldn't be? I don't know. I feel like the limits of violence are weird nowadays. Like, we live in a world where fucking school shootings are happening on TV, but we're still they're still
Right.
like, well, violence in movies, man. It's like,
Yeah,
come on.
that.
Yeah,
And
fair.
violence in video games. I'll tell you this as a foreigner. You guys, specifically, not just US, but the US specifically, have always had this weird
It's
approach
Puritan
towards
bullshit.
yeah, it's straight up Puritan, especially in today's day and age. I don't know how you still keep it up. Because you have shit like
Shut your
Chainsaw Man in
filthy mouth,
Japan.
foreigner. Oh, sorry.
Because you have shit
Don't
like
talk about
Chainsaw Man
Blade.
that
You
is-
should have learned from me.
that is extremely bloody and gory, and it's in shonen manga, which is aimed at like 14-year-olds.
Here, yeah, I
And
mean,
it
it's
made
just weird.
gangbusters.
Like, I do feel like we do have a weird, like, well, we can't be too violent. We got to be PG this or what. It's like, dude. I mean, come on. Is anybody fucking innocent nowadays? Like, if you're old enough to process these movies, you're already old enough to be seeing vile shit. Like, let it be an escape.
You're talking
Give
about like
people,
in the,
you
within
know-
the range, right? Within the PG/R/NC-17 range.
I think we should have moved past that by now. Like, we are in the age of basic cable. You're now allowed to say fuck on basic cable. Like, shit's moving more and more towards the let's be less censorship as far as language and stuff in that industry. So I don't understand why there's still such a big deal of like, we got to make this PG-13 for market share, man.
And here's another fun part. Movies that you have that are PG or R-rated, in Bulgaria we get them as PG-16.
Look at you,
well-
country full of fucking degenerates.
Well,
Look at
dude,
you.
well, R-rated is just 17. now,
Raping people on the beaches.
right?
No, that happened in Spain.
That's why you guys get consent laws, you assholes. Congratulations.
I read a story that said
You
it was
made-
Bulgarian
you made Buzz
immigrants
Lightyear
vacationing
rated
in
R.
Spain.
You made Buzz Lightyear rated R, you assholes. Congratulations.
Bro, Buzz Lightyear, from what I read, was heavy enough. It didn't need rated R.
You know, I plopped my kid in front of that movie a bunch of times, so I don't know. I feel awful.
How dare you expose them to LGBT propaganda, Eric? Unbelievable.
You do know two aliens kiss, don't you? Oh.
Unbelievable.
That's what people focus on with that movie, not because it was poorly made. That's a,
Nah, dude, the
it's like-
movie is like, from what I've read, it's an existential crisis that he's having.
Oh God.
it is. It is.
It's
yeah,
a heavy
it really
fucking
is.
movie, bro.
Mhm.
Why would they
No,
like?
I mean, I've sat there long enough to go like, this is not a kids movie. You know, he he tests. Here's the premise in the beginning. I don't know what it ends up turning into in the end, but like the beginning is that he's testing a warp drive or a faster than light drive, right?
Yeah.
So every time he
Lightyear.
tests it and comes back, people around him are getting older to the point where one of his close friends now ends up, you know, dying and leaving a message
Interstellar.
for him the next time that he comes back, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, why did you make this for kids? First of all, why did you use this? Why did you use this fucking vehicle to make it? Why did you use Lightyear, right?
Wait, you got kids. Have you watched The Good Dinosaur?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Dude, that whole movie has like black and white Vietnam flashbacks of the
What?
dinosaur's father dying.
He's
Like,
on
Are
literally
we
his
watching
father
this
di-
game, The Good Dinosaur?
It's the Pixar one that came out. Maybe it's a different name. Maybe I fucked that.
No,
up.
no, it is the good dinosaur.
No, I think you're right.
Is it
I
good?
think you're right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the father
Maybe.
dies in the beginning, and then throughout the movie, the kid will have black and white flashbacks of to his father dying and falling into the water.
Oh, I thought you
That
meant
sounds like
literal shots of Vietnam.
Oh
I'm like, I
no,
don't
that
think
would
we
be
watched the
awesome. I'd be
same-
all in on that.
I don't think we watched the same Good Dinosaur.
No, no, but he
Oh,
just has
that's
like
the one I
black
wanna
and white
watch.
PTSD flashbacks, dude. It's crazy. Like throughout the movie.
He was getting on the last copter out of Saigon.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you know, I mean, the subject matter is pretty of Lightyear is pretty deep. Not just even the visual. Like, how do you expect a kid to understand that every time he comes back? And you know, when you
He's
watch
going into the
behind
future, sweetie. That's all.
whenever in the behind the scenes they talk about, you know, the filmmakers talk about how they tried to get the quote unquote rules right, and you're like, why? It's a cartoon. This is what you guys have lost
Well,
the fucking
I mean,
pulse, you know.
We all know that I'm super right wing, so because Tim Allen wasn't in it, I was boycotting it from the beginning. And then I heard about that
knew it.
homosexual kiss, and well, that just secured it. No child of mine will ever watch that.
Yeah, well,
I actually think
if
it's
you
on
didn't
Disney
enjoy
Plus, and I
the-
want to watch it.
It is
can
on
go
Disney
through
Plus, that's
the-
how I'm watching it.
the Good Dinosaur or Buzz Lightyear, you can always go with the, what was the full name of that? The Toaster movie?
Which
Brave Little
the
Toaster.
Brave Little- Yeah, doesn't he commit suicide at the end? What happens in the end?
Yeah. Yeah, it's also
I
a
like how
depressing as fuck movie.
Bale just giggled through that part. Did he commit suicide at the end?
Bale laughs.
Yeah,
Man, it's one of his favorite jokes. You should have seen what he did when Anthony Bourdain killed himself. This guy was in hysterics.
He's
Doubled over.
giggling.
Tee hee hee.
I guess soup's done. I actually have several times almost bought the entire series of No Reservations because I loved that show.
I never watched it.
Dude, it was really good. Like, it was more than just like some chef go. It was
Yeah, that's what I
legitimately a good television product.
That's what I
Was
thought
that
it
the
was.
show where he just visited locals and just ate and drank with them?
Yeah, he would go to like different countries and try the cuisines
that
and
was
shit. It
awesome.
was, yeah, No Reservations was a really good show.
Yeah, because like you said, he wasn't just some chef walking around and parading his skill. He was actually talking to like
Mhm.
not even
Getting
restaurant
drunk
owners. He
with
was talking to like
locals.
yeah, he was talking with like shepherds and workers and whatnot, like the actual locals that are like, you know what, listen here, but here's my grandma's secret recipe.
Yeah, yeah. It's and, like there was also a couple episodes like his episodes in Vietnam were really interesting because he goes through like Laos and he talks about the landmines and shit that are still left over and I
Taken out of context could be quite the phrase.
what?
Yeah,
His
but
episodes in Vietnam.
how dare
Oh.
you?
Well, he shouldn't have had those. No, I enjoyed them. How
Oh,
dare
the
you
guy
twist
made a
my
great
words,
Yeah, but after all that, he fucking
dude? There's
Yeah.
rumors that was all over Asia Argento too.
yeah. You
In
know,
Asia- No, really? Is that true?
yeah. 'Cause
Yeah,
she, like,
rumors are they were broken up and he saw photos of her with some other dude and like just kind of lost
yeah.
it. And there was also rumors of him relapsing at the same time. So he was, which is really fucked up because when he was still with his ex-wife, like she's the reason he like got back in shape and like because she was I think a jiu-jitsu like gold medalist or some shit.
Yeah, he was not just training jiu-jitsu. Bourdain was competing in jiu-jitsu.
So yeah, so here's Wilson. He got into jiu-jitsu and then he hung himself. So guys, jiu-jitsu
Don't do
is bad.
jiu-jitsu.
It's bad. You'll kill yourself if you do it. So don't do it.
The same.
It's like
that
watching
same
the Ring
type of-
video 7 days later.
Weird connection that you
Yeah,
just did.
the second you hit
Here's
that,
the
Matt,
stupid part. That type of connection was the same connection made when they initially proclaimed that red meat was causing heart problems.
It's true.
Yeah, that's not that's not a joke. It's actually true. Like the same with salt and fat. Specifically with red meat, but salt and fat is more like there was
Listen,
more.
I love fat. I'll eat a good stick of butter every now and then.
Just the butter, like as a
As
block.
just like ice cream, it melts in my hand and I get to lick it off.
Boy.
don't they have deep fried butter in the South?
I'm fucking sure they do. They have deep
What
fried
the
ice cream
Why would you have deep fried butter?
because Southern people don't know what a diet is.
Apparently, they don't know what a kitchen is either.
No,
Hey,
they
how
cook
dare
in
you.
giant
Come on.
steel drums outside.
Yeah,
What do you think
Yeah,
a
they do.
craw boil is?
we gotta feed him some. We gotta give him some crawdads.
Here's some of that crawfish now. Come over here. I would like to visit Louisiana, at least the nice stretch and maybe the couple graveyards. They have historic graveyards there. They're crazy. They're supposed to be haunted.
Oh, I want to go to a haunted graveyard.
Yeah, dude, Louisiana has a couple of them because of all that, voodoo magic.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, my sister is in Louisiana, and she went into some shop, some antique shop, and the lady that worked there told them not to touch anything on like some specific shelf because it was voodoo shit. And
Oh,
her,
boy.
her friend just ran out of the shop.
What a pussy.
The Jesus in her told her to
They were
leave
like,
immediately.
we ain't touching shit. We're out of here.
Who is that? Oh, Alicia. Thank you for the follow. You think Nikki's ever touched a voodoo doll?
I kind of want to get a
He's
Shrek
got
in
many
hand.
names for her. Nothing.
I
The
thought we were
Gons
calling it
knows
the
bad
Gons
voodoo
now.
juju. Yeah. You
He's
messed
got
up,
a
Mike.
lot of different names for it.
This is why Michael can't be an E-pimp. He can't remember the names for his ladies.
Man, I'm gonna have to fucking
Yeah.
drop out of Hustler University.
Yeah, you're never going to be an E-pimp. Stop trying.
Shit. Dishonorable discharge from Hustler University.
Okay, so I did the one there was a video he posted about Hustler University, and apparently if you don't pay your membership, they put you in Hustlers University jail, which you have to pay the 2 months to get out of jail or some shit like that. And if you don't pay after
I
90
thought you guys
days,
were
you're
fucking kidding
you're
about
banned.
this shit. What is
no,
this
it's
now?
all real.
Andrew Tate.
No, what is it?
Fucking his version of
just Google
Derived.
him.
First of all, who the fuck is Andrew Tate?
He's some fucking huckster.
He is a American
Hey, Liam.
British person who lives in Romania who's rich and has recently flooded the social media waves with his videos and his appearances on podcasts.
Yeah. Yeah,
You would
he's,
probably love him.
Yeah, his gimmick is that there's a. He doesn't say this. Obviously. This is my summation from what I get, but it seems like his whole shtick is that there's a war on traditional quote unquote masculinity, and
There is.
But he's gonna save everybody from it.
I don't know if he's necessarily proclaiming he's going to save everybody, but I'm Andrew Tate. I'm a superhero of masculinity.
Yeah, he's a former e-pimp.
Yes, former e-pimp. We all start somewhere. He may be still an e-pimp for all I know.
Is he still pimping?
Probably got
for
a
all I know?
whole gaggle of girls. More than likely, he's that's the thing is like, it's one of those dudes where it's all true or it's all bullshit. But he's gotten money from somewhere, or at least that's the way it looks.
Yeah. I don't know, man. He speaks in cliches, and it seems like from the few clips I've seen that he's conjured up an invisible enemy. That he's, you sign up for Hustler U, you know what's what.
I'm gonna say this, and this is a rule. Everybody can live with it. Don't trust somebody who talks shit about weed, but smokes cigars all the time.
Oh, he talks shit about weed?
Yes.
Oh, does weed also
And-
contribute to fucking
Yeah, and
masculinity.
it's literally the old cliche of, well, you smoke weed and you don't want to do anything, so you sit around. And it's like,
oh, get the
dude,
fuck out
you
of here,
drink
dude.
alcohol and smoke cigars, which is nothing. You're literally just trying to emulate what weed does by smoking that cigar. That's all you're doing. It's not a different feeling. It's a less powerful high. So shut up. Yeah, anybody who smokes cigars but talks shit about weed, you can't trust them. They've already shown their hypocrisy.
The way you're changing your fucking. Yeah, I mean, listen. Nicotine is just another drug, another chemical that alters the way your brain functions temporarily.
Oh, believe me, I was on that
Yeah.
cigar train. I used to inhale, but
Me too.
So it's
Because you get a nice head rush out of it. Because it's the nicotine
yeah.
fucking with your brain.
Hell yeah.
Nicotine is a brain
Great that it
stimulant. Yes.
destroys brain cells.
It's a nootropic.
Feels amazing.
So yeah, no. Dude, anytime I hear anybody ranting about, the masculinity and, they're, trying to get back to the good old days, reminiscent of the past. It's like, oh, we gotta.
Well, the funny thing is,
yeah,
some of the rhetoric, and I haven't done comparisons side by side, so I'll have to go back and watch the scene. But when they talk about certain things, he does remind me a little bit. Maybe it's because he's bald, but Edward Norton from American History X. Like kind of how he just kind of like says things with point of matter. Like, don't get me wrong, the dude is half black. Like, I'm not saying he's a racist. I'm just saying his tone and his cadence is similar.
yeah. Listen, man.
Oh, is that who that is? I've seen that guy plenty on.
Yeah.
Where have I seen him? Like a bunch of
Fresh
YouTube
and Fit.
channels are talking about him.
You know what though? He is smart, and he did an interview, and they said to him with Dave Portnoy interviewed him, and he's like, I've taken over the internet, and he's like, well, did you just get on? He's like, no, I've been around for years. He's like, but I changed my strategy 6 months ago, and he's like, what do you mean you taking over the internet? He's like, look up my name on TikTok, and he looks it up, and he's like, okay, you have this many hundreds of thousands of views or videos about you, blah blah blah. He goes, yeah, I do. He goes, I don't have a TikTok. And he's like, so tell me how I haven't taken over the internet. So he does whatever he's doing. He's got a smart
Marketing campaign.
strategy he's got a smart marketing strategy to get on the social medias and break in because he has. So like at the minimum, even if he's a 100% bullshit artist, he's the guy you want to learn from to be a bullshit artist.
Yeah, no,
I
listen.
mean, yeah, and it's all
Hear that, Bill?
outrage.
So
Bill's
Hustlers
taking notes.
University, $39.99 a month.
Yeah, no. Just
Is he an outrage monger? I don't know his shtick.
No,
No,
he's
not him. He makes people produce outrage content based on what
about
he says.
him. Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
that's.
Like, did you
the
hear what he
tactic.
said? This random not bot.
Yeah,
like,
he says
basically he's got
he
an
says-
army out there.
like for example, one of the first ways he came across my radar is somebody clipped him in a podcast interview talking about how he much prefers to his favorite type of lady to bang is 18 and 19-year-olds. And then he went through a
Right
whole
on for him.
he went through a whole
Wow.
diatribe of why that's his favorite kind of
Nikki's back.
broad.
Hey
Kinda.
man, how is that any worse than Nikki banging 45-year-old?
Well,
Yeah, listen, both are disgusting. It's true.
you're disgusting.
You're just good
Yeah,
comeback.
disgusting.
You're
He's not-
That's
disgusting.
such a good but bad. I love the comeback. I really do.
He's not the one who has the guns, Nikki.
Straight to the point.
Yeah.
The guns don't play.
Shut up. I don't play.
Yeah, but it's just one of those things where it's like, does he even mean this shit, or is he just a fucking blowhard?
I
But that-
think, like
You
any
never know.
other eccentrist, he means it to a certain degree and then exaggerates. He's basically a WWE character.
Right. So I'm
Love
like,
him
so
already.
like either A, he believes this, which is fucking weird because he's like in his 40s, like, I fucking love fucking 18. It's like, that's a strange thing to say aloud. Whether if you truly believe it, it's
Well,
weird, but
But
okay.
it's got us talking about it.
Right,
So
right,
is it
but
all
again-
part of his strategy?
So then the other thing is, or he doesn't believe it and he's full of shit, but he's marketing himself. And like, but this is the avenue in which he decides to market himself, which is also
Yeah.
fucking weird. like,
Well,
like any way you
is it
cut
really
it's
any
fucking-
different than like the Logan brothers or the Paul brothers though? They got big doing outrageous shit. I mean, including
Yeah.
getting suspended for the Japanese forest.
Yeah, no,
It's just
listen.
it's just a different way to do it, I guess.
Listen,
I mean, it's
being
working for him.
being an internet scumbag is quite lucrative.
Apparently, I wish I gotta just start pushing old ladies on the ground or something
Yeah.
on camera.
If you could make
Hey,
it work,
you like assholes, right? Look at this old bitch.
get her.
That's 10 points, fellas. In my pickup truck, I go.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not
You
sweating.
find him entertaining, but I honestly think a vast majority of what he spouts is just marketing bullshit.
You think it's bullshit? Okay.
I think he may mean it to a certain degree, and then once again he
Yeah.
exaggerates, and he just certain parts he knows what's going to be a hot thing that people will watch TikToks for, so he plays to it.
Mhm. Okay.
You know,
So
I
smart,
mean,
then.
when you
Just
watch
smart
him on
marketing.
when you watch him on Fresh and Fit, you can almost, if you watch enough of his content, because he does have shit on YouTube where it's much less of him the character and much more just behind the scenes shit. If you watch that, you can kind of tell where he kicks up the character on the videos and when he's not.
Mm,
You know, like same thing Ric Flair
Yeah.
used to do. He just doesn't
Right.
slap his chest.
Yeah. Well, then, listen, whenever you're dealing with one of these individuals, you just, like clockwork, the pitch is coming, right? So he says whatever he says about banging whoever he wants to bang, or masculinity this, masculinity that. But then, at the end of that diatribe, once it gets you riled up, it's time to hand over the credit card for whatever reason. It's,
Is he good at it?
Well, I will say there's two things to that. None of his content that he's produced is behind a paywall. The
Oh,
videos and shit, no. All those videos and shit aren't paywall. He does have a, whatever the Hustlers U thing is, I think it's like $40 a month. I'm going to assume that one of the requirements is you have to put a video or a tweet or something of Andrew Tate out there. I think that's part of the way he's building his army.
oh my God.
I mean, I'm just thinking pure business practicality.
Fucking love that, dude.
You say, you know what, I'm helping you by giving you my knowledge or whatever his goods and services he's transferring to them to make them money. One of his requirements is, therefore, you are now an outlet for my marketing. You are my free marketing. In fact, you're paying me to do my marketing. He's very smart,
Kiss the ring. Kiss it.
basically.
Nikki, what are you posting that for, buddy?
Meagle.
You said ring.
Okay. That's all it takes.
Nicotine does not destroy brain cells. It's a stimulant. Yeah, well, if you take enough of it. Actually, I don't know. What is a nicotine overdose?
Yeah, what's
Is there such a thing?
Yeah, it's called a gans.
Shut up.
You
Gans is
got
something
the
good. Okay.
guns.
Cons is something good.
Tell me something good.
Cons is
That's an
something
80s
Guns
sitcom
is
that Nikki should have
something
started.
good.
Nick is gonna turn into a black church preacher.
Nikki and the gun.
Beef in the house. Yeah, look who it is.
TGIF. Nicotine OD will kill you. Oh,
But
well,
what's-
that's a bad side effect.
Yeah, but what's the how much you have to consume?
Yeah, like, I mean, I'd imagine you like. Can you even smoke enough to die of nicotine poisoning?
Only
No,
one
You
way to
have to
find
just
out.
be smoking. Like, yeah, Michael on air, 24-hour marathon of nothing but him smoking. And go.
We'll start with crack and move on from there.
Oh, I thought we were doing cigarettes. Never mind. You know, I did have the idea of taking 2 melatonin and then streaming and seeing if I fall asleep on stream. I thought it'd be funny.
No, but I'd like to see him take an ambient stream.
Ooh, I'd like to
Ooh.
take an Ambien and stream. Oh
'Cause
wait,
apparently if
which
you
one's the one
have-
that makes you
if you-
pass out and like just
Yeah.
black out?
That's that.
Oof. I wouldn't mind trying Adderall because I do have legitimate ADD, but Ambien, I feel like I would black out and drive to 7-Eleven and scream at the person because at midnight they don't have taquitos on the taco roll.
Then you're gonna literally gonna say you thought she was Jewish. She was Jewish.
I'm no Mel Gibson. So.
No, that's a Roseanne bar.
Oh
Oh, right.
man, how many celebrities have
Yeah.
come out and like, what are you, a Jew? Like,
Well, no,
Why
no,
is it
no,
so
no.
common?
She called a black woman a monkey, and then
no, she didn't. No, she
Didn't
didn't.
she? No, what'd she say? That?
No, she compared her to
Oh, you
a
got
character from
so
the...
fucking excited.
No,
You got-
because
yeah.
it's I just want to correct it. She compared a
I was in
woman.
like fucking Jeopardy. I'm into it.
She compared. I happen to know it. She compared a black woman to a character from the Mark Wahlberg 2000 or whatever year Planet of the Apes.
Oh my god, dude.
Now
Good one.
it's no. If you do look at the comparison,
She called her.
I'm
an
not.
ape.
I'm just saying the character does look very close to the woman. Like
Oh my god.
I'm not talking race or anything, but facial features. It
Also, they
Listen,
just
she
made a
didn't call
rude
this
joke.
black woman a monkey.
She's
She
a
called her an
comedian.
ape from the
No.
Planet of the Apes. There's a
well,
difference.
see, that's distorting the truth.
That's the exact truth. She
That's
did,
not the truth.
She did not.
You
Listen,
but
she
no, your
did not
language is
call a
important.
woman
You
a
can't
monkey.
say she called a woman
called
a monkey or an
She
ape.
called a woman an ape from the Planet of the Apes.
See,
What
that's
the-
not factual.
That's 100% the truth, hands
no,
down.
it's
That's
not.
exactly
No,
what you just said.
She did not. So the way you're saying is she would have to say this woman is an ape.
That's what you just
But the
said,
pro-
man.
No, but no. What
She
I
said
said
she
is she
looked like
compared
it. She
she
looked
compared a
like it.
photo
She-
to a woman. I
she-
don't want to pull it up on your
She
screen.
looked
You'd be in
like
trouble, though,
an ape humanoid. What would you want me? How do you want me to say it? She compared a woman to an ape from the
If
Planet of
the
the Apes.
terrible,
How would you say it?
Humanoid, it would
Let's see.
look like this woman.
So wait, Matt, phrase it better.
Hold on.
No pictures.
just gonna pull up the
Just
photo.
phrase it
Mo
better.
I'm not. I don't put it on your stream. I don't know if it gets you in trouble. I'll just link it. But
Hi, Circa. I miss
Right,
you.
but again, but it's not the truth of the matter isn't the picture. It's what she said. So what?
well, no, but
so,
that
so
is
phrase,
the truth in the matter. She didn't come. So okay, here's
So,
the thing.
phrase it
She
better.
didn't. I'm trying to.
So go.
She
right now.
didn't compare her to an ape. She didn't say this woman looks like an ape.
She said.
She took the photo of the woman and compared her to a character in the movie. It was from the Planet of the Apes. The thing is, the
You just
woman
fucking-
does.
You went twists
The
and
same
turns
thing.
and rights and lefts.
But
And you got
once
to the
again,
same thing.
stop cutting me
This-
off. You literally just fucking cut me
Well,
off
dude,
again, dude.
you can't say it in a fucking sentence. You have to give me a whole
I was
paragraph of what she
just.
said.
I was just fucking saying that
One
the woman
sentence,
looks
now.
like the character. The woman looks like the
Be careful.
character.
What's
Plain
up,
and simple.
Brewmaster?
No matter what the fucking color of her skin is, she looks like the fucking character.
Different
Who-
words, same.
But she did
Same
say
meaning?
she looks like a character from a movie that I like.
And nobody likes that movie.
What's up, Evo? What's up, Circa? What's up, Brewmaster? We're talking about Roseanne Barr. Let's see. I actually want to know what the actual tweet was, verbatim, because I want to see what she said. Keith is saying bleh, 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 bleh. I think it was deleted.
Hey.
Oh yeah, that shit was deleted like 30 seconds after
Hi, Evo.
everybody had time to copy it and post it everywhere else. I'm sure it's on Reddit.
Let's see, Muslim Brotherhood. Oh, okay. So what she wrote was Muslim Brotherhood plus Planet of the Apes had a baby equals this woman, is what she said.
Is the photo there? Because when I saw, I'm not defending, I'm just saying when I saw it, the woman actually does look like the character that she said it was, but I can't find the fucking photo of either. I want to say it was Janet Jackson's character, but I've never seen the movie.
Let's see. Who's the actual person? Like, what's the name of the woman that she was calling?
Valerie Jarrett, I think. I have no idea who the fuck she is.
She compared a woman's features to the features of an actress / character in a movie, as opposed to she called her a monkey woman.
Yeah,
Let's
that's
see.
all I was trying to correct. But I can't find. There was a side by side at one point of the character and the woman, and I can't find it.
I mean, I got a picture of the woman up right now. She looks like Austin Powers. Yeah, baby, yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking better. That's much better.
Yeah.
Well, nobody said Roseanne
Much
Barr is
better.
funny.
But then here's what she said. Obama. First off, this is what she's writing. New post: WikiLeaks Julian Assange drops bombshell. Obama CIA also spied on French president candidates. Have been blah 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 blah. SGT report. Somebody writes, Obama's secrets are coming out more and more every week. This is getting very interesting. What a crooked man.
Posted from Michelle Park.
He hit it well. This person writes, Jarrett hit it a lot. And Roseanne Barr writes, Muslim Brotherhood plus Planet of the Apes had a baby equal VJ.
Okay, so I don't know if I found a photo, but I honestly don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if I could post it here because, you know.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't post anything. I mean, here we have yet another example of Twitter being garbage.
Yeah. Stay away from Twitter. I think that's, but you know what? That's the lesson of the day.
Why do the celebrities get so hooked on it?
Because it's more fitting into their egos.
Because it's instant
And
return.
narcissism.
It's really instant return. Twitter is.
Because legitimately, every celebrity, like across the spectrum, that's their platform. Twitter is the Hollywood platform.
Her comment is nonsensical. I mean, this woman, dude, this woman does look like
Apology?
the Austin Power. Like, she's got the Austin Powers look. It's not just this one photo. Like, yeah, sure, I picked a very Austin Powersy photo.
With the like hair the way it was.
Yeah.
She just needs the purple handkerchief. Oh shit, she has a purple thing.
Yeah, no, she's really fucking,
She's very Austin-y.
Wow. Well, with those glasses, glasses list not so much.
It's not
Oh,
helping.
dude! Was she cosplaying during this interview?
I know, right?
she's cosplaying as Austin Powers. See, you know what the problem is? Roseanne Barr, she called her Planet of the Apes ape, but she should have said she looked like Austin Powers. That's the joke.
Yeah,
That's the better
well,
joke.
I mean,
Yeah,
the-
Roseanne, you should have
here's-
known better.
Yeah.
Here's a rule of thumb, maybe, if you're a celebrity. Don't compare anybody to being an ape, like ever.
I mean, that's a good
like
rule of
maybe
thumb.
that's the rule of thumb. But once again, you're talking about coked out Roseanne Barr, like who admittedly
played
smokes
League of
weed all
Legends, I
day and
see.
fucking takes pills.
Oh,
I try
man.
not to play on toxic gaming platforms. Okay.
Oh man. Let's be real. Would anyone here be talking about Roseanne Barr if she wasn't tweeting?
Well, I mean, her show was doing okay. She got thrown off of it for that shit. So, like, it really fucked her career up for what was coming out of a down spiral.
Yeah, no.
Maybe just stay off of Twitter when you take a couple fucking.
That's the other thing. She actively came out and was like, "Yeah, I was fucked up on insert mental health drug here." Is basically what she said, if I remember correctly, at the time. Now,
Don't these people have publicists?
no, I don't think she should have gotten in as much trouble as she did for it. Because I think what she said was, "I didn't think she was black. I thought she was Jewish," which
Would lead directly into an "I am a Jew," her old
Right.
stand-up.
Yeah.
But fuck me, man. It's just it's a nightmare. Twitter's a nightmare, and best left alone, man.
You can find Mike on Twitter at.
Yeah, you know what? I
Yeah,
have
the one time a month he tweets.
By the way, when I tweet, I don't tweet my opinions. I just tweet my art and my art alone.
Yeah, I only tweet when I go live. Like, I'm just like, hey, I'm gonna be online for the next few hours. Don't hate me.
Yeah. Dude, ever since that Elon Kerfuffle, my Twitter experience has improved a lot. Like I'm seeing
Kerfuffle?
a lot more art. Elon trying to buy Twitter.
Oh,
So I've been seeing a lot more of the people I already followed, and I'm seeing more as in different artists. So if I want to just look at some art, I can easily go on Twitter now, spend like 10 minutes looking at some nice art, and then just go back to doing work.
nah, man, dude. There's so many other, in my opinion, better places to look at and discover new artists. ArtStation, Pinterest.
Like where, dude? I don't think
Instagram.
that's true. Like where? Give me.
I just gave you fucking 4 ones.
I didn't hear any of it. Go ahead. Say it again. I won't listen again for a second time. Go ahead.
Instagram, Pinterest, ArtStation.
Ah, no. Pinterest.
Yeah, dude, Pinterest.
What are you doing? Getting mood boards? You fucking mood board gatherer.
You know, Pinterest is
What are you, a white
it's
woman?
literally just pictures, and they will give you dope art.
I'm not gonna lie.
I-
My wife goes on Pinterest to get ideas for new sconces in my house.
I mean that too, if that's what your bag is.
Hear that?
I do believe that
Fucking
Pinterest is a
gunslinger.
good reference gallery.
Yeah, sure.
I keep forgetting to use it. I mean, I keep forgetting to use reference just in general, but that's a different topic.
Let's see.
Is Pinterest a good place to sell your art?
If you have a large
I
following,
don't know.
if you have a large following on Pinterest, you could carve out a healthy niche for yourself. Here we go. Here I'm pulling up my Pinterest feed, just making sure there's no boobies. But this is what my Pinterest feed looks like. So here, just various different arts. We have some manga art, we have some American illustrations, concept art, more concept art, more American illustrations, some old black and white photos, which I'm assuming would be good for character design reference. Really, really fun concepts, fun design choices, fun color choices, and just downright inspirational, man.
Oh, that's Doro.
Yeah, I don't know what to see that. Miles Johnson, Beautiful Darkness. I don't know. I've never heard of this illustrator before. But man, I think this piece is excellent. So, and you know what's great about this?
This
No.
gives me some Junji Ito vibes.
Yeah. Junji Ito, I found his
Those
work
are
initially
hits.
through Pinterest. Before I even knew he was a mangaka or any of his work, I found through this.
Dude, his stuff is awesome.
And then here. Boom. I'm not even signed into ArtStation, but if you just go to ArtStation trending, boom, now you get to see what comic book art, or not comic book art. Well,
Isn't that
some-
the snobby place though?
Yeah, well, listen,
ArtStation?
it's what it is it's full of professional illustrators from all categories of art. But look at this. I mean,
You're not here for the orgy?
it's pretty damn incredible, some of the artwork on this site. Hey,
That's a nice challenge.
But that's what I mean. Like I've just switched through a couple different tabs. Now we have a 2D illustration. We have 3D concept. Actually 2D concept design. We've got classical pencil sketch study, and then we have some more.
Hi, Liz.
some more character designs and illustration. And that's just like, this is just a handful of things that I posted, and it's excellent. Hello, Elizabeth. Hello. I was drawing and hanging out with everybody. Your favorite inspired tracer is on there. Hello, Trace. Yeah, so there are
I
so
forgot
Twitter,
about that guy.
Twitter, I would say, as far as I'm concerned, is one of the worst places to find new art in the grand scheme of the World Wide Web. There are
Let
places
me
that
ask
are...
you this:
Yeah.
where else can you find good art, though?
What? How dare you? You should... Lizard the Tree Wizard is rating with 30 people. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you. Much appreciated. What did you get into today? What were you up to?
I will sub like next week. Like
Oh, an
next
Evo
week.
sub.
Why? 'Cause you're
50
too bored
months.
for
My God.
$4.99 today.
Thanks, buddy. 50 months. Evo, you did it. Liz was rimming today. Oh yeah, she was rimworlding. And then word games. Played some rimworld for a little. Lost a colonist. Oh no. Guys, what does that mean?
Don't worry, that's some porn RPG.
Yeah, Liz was rimming
If not,
people?
I'm making it.
Nikki, were you helping Liz rim anybody in this game?
All the time.
I knew it. Nikki, did you tell Liz about your special jeans?
No.
All right.
I don't know if she knows about it.
Do you
Actually.
think she should know that?
No. It'll be Nikki's little secret.
Give me money.
Hey,
Money now.
Dub Crew.
Me a money needing a lot now.
EricCanit.com is the answer to Eric's question.
There it is.
Ooh, slick.
Smooth.
With a big RimWorld
Yes,
is a
sir.
survival-based builder with a big modding community.
So you're
Alright.
not doing rim jobs.
Some random German says, "Hey yourself, some random German. Welcome to the YouTube stream."
Is that their name?
That's his name.
Hmm.
Speaking
Yeah.
of Master Caddy, what's the ETA on Arcathina 3?
Why don't you shut your filthy mouth? No, at the top of my head, month and a half.
Oh,
Oh, it's so close.
Month and a half. I've had to really slow down. Not the pre-production part, because that's all done. Book's done, colored, lettered, edited. It's more the printing.
Yeah, there's a
I'm
paper
really trying to
shortage.
strategize how to optimize for the kind of
I'd like to
distribution
fuck my
I
lover in
want.
the ass.
how dare you?
And it's not, what do you call it? It's not through crowdfunding. I don't think I want to do that anymore.
Oh,
Yeah, no more crowdfunding, baby.
that's interesting.
It's a lot of work, man, doing all that crowdfunding.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't know firsthand, but that's what Eric tells me.
Oh,
I
you were
believe
there.
him.
You were there for part of it, Mike. I mean, don't diminish your fucking contribution, man.
Thanks,
We
buddy.
were there together. It's a lot, you know. And I think so. How I see it is this: like energy and time expenditure, right? What I could be doing, not even on the crowdfunding part, but the crowdfunding promotion. That's the part that takes the most time.
Oh yeah.
That's the part that I am not custom built for. I'd rather be drawing. And they're not wrong when they say, hey, if you're going to crowdfund, this is also something that you need to consider, the promotion part. And because of that, because I can't get out of that, I'd rather not do it and do it another way. If that makes any sense.
Oh yeah, that's perfectly understandable. Because yeah, well, one of the mantras in crowdfunding is that you make your comic and then you spend a month or two or however long your campaign is, at least your main period, promoting
Mhm.
everywhere all the time to everyone.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I can see that how
And it's
some
non-stop,
people are just
right?
not
Non-stop
yeah,
for
no,
some people do
non-stop.
60-day campaigns. I don't know how you fucking do it for
60
man.
days?
No.
Can you
clue.
imagine? Can you imagine if you and me were out there campaigning for 60 days, Mike?
Wow, man.
I'd
That's
hate
so
you
much.
more than I hate you now, you know? Like,
So much. That's so much. My
It's
goodness.
too much. So instead of that, I'm like, you know what? Let me take the time that I would have spent on that and focus on however else I can get awareness out. And yeah, I'm gonna go figure it out. One is not to crowdfund. If I can afford to pay for this upfront, if I can get it to you faster and without having to take time away from the drawing desk, more importantly, just like my day-to-day away from the desk, right? Then why not do that?
Yeah.
So
that
we're
makes
gonna go
sense.
do something else.
Liz, I would drink some water, but I left my water in the other room. So I just have this LaCroix here. The thing about scrapping on traditional art, sometimes I go too hard on the pencil and it makes a dent on the page or the eraser smudge, and that's why I got a drawing tablet. What drawing tablet are you using? Some random German. So this, oh, somebody posted it in the general chat. So this shit was generated and upscaled by an AI in under a minute just with keyboard. Ooh.
So look,
Here, I will open it up for you guys to take a peek right now.
It can make comic pages, so it sucks.
Correction, Vale, it can't make comic pages yet.
We can teach. I mean, what kind of AI would you need to compose like a dynamic page like Brett Booth or Master Kennedy would, though?
I mean,
yeah, they can.
well, look at this image,
I'm
dude.
an AI.
Look at this image, man. 20 years ago, would you have been able to think that an AI would have been
What do
able
you-
to generate this?
What do you mean 25? Even
Right.
5 years ago, this would have been unfathomable.
So why would your assertion that, you know, comic book art would be out of the question rather than just
because it's-
another set
I-
of data input?
Yeah, my question is, what kind of data and AI do you have to be for it to be able to move the camera as freely and dynamically as a comic book artist can?
I mean, I don't know, man.
It
I don't
may
know, I
take
did-
a while, but I don't think it's going to take that much longer.
I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure the snowball effect is slowly starting to come in.
No, listen, it's scary, but I mean,
I'm gonna open my fucking Fiverr account, man. I'm into it. I can do that job now.
Oh yeah. Like I'm pretty sure that in a year's time we might see stories about people conning people into paying them for art which was just AI made.
Yeah, I'm into it.
yeah, I think it's only a matter of time. But I don't know what that means for creatives, you know? I don't think just
think-
because it can be done that the fact that it exists is doom and gloom for every creative.
I don't know if it can take feedback. Because you can send this to someone, they could say like, hey, could you just make these two small changes? And I don't know if the AI can do that yet. I don't know. I think there's still some part of the human element interaction that the AI will not be able to replicate, or at least, you know, not as quickly as we'd hope to.
It may be able to draw what's written, but there are certain things it won't be able to imagine, merge, take direction. I mean, yeah, yes, now, currently, as it is, it won't be able to. Personally, I think it's only a matter of time before something like this just gains a level of advancement. It'll be just staggering. I mean, it's already crazy where it is now, and it's not like it's gonna stop, man. Just look at the rest of our technology. It doesn't stop. You know, it's not like we're like, oh, 56K dial-up. Great, let's stay here. The iPhone 7, That's fine. We're good. No need to go beyond this. No, it's just a constant march forward.
I like this character you're drawing here.
Oh, thanks, buddy. I'm
Very
just-
unusual for you to go more Eastern with your characters.
That's me, Mr. East.
Mike doesn't know how to draw Asian people. Has he told you that yet?
Yeah, it's all guesswork.
What do you mean? He just draws John Moore.
I sent
That's Asian
Yoji.
enough.
I sent
John's
Yoji a
Asian.
photo. I said, "How Asian is this?" And Yoji said, "More." He sent me a photo of Simulu and said, "Make this a woman."
I was about to ask Yoji, how do we make something even more Asian? Like, what are the steps we take? Is it the Disney 60s cartoon steps? Like, you know, buck teeth, straw hat?
Oh, Coco Amore. I wonder what John's gonna do after Urban Animal.
It's
The
probably
success that is urban animal. The guy can pretty much fucking write his own ticket.
Yeah, him and
In his hot take, buddy.
hot take Justin
Jordan.
Jordan.
Retard writer.
God, man, that guy.
And there's even more retarded letterer who's actually selling pins saying comics gate as comics hate.
What about
No, is it
Comics Gate
really?
is what now?
Comics gate as comics hate. Let me see if I can
Oh
find it.
my God.
Fucking original.
What a
I
what a
mean,
genius.
He's been selling
Can't believe it.
those. Can I find this thing though?
A wonderfully amazing use of your time.
John should sell out, get a cartoon or series out of it, get a producer credit so he can get paid.
Yeah, just do what every other newcomer professional in the comic book industry is trying to do. Just make that Netflix show.
I feel like the payout isn't that great for that.
I have no clue.
I mean, I don't know that for a fact. I could be mistaken. Like Cliff Chang. I actually watched the Paper Girl series. It wasn't half bad. It was good enough. Executive producer of Paper Girls. Yeah, actually, I hope the show does. I hope the show keeps on doing its thing. I enjoyed it enough to want to see more of it. And I liked the book itself. It was good considering all the behind the scenes drama. There were behind the scenes drama. I read the first volume. Wasn't my cup of tea. Great art though. Incredible art.
There's behind the scenes drama.
Yeah. What about this? But what was happening behind the scenes, Yoj?
Behind the scenes of what? Oh, Paper Girls?
Paper Girls. Showrunner left midway. Ooh. Yikes. For those of you
That's
who
not
know,
a good look.
yeah, the showrunner is basically the fucking
He's the head honcho.
yeah, the person who's basically putting it all together. The essentially Kevin
What
Feige
happened
of the
there,
show,
I wonder.
right? It looked like the series was gonna get canned.
Oh, is
Dude,
that
I
why they
recommended
left? Or after he left, that's what they had thought was going to happen.
I'm assuming after.
I recommended Urban Animal to a friend of mine who reads a lot. I mean, like, he likes reading through the night on his phone. And he didn't enjoy it. He just said, oh, it's just cliffhanger galore. And nothing really happening. And I think he left it at like episode 15, like at the very start. Couldn't get him to stick through. Speaking of series that should be watched, Happy, that's based on Grant Morrison's comic.
Yeah.
That fucking thing is so ridiculous.
That's Christopher Maloney's in that, right? From SVU, Law and Order.
I don't know actors like that.
Buff bald white dude.
Not bald. I think his hair was like thin or thinning out, but
that's
not
okay.
necessarily bald.
Wait, what series is this?
Happy, based on Grant Morrison's comic. It was made by Sci-Fi.
Happy was canceled. Showrunner left them away. It could have turned
Yeah.
into a streaming pile of poop, but they managed to make something watchable. They did. Good for them. Sci-fi doesn't.
Yeah,
know
well,
what to
it
do.
was Christopher Maloney.
Hey, thanks, bud.
First season was great. Second season was good. And I'm sad they didn't make a third season. Because it was gonna go into Halloween.
Are you guys watching Better
That
Call
would've been
Saul?
awesome. The what now?
Better Call Saul?
The Breaking Bad offshoot bit.
Yes. I've heard good
I
things.
haven't even watched Breaking Bad yet.
Hmm.
I think the last episode's on tonight. I've been seeing people excited for it, but I've never seen the show, so I thought
And
maybe.
once it's done, I'm gonna binge it.
Yeah, I was
Why
thinking the
binge
same
though?
thing.
Like I don't understand like the whole idea of binging something that's currently coming out. Like just watch
You
it
get caught
weekly.
up.
Because I've never watched the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you get caught up on it.
Why would I? I'm not gonna get in hysteria because the last episode is out and I've never watched it. Like, I'll just watch it all on Netflix.
Damn, I was gonna. Oh, hey, Bill. Rings of Power. How excited are you for that show?
Oh, I'm not a big Lord of the Rings fan to begin with. And I'm not even whelmed about this show.
What about Rudy? Rudy, where you at? Rings of Power. Skyrock Rudy. Lady Matthew.
I've been trying to get her. I want to watch all the Rings movies, but they're like 4 hours long
Oh yeah, man.
each.
Yeah, no, I did that. I unfortunately put my lady through that last year, and
Oh, the Rings movies?
yeah, it took a toll.
Yeah, you must have been doing the dishes for a month straight.
She hung in there, but wasn't easy. I'd like to rewatch Lord of the Rings again. Just watch the normal non-extended versions. This guy. Get out of here.
Why would you
Yeah.
watch the not extended versions?
Come on now. You talking crazy.
Why would you not want it? That makes zero sense to me.
Because you have a life. Speak for yourself.
How dare
So
you
what if
make
it takes you 2
decisions?
weeks to watch 3 movies? Get it in.
Yeah. You have an obligation to Frodo and Samwise.
If they're gonna go on such a long journey, you might as well go along with them. You know? Like,
Yeah. It needs to feel like you're walking a Mordor too. Stupid.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if your
Duh.
feet don't hurt by the end of the movies, you didn't watch them right.
How the fuck are you watching that your feet hurt?
Like you're walking. with the
Standing
feet beneath
entertainment system.
you. People are easier to paint than robots. I'll say that.
Just
Are
watch
you
the
still
nor-
working on that Starscream thing?
Stand by.
Stars
Make
Cream.
adjustments later, but.
Hey Rudy, what's your favorite show to watch with Matt? Matt, what do you
The
think
Office.
she's gonna say? Oh, The Office.
Mm-hmm.
That's a classic.
Hands down.
Hey.
Her favorite movie to watch is Almost Famous.
The Kate Hudson vehicle?
That's the one.
Isn't that's based on a real life 14-year-old that the Rolling Stones used to fuck?
Uh,
I mean,
I think it's the director is loosely based on like his life or when he was 14.
Yeah, the director of the movie / person who used to work at Rolling Stone. What is it, Cameron Crowe? No.
I think Cameron Crowe. Yeah. I know that movie Rockstar with Mark Wahlberg is based on Judas Priest, or loosely based on what happened in Judas Priest.
what happened to Judas Priest?
When Rob Halford came out, he was kind of ostracized from the band, and they worked that into the storyline of the movie.
That guy loved cock.
Good for him. I won't be competing. Enjoy.
You can't cancel the Rolling Stones, right? They're uncancelable because they're so old.
Yeah, you'd figure time will win either way.
Let's see. Hey, who's Bill Wyman? Do you know that name?
No
No,
blood.
the name. I don't know from where.
Bill Wyman.
What's going on? Where are you reading about Bill Wyman?
Oh, he's the bassist for the Rolling Stones from 1962 to 1993. Why has Bill Wyman whitewashed his life story? The Rolling Stones' relationship with a 13-year-old shocked everyone, but a new biopic he lightly glosses over it. No, there's an extraordinary moment where Bill Wyman's glossy new film about his life where he acknowledges that he made a mistake. In the an hour and a half documentary, Wyman doesn't express a single regret about allegedly having an intimate relationship with a 13-year-old Mandy Smith. Hey, what's up, Toby? What's up, Corey? Hey, thank you for the host, Toby. He's the one that went out with 13. There it is. That's who I was thinking of when I was thinking about the Rolling Stones banging teenage girls. Same as Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin. All those bands were at it. That's what it was. What are you gonna do, right, Matt? You gotta separate the art from the artist.
Here's the thing. Ted Nugent had the parents sign a legal document, and he was that 15-year-old girl's guardian and lover.
Hey, didn't Elvis do that too?
No, it was the other one. He might have, but the white-haired one. Great Balls of Fire singer, Jerry Lee Lewis.
Oh, I thought you, I'm like the white
I
haired
believe
one.
she was like 14 or 15, and his cousin.
His cousin?
I believe so.
I think that's right.
That must have been some good looking cousin.
Winona Ryder in the movie. I don't know.
Here, Priscilla Presley talks meeting Elvis at age 14.
Oh,
Oh my god, dude. Oh boy. Priscilla first met Elvis when she was 14 years old in 1959. The singer was then 24 years old. Hachi machi.
I mean, I will say that was the generation of 10-year age gaps in marriages.
Boy, oh boy. Man, I guess they didn't give a shit back then.
Hey man, who are you to hinder love?
You're right, the heart wants what the heart wants. And apparently the heart wants lots of teenage girls.
Yes. If you're a rock star.
My goodness. Scooby says age is just a number, baby. Tell it to the cops. Oh, Eric wants your transformer, Eric? I mean, Dave Tran wants your transformer, Eric, is what I meant to say.
You also had a stroke just now.
A what?
Same as Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin. Well, yeah, no, listen, those guys are too old to cancel.
I mean, with COVID and everything, they stopped touring for a while too, so it was like, don't worry, the COVID will get the pedophiles.
Well, I thought, yeah, the COVID was going to snatch him up.
Surprisingly, I think Keith Richards just kept smoking. And, the cigarette smoke killed the COVID every time.
Yeah, the COVID just died in his body. His body's that rancid.
He gave the COVID Keith Richards.
Bill, what are you doing right now?
Setting up for bed. It's almost 1 a.m.
Eric showing us his
All right, I'm off.
his art.
I'm off.
You're taking off?
You guys have a yeah.
All right,
Have a
buddy.
great evening, everybody. Talk later.
Talk to you later.
Yeah, I too am gonna sign off. I gotta go hit the shower because I'm fucking filthy.
All right.
Ew.
Dirty boy.
Ew. Nikki's
Enjoy-
not here anymore. You don't have to do that.
Enjoy the shower.
Right, I'll catch you guys tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.
How we give a manly goodbye nowadays. Bye.
Bye.
That's how I show my toxic masculinity.
So toxic. Hey, Nikki, how toxically masculine is Joseph?
Joe is an easygoing guy. Didn't try to punch me once.
He's a gentleman. He would never.
I felt bad because when KG was in town, she stayed over at our house.
Yeah.
and We decided to order Chinese.
Yeah.
And we picked a place that apparently has gone downhill in quality because it used to be good.
Oh boy.
And she's like, I don't mean to insult you, but that was bad. I was like, I'm not insulted. It was bad. It's a waste of fucking money.
Poor KG.
I was already angry, but and then like the night before she leaves, she slips down my stairs and like twists her fucking ankle. The house was trying to kill her. Poor Chinese food, twisted the ankle.
Food poisoning.
Hey, we all got that food poisoning, okay?
Jeez, man. And yet she still hangs out. So she's just a trooper.
Oh yeah, she's awesome. I got to talk to her a lot.
Always check the low main.
See, that's the thing is this place, it does its low main pretty good, but it's also they're like it's like Panda Express but for real Chinese food. Well, you know, not Panda Express Chinese food. So like you get either rice or the lo mein, and then they have various entrees. And they used to be really good, so we hadn't had them in a while, and then we tried them, and they weren't great.
Did you know the emergence of Chinese food came from racism? Is because we had that exclusionary act against Chinese people immigrating here, but one of the few exceptions to that were restaurant owners. So the only way for Chinese people to actually participate in, Americanism was to fucking open up a Chinese food store, restaurant.
Well, I'm just gonna say thank you to the bullheaded Chinese immigrants who decided to stay here, because goddamn is it one of my favorite foods.
He pushed KG to keep her longer. Panda Express started off as a sit-down restaurant called the Panda Inn.
Really? I mean, here's the thing, right? Panda Express is the Olive Garden of Chinese food. It's not authentic, but there's worse to eat.
Yoji says Chinese people used to rotate owners to bring over their family. Fuck it, you gotta love that. Just like, hey, you guys can't immigrate here. We don't want your kind. And they're like,
I'm all for fucking over the government. It's a good
right?
job.
I'm like, oh, but what about what if we own a restaurant? Well, that's fine. All right, you got it. We're all restaurateurs. What are the odds?
I'm not gonna lie. I have a very good relationship with my local Chinese restaurant. They're very nice people.
And because of that, American Chinese food was born. And American Chinese food is, as everyone knows, clearly vastly different from traditional Chinese food. It has its own kind of culinary markings, too. It's really wild when you think about it.
Hey man, I'm not complaining. I like orange chicken.
The couple who founded Panda Express are billionaires because of fake Chinese food. Billionaires. Jeez, Nikki's
love
here.
it.
Still hanging out. Titties out. Nikki once told me that she believed that women with small breasts like herself couldn't get breast cancer because there wasn't enough titty to get cancer. And I had to explain to her that that's not how that works, Matt.
Mike loves giving his self-mammogram tutorials online. You just gotta hit one in the Zoom room.
You're an idiot. Yeah, that's what she told me she said to the doctor. Doc, I can't get titty cancer. I barely got any titties.
Ain't gonna get me breast cancer.
Not me, Doc. Not these titties.
I don't need to be a survivor.
Corey. Then you should have replied back with breasts like his. He should watch out for cancer. Imagine Nikki roasting her fucking doctor like that.
Right. What about your man titties? But then what if he came back with you're just jealous? Like what if it just got really weirdly catty between her and her male doctor? Her old male doctor.
Yeah. Imagine she got into like they just kept escalating. She got in his face, he got in her face, and they just started tussling. They're tussling in the fucking room.
You're supposed to fist fight your doctor. Might be against a rule somewhere.
Corey fist fought his doctor during his last hernia test.
That's only because he was in the Fight Club as well.
His doc gave him the old hernia test, prostate exam, twofer, and Corey thought he was being Cosby'd without the roofie, and so he got full handsy.
He went in for the oil change, not the oil change and flush change or other fluids change.
Corey went
There's
in with
only
his
supposed to
Ray
be 20
outfit.
bucks in.
Corey was dressed as Ray Skywalker.
That's your first red flag.
Core Ray.
This is not the normal.
Core Ray Skywalker, of course.
The long lost twin.
Oh, Ray from Evangelion. No, I like mine better. Dude, there's a bunch of these clips, but there's one clip in particular where in the end of the last Disney Star Wars movie, you've got the ghosts of Mark Hamill and Carrie Fisher like giving her the nod. And she's
Really?
like Ray Skywalker, and then the audience that's watching it starts booing immediately. Boo! You just hear this fucking boost. It's fucking hilarious.
How could you not? Like, I don't even make noise in a movie theater and I would boo.
I imagine you throwing your shoe at the theater. With
No, I'm a silent theater goer. I
Really?
look down upon people who clap.
I've clapped in the moment. You get caught up in it. You don't even realize
Yeah,
you
not
don't
me.
even realize you're being an idiot.
Mm.
You know? But it's
Yeah,
it's,
I'm the dude that's up at the top. Like, why the fuck are you clapping? They can't hear
I
you.
mean, like the whole audience claps. It's almost like you're clapping for, like you had a good time.
You're
not
clapping
like-
for yourselves. Nobody can acknowledge it.
yeah,
You think the
yeah,
fucking
that's what
guy
it
who's
is.
putting the movie on is? It's like,
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. No, I think like everyone knows that, you know, the guy in the movie is in the theater. So you are kind of clapping for yourselves. It's like, hey, we had a good time. Let's a round of applause for ourselves.
Yeah, we all sat here and paid money.
We all enjoyed ourselves. Woo-hoo.
I mean, here's the thing, you know, do you, but like, I don't know, you ever been in a movie where it isn't the entire movie and there's like two people that are just like, yeah.
Just
And
clapping.
it's like, yeah, like at the end of the
Right,
movie,
yeah,
it's
no.
like, dude, this isn't a,
Yeah,
it's
no,
not a
that's crazy.
fucking live venue. You just watched a child's movie. Like, what are
Nah,
you
dude,
doing?
I'm talking like Avengers Endgame opening night. People are going crazy.
I'm
Tensions
not
are
saying
hot.
I don't know if I would join in, but I would at least understand that. That's a certain energy in the room. I get it.
Sure. Yeah. That's what it is. You get caught up in the moment. Because it is this kind of communal experience. You know, you're having the shared vision together and the shared
Well,
emotional
yeah.
response.
Yeah, I can. Here's the thing: is like, I did make fun of those people on YouTube, but like,
Sure.
I can understand if you're there. It's opening night. You saw a midnight release. You're tired. You know you've been sitting there for 2.5 hours. Like, I get it. You're all. It's camaraderie. I get it. But
Yeah.
like, there are people that just clap at the end of movies. Just
Yeah, no,
every
that's dumb.
fucking movie they see.
I mean, listen. The other thing is also, I'm willing to admit it's stupid. You know, like it's dumb. You're clapping in a theater with nobody there who will hear your applause that had anything to do with making the movie. It's dumb,
Like, there's people that clapped at the end of Last Jedi, and I spit on them.
as you should.
I was like, really? This fucking movie? I headbutted the guy to death. I had no choice. It was self-defense.
'Twas the sense of the self. Yoji, do you like that faux Asian Chinese food? I'm a sucker for an egg roll, man.
Me too. I love egg rolls.
Dude, I usually when I order Chinese, I get like 4 or 5 of those fuckers, man.
I try not to, but like if I see, I will order one extra, but the menus have a way of just drawing me into getting 2 because it's like you could get one for $1.35 or 2 for $2. It's like, fuck, I'll just do it that one. Makes the most fiscal sense.
Yeah, no, I'll get like a wonton soup or egg drop soup, and I'll put. My favorite part is putting the crunchies in, man. Just dumping the noodles in, getting that crunch with the soup. Koreans.
When I worked at Blockbuster, oh sorry, go ahead.
No, you worked at Blockbuster.
There was a really good Chinese place in the same strip mall, and I would, because I was broke, like really fucking broke, they had a large chicken and rice soup, and I would get that plus the extra rice, and it was like under $5, and that was my dinner. And it was awesome.
Yoji
I miss
says,
that little Chinese place.
Antiwo says, I'm pro clapping in movie theaters. Yoji says, Koreans also have fake Chinese food they call Chinese food. You know what's interesting?
I'm anti-clapping.
Apparently, and I didn't know this until I talked to somebody from the Midwest. Apparently, the Midwest version of Chinese food is a little bit different from like California's version of Chinese food, a little bit different from New York's version of Chinese food. It's apparently there's some slight differences between parts of the countries.
So you know it's not authentic. It's like, if it's like pizza, it's not authentic.
General Tso's chicken, General Tso's chicken rather.
Oh hell yeah, I'll take some of that.
Here, what's this? Yoji's posting. Yoji's got pictures. He's dropping. Oh, damn, I'm so close to, after looking at this photo, making my ramen, man. Making my I got that spicy ramen, the double X spicy. God, why am I blanking on the name? I think it's Korean. Yoji probably knows. I saw that they make 3X spicy. And I want it. I want that shit. But you gotta order it special. Because it's never at the market I go to. I go to an H Mart. Fire chicken noodles. Samyang. Samyang is the name of the ramen I get. It's so fucking good, dude. Yeah, no, spicy food is my favorite. Do you watch Hot Ones, Matt?
Yeah, I love hot ones.
Dude, you know that the bomb one? It's the one that everybody hates.
Yeah.
I want to get that, dude. I want to get that. I want to have a little bit, like a little taste. I want to see what all the hatred's about.
Oh, I'm always confused because I never like. How do they do that? Because it doesn't look like those wings are tossed in anything.
No, they just get dabbed. The wings are just, you know.
Not on every sauce though. Like would they normally don't put the sauce on themselves, so it's like cooked into the wings somehow.
Really? I thought it was. See, I thought you put the sauce on yourself.
No, the only one I think they do the sauce themselves is the last dab, unless they change it up.
Nah, I think I've seen ones where they put the sauce on themselves and they take little baby bites.
Because originally, like, they didn't put any sauce on themselves. Like when he first started, the sauce was cooked on him somehow.
Oh, yeah. You know, I believe that because I remember. You know what? You're reminding me. Neil deGrasse Tyson went on, and he said,
Bang, bang, you're the best.
He's so fucking clever. He's like, well, how do I know that those wings are the same as my wings? He's like, you just have to kind of take my word for it. And he's like, how about we switch? And he was like, okay. And he switched. But I thought that was kind of clever because I'd never seen anybody do that up to that point. Be like, how do I know you're not bullshitting me, dude? I want to make, I want to fucking make sure you're not fucking around here.
Man, like as impressive it is for some of the celebrities to eat them, that dude eats them every episode.
I know, dude. I don't know how he shits
like
right.
his stomach, he's got to have blood in his stool like constantly.
Dude, my favorite to this day is Elizabeth Olsen. She's a fucking robot, dude. She didn't break.
I really like her. The Key and Peele episode was good. Tenacious D did one. The Tenacious D one was funny, and then there was
Who takes it like a champ?
There's been a couple that do really well. I want to. One of the
Frodo did well.
Yeah, some of the girls that you wouldn't expect to do well, like the smaller, female celebrities, do really well.
Margot Robbie didn't do well at all, but she hung in there till the end, which is respectable. But she was struggling after
DJ Khaled was out at like ring 3.
No, I didn't see that. I know Ricky Gervais quit. Gordon Ramsay's hilarious because he was just fucking so upset. He
Have you
chugged
seen both
Pepto.
rounds of his?
No, I saw the one where he's chugging the Pepto.
He's got a returns one where he like came back and did it again.
Why would he put himself through that?
I think Rob Lowe did it. I remember liking Rob Lowe's. I like Rob Lowe. He seems alright.
He seemed like a decent enough guy.
Yeah. Like he doesn't like he's got a good relationship with his kids.
Oh, nice.
Which in Hollywood's
That's
kind
a great
of a rarity.
sign.
It's always kind of like, okay, he's not a piece of shit then.
Well, dude.
But yeah, he seems alright.
The kid stuff is make or break, man. Like, I mean, like I'm talking about like as far as like not just celebrity kids, because like look at Tom Hanks and his son,
Oh, Chet
Mr.
Hanks, who
Mr.
blames
Jamaica.
everything on his daddy.
Hey Victor, thank you for the follow. But then you look at the children that were raised in Hollywood who aren't fucked up. Like Frodo is one. He's normal enough. Daniel Radcliffe, who should be, he's a little bit of a weirdo, but he's like still like sweet and functioning and like doesn't get in the tabloids for anything crazy. He didn't go like Lindsay
He's not too
Lohan.
bad.
So like there's a whole bunch of like celebrities where it's like, but like Emma Watson too, and then the fucking like actually all the Harry Potter kids. But then when you see like behind the scenes stuff, you realize like, oh, their parents were like on them, like still treating them normal. They didn't do the Macaulay Culkin thing where they're stealing their money and they need to be emancipated. Like there's definitely like a right and wrong way to like do that.
Well, I mean, look at it this way too. You've also got celebrities with kids. Like you've got the Will Smiths of the
Oh,
world,
God,
of
dude.
the celebrity world.
Those kids must be.
But then you've got
fucking-
like Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis. Like I don't know if there's even photos of their kids out there.
Oh yeah, good question.
And then Yoji's right. You got the Coreys. You know, Charlie Sheen apparently raped one, and we all know Corey Feldman's fucked in the head. I'm actually considering, in all honesty, he's coming to Lombard, and I'm considering going to see him and sneaking in my GoPro and making it a vlog. Going to see Corey because he's just terrible.
Yeah, he's crazy, right? Too.
Yeah, and he's still trying to make music, and it's just terrible.
Oh my god.
If you ever want a real good cringe laugh, look up Corey Feldman Comeback Kid.
No, man, dude, no, dude, that stuff. I find it like gutturally upsetting. You know, like
It is. It's the ultimate. It's Michael Scott times 1,000. It's like, oh.
yeah, no, dude, man, that stuff gives me chills just thinking about it, and it's so
Yeah,
sad.
he's still
too.
going off the Michael Jackson dancing and trying to sound like Michael Jackson. It's like, bro, you're 55 years old. Like,
my God,
or older
dude.
maybe. I don't even know.
God damn it, dude. It's giving me full
That's
fucking
rough.
body cringe just thinking about it. Sean Astin's
You're welcome.
dad teaches at Johns Hopkins. John Astin isn't his biological father. Whoa. Well, also he's got his
I like
guys,
Sean
his
Astin.
brother. His brother is also shows up in things. He was in The Magicians. His brother, Sean Astin's brother, looks just like the guy. What the fuck is his name? Greg something or other. The guy from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. who played Agent Coulson.
Oh, I don't know his name. I don't know who you're talking about.
Gregory Clark, is that what his name is? Clark Gregg?
Yeah, Clark Gregg maybe.
Yeah, Clark
Or
Gregg.
Greg Clark, one of the two.
One of those fucking two names. He looks just like Sean Astin's brother. More so than Sean Astin looks like his own brother. Let me see if I can find this. Mackenzie Astin. Hey KG, KG, we were just talking about you.
Hi, KG.
Hey KG. Don't worry, KG, we weren't talking about your butthole or anything like that. Yet. Hey, it's Rudy. Rudy, did you like hanging out with KG?
But yeah, I think they did. They went downtown. They
Oh, here
saw
we go.
the, Monet.
So look, here's that's Mackenzie Astin, and that's Clark Gregg. For anybody who's curious, it's well, it's weird. There he is again. That's somebody want to tell me why Sean Astin's younger brother Mackenzie looks like he could be related to Clark Gregg?
Greg did it with his mom. Plain and simple.
Clark Gregg banged fucking Sean Astin's mom.
The only explanation I could see.
Watch out, KG. You probably tripped trying to leave because they wanted to keep you longer. You hobbled her.
I hobbled no one.
KG was asking for it though.
Was a victim of circumstance.
KG shows up wearing her Ronald McDonald onesie, throwing it in everybody's face.
Is
She
she
had
a
to come.
fucking wrestler that's sponsored?
I like to think that KG walks around wearing sponsored attire, like she's in NASCAR or something.
That'd be the ultimate like heel, wouldn't it? Like just fucking Monster Energy drink on their chest and shit.
KG, when were you sponsored by Bang? Hey, is there a company that you wouldn't want to sponsor you?
Stormfront.org.
Fucking goddamn, that's what fucking took me by surprise, man. Brought to you by Stormfront. And now a message from our Grand Cyclops.
Right. Yeah. He's four goblin layers away from Imperial Cyclops. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, I'm sure there's a company out there that like you just wouldn't want to be associated with.
I bet KG knows all about the Grand Cyclops and his ghouls.
Oh my, not the goblins. The goblins, the ghouls, the bears, oh my.
Oh god. Should I explain this or should no? You know what? If you missed if you missed 4 hours ago on the fucking stream, too bad. Now
Yeah,
you'll
go to
never know.
The VOD will be on YouTube. Go watch it.
It will. Oh boy.
Go
Here,
watch
Matt.
the whole thing. Give it 70,000 views.
Matt, tell them about your podcast and how they can find it this Friday.
Mine? Let's see. I'll just post my Twitch link.
Do it.
Podcast We Go Live. And it is basically, we're revamping it a little bit. It's going to be kind of an entertainment talk as well as review show. We're going to be going over that Jamie Foxx movie, Daybreak.
There it is.
I don't know if I put that in right.
Oh,
Yeah, we'll be going over that. You can find the old episodes on YouTube. I'll post a link to that as well.
Here, I'm putting it in the YouTube channel too. Hell yeah.
But yeah, there's lots of shit on the YouTube, not just podcast stuff. I do have another podcast. I've got so much shit going on, frankly.
God, I feel
I
like
love it though. I gotta be busy.
Dude, I gotta admit, I feel like a complete idiot for yelling about Roseanne earlier. I don't even know why I got loud like that.
Well, see, here's the problem, right? Is from the outset, you are seeing a white woman say a woman of color looks like an ape.
But that's the
Or
thing.
looks like a characterized ape.
She doesn't look like a black woman. I didn't realize that beforehand.
Yeah, no, it
She
all
looks like
is in
Austin
the facial
Powers.
features. Dude, I did not see those, Austin. Like, why would you wear that outfit?
Why is
when
she
you look
always
that
dressed
way?
up as Austin Powers?
She's Randy, I tell you, that's why.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, no, that was wild. I don't know where that came from.
But I mean, here's the problem, right? Like you just
condoms, baby.
well, they should. They go from port to port. Like, here's the thing, right? You're Roseanne. Your show has just been revived. It's doing well in the ratings enough where you're gonna get another season. Why wouldn't you just shut the fuck up, like completely? Like,
Well,
just
'cause-
shut the fuck.
Well, because that's
Like,
the
you
thing.
don't have to bitch about the system.
She's
just don't play
crazy.
into it.
Like, she's legit
Yeah.
crazy. Like, I don't like. I
Yeah.
think like you and I, we're discussing this as like normal-ish people. It's like you're making sense. You're making logic.
It's that Hollywood crazy they get. They
Yeah.
get that Hollywood crazy where
She's
it's
in
like,
fucking.
well, I live in a different world.
She's in crazy town, man. Like, it's like
Yeah.
you're talking another language to her. Because like even what she wrote doesn't make a whole lot of sense. She's like,
no,
the Muslim Brotherhood plus Planet of the Apes equals this one. It's like, what
Yeah.
does that mean? Muslim
And
Brotherhood.
I think the initial tweet actually had the photo in it too.
Oh my god.
So if with the photo, it at least. But once again, you just got your career kind of back on
I
track.
know.
Shut the fuck up. Like, you don't need to. Like, I get it. You have free speech and you want your opinion. Blah blah blah. You don't need it out there. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Like, and that's the other thing is then she's like, sorry, I was on Ambien. And it's like, that doesn't help your fucking case, drug addict.
Yeah, sorry, I'm irresponsible with drug abuse. It's like, okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to rehab. I'm just moving to Hawaii and smoking weed. That's
Like,
literally what
alright.
she did. She's like lives in Hawaii and just sits on the beach and smokes all day.
Did she
Can
stop
you imagine if she
tweeting?
tried to run for public office? I'm surprised it didn't get her banned if it didn't. That's one of those
That's
things
the
where
other
they would
thing,
take
right?
that seriously as fuck.
Yeah, no, I'll be honest, man. I did not realize. Man, it's just, everything about that's bonkers. From start to finish, it's nuts.
It's people just acting like there's no. For one thing, you're not. How do I put this to not insult a woman too deeply? You're no longer a stand-up. Like you don't
No.
perform. You haven't performed in years. So like people aren't going to look at you as a stand-up comedian on Twitter when you're also spouting political bullshit. Like you're not going to be, oh, that's just Roseanne the comedian. No, now you're Roseanne the political commentator.
Right. Yeah. But the political commentator she's making.
Yeah, she's also kooky as fuck. Like just to not have the fucking wherewithal to realize that like calling anybody at this point an ape, just out of the case that they might have some sort of black in their blood is just like, why would you do it?
Yeah.
Like, because if that's that's the first thing they'll attack, and of course that's what they did. And
right. Yeah,
her career was derailed after on the upswing.
They were just waiting for her to fuck up.
Well, yeah, because you're out there tweeting all the time about how much you hate Obama and shit. You've made you made yourself a target to a specific section of people.
Yeah, who as we talked about earlier, man, they're just waiting in the wings.
Yeah.
They can't
Well,
wait.
it's no different than the conservatives. Anytime, I mean, look at Alec Baldwin. Like the guy murdered a woman, and instead of being like, "This is tragic," Republicans are like, "See, fucking Democrat."
That guy is a fucking blowhard. Do you think he's gonna get charged? We were talking about this.
Here's the thing, man. The investigation said he for sure pulled the trigger.
He did.
Here's my thing. As a gun owner, like, if you have that weapon in your hand, for one thing, you always check it. I don't give a fuck if the other person on set checked it. You should always check it. On top of it, you weren't even filming. You were just setting up cameras. Why the fuck was your finger on that trigger?
I think you know what that is. It's just shitty trigger discipline. And I think it's 40 years of him doing that and having no problem whatsoever. Like
Well,
the guys.
they were using a revolver, and what most likely happened is he had the trigger compressed, and he fucking pulled that chamber back, and when it moved forward, he's got that spring already compressed, so kaboom, combust.
Yeah, man.
I mean, it's a weird thing to happen considering there's one live round in that gun, and it happens to be the one. That was
fucking insane, dude. And the fact that the prop guy's like, yeah, we got a cold gun, and then.
Like that's the thing is like that doesn't happen in Russian roulette. Like statistically, that shouldn't happen on the first go.
No, that's crazy.
But no, it's negligence on several parts. Whether it's criminal negligence, I don't think anyone's going to convict him because then his lawyers will pull up the photos of him crying outside the hospital or the police station after finding out she died. And...
Well, like you have to prove that. Because I mean, listen, it'll be involuntary manslaughter, right? Because he can't get him from, like he wouldn't intentionally.
There's no murder,
right?
Unless they find some, like he wrote a letter to her, some weird shit like that.
I'm gonna get you. You're a filthy little pig.
Fucking bitch. I'm producing this movie. This is my show. I can get you out of here. Like if they find something like that, that's one thing, but doubtful.
So I think they're not gonna find that. So I think it's just gonna come down to whether or not he was culpable. Or the two other people who were handling the gun before him are culpable.
I mean, I don't think you're going to see criminal charges. I think the husband, if he were to sue Baldwin, Baldwin would lose a civil suit.
Russian roulette is a text of how well balanced and smooth the gun is. A well-maintained gun, the barrel always supposed to drop to the bottom. Even if he's charged, what jury is going to convict?
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think anybody's going to convict him.
Yeah, no. But I mean, like honestly, like it's been 30 years since Brandon Lee. But I mean, the fact that like this happened again, it's like why? Like how? Why? How? Is it even necessary to have live ammunition on a set like that? It's badly made and badly maintained guns that make it hard to determine where the bullet will stop.
I thought the Brandon Lee thing was, though, they said a fragment from one of the other blanks was in the chamber, and they fired another one, and the fragment was actually what hit Lee. Was the initial story, I think.
You know what? I don't remember. I mean, if that was the case, then shit, man, it still sucks. Brandon Lee said they let the armor off the day before the incident. But like the fact that your life is hanging in the balance of somebody just hanging out on set, you know? like there's like so few fail safes that can happen at all.
Well, you're also looking at the 90s. Like, who knows what the safety precautions were back then, but I don't even think it, like, because there's that big shootout scene. I don't even think it was in that scene. I think it might have been a different one.
A bullet head was left lodged in the gun, and he's been known to play pranks on set, so they thought for 30 minutes he was joking. Ugh, fuck. Sweet, they could have got him help, but he was actually fucking dying. God, that's twisted, man. That movie was low budget and it was under time constraints. Yeah, but like that's what I mean. Like the fact that like, oh, this is a low budget movie. Let's just let things lax. He died in the apartment scene. God damn. Dude.
Okay. Okay. That's what I thought, because there's that big gun, that like big shootout, and that was okay, but it was that other. Yeah, okay.
The church shootout was shot early on.
Which is an incredible scene.
Wow, he's only 28 years old, man.
You ever want to see a really good Brandon Lee movie? Check out Showdown in Little Tokyo.
The real scene in which Brandon Lee died is the one where his character was killed in the apartment by the thugs who raped his girlfriend. Fuck.
Yeah, the beginning, essentially, of the movie. I still maintain, if Brandon Lee was alive, you'd be seeing him as John Wick instead of Keanu Reeves.
The window fall. The window fall was CG. Bernard is friends with his sister Shannon. Shame.
Has anyone seen the awful The Crow sequel with Edward Furlong?
No, I forgot Edward Furlong was a human being.
Well, just barely at this point.
I wonder, do you think he was pissed when they're like, yeah, we're not going to put you in this, when they rebooted Terminator? They're like, we're going to kill you off immediately.
Dude, he looks like a pedophile.
Oh, God.
Like, have you... Google Edward Furlong 2022, you know what I mean?
Well, let's see. Let's see if we can find a new one. Wow, he really let himself go.
Yeah, he's turning into a bridge troll.
Here we go. This is from 2019. He's no longer the youthful boy he was in the 90s. He first went to rehab for drug and alcohol addiction in 2000, admitting he'd been addicted to heroin and cocaine. Oh my God. Woof. When you sign your IP to Hollywood, you lose control, so they can make as many Crow movies as they want. James O'Barr has no say. They just gave him a paycheck and tell him to fuck off. Ouch. Edward Furlong, how starring in T2 led to a horrible fate.
Yeah, blame the movie on his drug addiction. And clearly, fucking, he's off of drugs, but now he's got an eating disorder.
It wasn't quite fair to say that T2 was the beginning of the end for him. The 90s were a good decade for Eddie Furlong. After his gigantic first role in T2, he went on to star in Pet Sematary 2, A Home of Our Own, Brain Scan, Little Odessa. Before now, I don't know what any of these fucking movies are besides Pet Sematary, as well as such hits as American History X, Pecker, and Detroit Rock City.
Detroit Rock City is a damn good movie. I'll give him that much.
Behind the scenes, things were completely different. In 1992, as a 15-year-old actor who started a relationship with his former tutor, the 28-year-old. Oh my god. Gross. What the people just let it slide. Great. In 1994, California changed its statutory rape laws, meaning Domek could possibly be charged. In fact, Edward's uncle unsuccessfully attempted to sue Domek just for that. Yikes. According to the charges, Domek was subjected to a barrage of verbal abuse, threats, violence, outbursts, and outrageous and unlawful attacks. The charges also claim that Furlong pinned Miss Domek down on the bed and began using his fists to strike her in and about the head.
Oh, those tiny little fists. Bro, you know how little, like, he literally is a little man, literally and figuratively.
Edward Furlong's movie career somehow continued. The decade of the 2000s saw him in many feature films, blah, 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 blah. Nothing ever heard of. He started with a recurring role in CSI New York. While the 2000s continued to be good for Furlong in front of the camera, behind it was just as tumultuous. Furlong married actress such and such in 2006. They had a baby. This time, though, alcohol and drugs were fueling Furlong, and it showed throughout the couple's 3-year marriage. Jesus. He apparently, according to Furlong, he had a contract to return as John Connor for the Rise of the Machines, that 2003 movie with
video game. Oh, number 3. They got Nick Stahl instead because he was too much of a mess.
Yeah, Nick Stahl was the new John Connor instead of Furlong with Claire Danes.
Yeah, that movie was. I still will maintain it's a terrible Terminator movie, but it's kind of a cool action flick.
Essentially, I overdosed on drugs. Oh my god, dude. This guy, man.
Has anyone seen that movie, Everything Everywhere All at Once?
I did.
Is it good? I really want to watch it. I'm just waiting for it to come down so I can buy it.
I liked it a lot.
I love her, dude. I thought we were going back to the old Jackie Chan movies.
Noji says Nick Stahl also went bonkers. He did.
Yeah, Nick Stahl's also a goofy motherfucker. I think, again, drugs.
Dude, Hollywood is a fucking nightmare, dude. It's just a hell pit.
I would encourage everybody to watch the movie Daybreak on Netflix with Jamie Foxx. I haven't finished it, but the first hour I enjoyed quite a bit.
All right, you know what? I've been on over 5 hours, and standing up for over 5 hours, my feet are tired.
You are dumb. You should have sat down.
This is what I get for using my feet like an animal instead of sitting down like a gentleman. This is the price I pay.
That's why we have things like bidets, Michael.
I should have sat down on a bidet. Day shift, says Rudy. Daybreak is entertaining before middle.
Oh. Yeah, you're right. Day shift. My bad.
Day shift. I know what Daybreak is. Wait,
I think Daybreak is another vampire movie.
I thought Daybreak was the fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger, not Arnold, fucking Sylvester Stallone tunnel movie.
Oh, that's Daylight.
That's Daylight.
Yeah, Daylight. That movie was Daylight.
Day, shift, light, and break in day. Great. Okay.
You know, it is Daylight.
You know, that movie gave me nightmares, man. Anytime we were driving through like one of the tunnels to Manhattan, I always thought, "Fuck, here we go. This is it." Because those tunnels are fucking terrifying, man. You're like, when were these built?
Yeah, I can understand that. Like, I've seen like movies like that as a kid growing up. Like, we don't have tunnels like that here.
Yeah, no, you're like, and we're underneath the Hudson River right now.
It is a terrifying concept.
Yeah. Daybreakers was the Ethan Hawke vampire movie.
Oh, that movie's pretty good too.
Boy. Okay. Matt, thank you so much for joining me and putting up with our shenanigans. I appreciate bouncing
Good evening,
ideas.
sir.
Thanks for hanging
Always
out,
fun.
man. So much fun. Even the yelling parts. Especially the yelling parts.
Oh, you know us. We're men. There's no hard feelings here.
And you know what? Listen. Roseanne wasn't necessarily wrong. Is what we found out. How long was Maddie hanging for? A good few
I've been
hours,
here
man.
for-
Jeez.
I got off my stream. I don't know, at least a few hours, yeah.
Yeah. Cheers.
You know, I
Cheers, bud.
streamed. It's probably since like 2, because I streamed. I started my fucking stream at 9 a.m. today.
Oh my.
Yeah, I don't know
Good
what's
for
my
you.
problem.
No hard feelings to your house trying to leave. Then I get the cagey treatment.
Oh, KG, I hope had a good time. It was dark going into the basement, and she happened to miss the step. I did not touch her.
He greased up the steps with Crisco. Cagey's like, why are all this Vaseline on the steps?
Yes, they're extra slippery.
I'm all right, she says, through her broken jaw.
I mean, if you talk to her, I felt terrible. I was apologizing all night. I'm like, my house tried to fucking kill you.
It's all right. The PF Chang's made everything better.
I wish.
Took
No,
her
no,
mind
it's
right
way
off.
worse than that. PF Chang's is expensive.
Okay. Good night, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. You guys are awesome. I'll see you tomorrow.